Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. A committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills, order of the day number 64, Criminal Code Amendment, Genocide, Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Deputy President. I firstly acknowledge that we stand on the unceded sovereign lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the custodians of this land, sea and sky country. This country has deep scars and memories of the massacres from the genocidal frontier wars. We feel it all around us. This building has deeply unsettling energy. It was built on a sacred gathering site. Yet those who are in power here routinely consent to the continued violence against our mother country and our people, and all those who want to protect and live by the law of the land. The frontier wars have never ended. Same war, different weapons. The same oppression of our people for access to our land and our resources for the profit of a few. The 1991 Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody referred to the Genocide Convention, and the Bringing Them Home report, released in May 1997, provides 689 pages of damning indictment of the genocidal policies used against First Peoples in this country, with a whole chapter on contemporary separations. The report found that the removal of First Peoples constituted genocide as defined in the Convention. Yet each year, our children are still being snatched at record rates. Our people are still being dispossessed of our country, forced into homelessness and jails on our own lands at the highest rates in the world. Discriminatory living conditions and life experiences, racism, all the while our land and sacred sites continue to be pillaged. This is the continued genocide of our people, of my people. The lawyer Raphael Lemkin, who coined the concept of genocide after the Second World War, literally used the massacres of First Peoples in Tasmania as a key example. As time goes on, more and more evidence of this country's dark, whitewashed history is being revealed. Just last month, The Guardian finished their 8-year-long collaboration project with the University of Newcastle, The Killing Times. The report showed definitive proof of at least 10,657 people who were murdered in at least 438 colonial frontier massacres. About half of all massacres of Aboriginal people were carried out by police and other government agents. Many others were committed by settlers acting with approval of the state. What is now called Victoria alone recorded at least 50 frontier war massacres. My mob, Gunditjmara and Djapurrung, my grandmother's country, saw 70 Gunditjmara clans reduced down to 7. It is past time to let the truth be told and stop denying genocide when it is clear before our eyes. It is time for everyone in this country to learn their local history and see what crimes took place where you live, where you sleep, where you work, where you go to school. Have a look at your own backyard, Oz. The late Kevin Gilbert, a Wiradjuri poet, artist and activist, told the story of his people's genocidal suffering in a poem about Queanbeyan, which is not too far from here. On the road to Queanbeyan, I look at the open fields and see the space where my people used to be. I see the scars of wounded ground. I cry as I hear the death call sound of curlew mourning by. The bill before us today is about access to justice. It ensures that the crime of genocide is able to be prosecuted in domestic courts without political interference. This bill embodies a commitment to transparency, accountability, and adherence to international human rights obligations, including the Genocide Convention, which established a framework for states to prevent and punish acts of genocide and crimes against humanity. It mandates that all perpetrators, whether private individuals, public officials, or political leaders, must be held accountable. Yet when the Australian government ratified the Genocide Convention in 2002, they put in an extra sneaky, slimy provision that only the Attorney General can bring a prosecution for genocide, that their decision cannot be challenged, and that it does not apply to historical event. This means the Attorney General, Mark Dreyfus, single white man in this place, a political officer of the government, is the only person in the whole country who can make that decision. And no one can question this. This goes against the very intention of the convention. The Attorney-General is not required to follow any criteria for this decision-making, can make this decision in secret, and there is no possibility for judicial oversight, no appeal or merits review. The Australian Tibet Council, in its submission, pointed out that in its application, the Attorney-General's fiat creates silence. The Tibetan experience has shown that silence only emboldens the perpetrators of human rights abuses and genocide to continue their criminal policies with impunity. This bill contains two simple demands: to remove the Attorney-General as sole person in this country who can decide whether the crime of genocide can be prosecuted in the courts of this country, to lift the block on appeal or review of these decisions. The main bill addresses atrocity crimes of genocide that occurred domestically, and the circulated amendment on sheet 3055 upholds the principle of universal jurisdiction and ensures the fiat is removed for crimes that occurred in foreign country when the individual accused is neither an Australian citizen nor a resident. I want to thank everyone who made a submission to this inquiry and the difficulty in talking about crimes against humanity and genocide of your people, who provided evidence last year. We heard so many stories from experts and human rights groups, but most importantly, from First Peoples in this country, who spoke to the genocide taking place, as well as many others, including Palestine, West Papua, Tibet, Xinjiang, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and many more. The inquiry made clear that the fiat stands in the way of justice and is an almost insurmountable obstacle for justice for victims of atrocity crimes. Every single one of the witnesses, besides the Attorney-General's department itself, supported the measures in the bill, despite overwhelming support for this bill to pass. The committee has ignored the voices of our people, disregarded the cries of those still living under the shadow of genocide, and turned its back on the wisdom and pain shared by communities and experts, historians and survivors alike. They ignored legal and human rights experts. They ignored best evidence. This is to protect themselves. It's a protection racket. It's to protect their friends overseas and to keep lying about the history and reality. This bill was supposed to be voted on last November and to be witnessed by First Peoples and activists who travelled here for this purpose from across the country, my brothers and sisters, aunties and uncles, from Palestine, from Kanaki, from Tibet, West Papua, the Sikh community, and of course our own elders, who have looked after the land and our communities for many thousands of years. Genocide survivors and their allies came from across this continent and from overseas to stand together and bear witness to whether this government would stand true to its supposed commitment to prevent and end genocide. Instead of seeing the bill come to a vote, I was censured and then suspended for calling out genocide and racism in this very place. I'm not alone in being punished. Over the past month, we have witnessed systemic, escalating attacks on cultural institutions, academics, artists, journalists, and workers across the country for fighting against white supremacy, apartheid, and genocide. Artists and academics have been censured, political dissent discredited and silenced, workers fired and activists criminalised through a suite of legislation at both federal and state levels. The primary targets of these measures have been racialised communities speaking up against the realities of their own oppression. Today is another day in the colony because we will no doubt see the Labor and the coalition parties double down on their domestic and international policies of genocide, genocidal denial and blatant disregard of human rights obligations. The fact that both major parties are unwilling to remove the power from a single politician who can make decisions in secret without scrutiny, transparency and accountability or appeal avenues shows that this country is complicit. We have seen in the year how instead of standing up against genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, Labor and the Coalition would rather support their dear friends and allies like the United States and Israel. If you don't support this bill, you are complicit in the ongoing genocide of my people and around the world, and one day you will all be held accountable because you've signed up to a convention. You are breaking the law. You are breaking international law. And each and every one of you who do not support this bill today will be personally held accountable and responsible and will be called to a court of law to answer. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it will come.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the Criminal Code Amendment, Genocide, Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Bill 2024. The Coalition does not support the bill, and let me take the Senate through the reasons as to why. In technical terms, what the bill would do, if it was passed through the Senate, is remove what is a long-standing feature of our common law, where the Attorney-General of Australia, as Australia's first law officer, must consent to the prosecution of certain serious crimes. In relation to these certain serious crimes, these are crimes of the highest order, and they include offences including genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes. And as I said, these are serious crimes. As with other offences, the decision to initiate a prosecution for any such offence would of course be made independently, either by the DPP or by a person seeking to commence a private prosecution. Given the serious nature of these crimes, almost invariably, however, these crimes raise important considerations relevant to Australia's national security, foreign relations, and matters of international law that govern the actions of nation-states. Therefore, legal proceedings in respect of these alleged offences may directly impact the interests of all Australians. It is therefore entirely appropriate that the Executive Government, through the Attorney-General, have the opportunity to consider the impact of any such prosecution on the national security and foreign relation interests of all Australians. That is what this bill seeks to remove. So everything I just said in relation
Senator
to
Thorpe, please.
the seriousness of this
Senator
bill...
Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, can I call you to order? This matter will probably go into committee and therefore another opportunity to prosecute your arguments. Senator Cash.
Thank you, Deputy President. And again, there is one thing to talk to a bill in this Senate. It is another thing to properly scrutinise what the actual contents of the bill will do, as opposed to the arguments that may be put forward by the person who is putting forward the bill. And that is what the Coalition has done. We have looked at the bill, we have analysed each section of the bill, and the reason we are not supporting it is because of what it does. As I said, put simply, the bill that we have before us, in other words, the legislation as drafted, and the effect of the legislation, should it pass through this place, is quite frankly an attempt to further open up our courts to abuse by activists who engage in lawfare to pursue a political agenda. Senator Thorpe and the Greens want to allow activists to use our courts to commence private prosecutions for some of the most serious crimes on our statute book. And as I said, those crimes include genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes. This is what this bill actually does. Senator Thorpe and the Greens want to allow activists to use our courts to commence private prosecutions for some of the most serious crimes on our statute book, and they want this to occur without oversight. They want to remove, this is what the legislation does, the important safeguard, and as I said, the long-standing feature of our common law that allows the national security and foreign relation interests of all Australians, not just a few Australians, of all Australians, are able to be taken into account. Instead, what this bill would do, if passed, on behalf of Senator Thorpe and the Australian Greens, is they want to put Australians' interest second. They want to give primacy to the narrow sectional interests of their political supporters, and in particular, given the nature of the serious crimes that we are referring to.
Senator Thorpe, I've given you a reasonable latitude. Just let Senator Cash finish. Senator Thorpe, please. Senator Cash, please resume.
Thank you, Deputy President. And as I said, what this bill does if passed, and I'm talking to the bill as drafted, as opposed to merely making a statement, what this bill would do is, if passed, is put the interests of all Australians in relation to these serious crimes second. What it would do is give primacy to the narrow sectional interests of supporters of Senator Thorpe and the Australian Greens.
Senator McKenzie.
Senator Thorpe has continually sworn in this chamber, and I would ask you to seek her to withdraw the swear words.
Senator Thorpe, please. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Cash, please resume.
And I would say that when this speech is potentially looked at by others, they will see that the constant interjections by the mover of this bill in relation to, as I said, my speech on behalf of the Coalition actually addressing the legislation that is before the Senate actually proves the point of why the Coalition will not be supporting this piece of legislation. We will not support a bill that puts the interests of all Australian citizens second to the interests of a narrow sectional group of political supporters of Senator Thorpe and the Australian Greens, because, again, all this bill does is ensure that the courts are able to be used as a forum to make political points about events overseas or in Australia's past, making accusations about genocide or war crime in order to advance nothing more and nothing less than a political narrative. It is the immature, and as we've seen on display today, as I said, the Hansard will reflect this, shouty, undergraduate and childish approach that exploits and devalues what are extremely grave offences that relate to some of the most serious crimes imaginable. As I said, the crimes that we are referring to are genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, some of the most serious crimes imaginable. But I have to say, again, given the legislation and given the statements made both by Senator Thorpe in her address to the Senate, but more than that, the display during the speech that I have given yet again confirms that this bill is nothing more and nothing less than a vehicle for political activists to get into our court to put the interests of the Australian people second to their own. Nothing more and nothing less. But unfortunately, based on the last 3 years in this place, sadly, but it is exactly what we've come to expect from the extreme radical Greens and their allies. And given this literally will be the last sitting day of the Senate of this Parliament, I'll close my speech by saying this to all Australians. God help Australia if those radical left-wing ideologues are holding the Prime Minister's puppet strings in a Labor minority government after the election. God help Australia.
Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Rarely do you see a political party step forward and say it is in the interests of all Australians to have the law so skewed that politicians can decide whether or not somebody will be prosecuted for the crime of genocide, for crimes against humanity or war crimes. Rarely do you see such a blatant exercise of self-interest from the two parties in this chamber, as we just saw then from Senator Cash, stepping forward and defending the situation where she, as a potential future Attorney General, and Senator Cash said, God help us, and I repeat that, where Senator Cash, as a future Attorney General, would decide whether or not a prosecution could be issued against the Israeli Prime Minister if he came to this country, and to pretend that that would be an exercise of justice, when we know her irreparable bias against the people of Palestine and the irreparable bias that the Coalition has against the International Court of Criminal Justice and the irreparable bias that the Coalition has against international law, holding decision-makers like senior decision-makers in this government to account for their crimes. Heaven help us if we get to that situation. The Greens support this legislation because, unlike the Coalition and unlike Labor, we believe that Australians want perpetrators of genocide, of war crimes, of crimes against humanity to be held to account for their crimes, whether they occurred in this country or anywhere around the planet. And we don't believe that a politician should be able to veto those prosecutions. Indeed, it's offensive to the very concept of rule of law that a politician, using a political analysis, will let somebody who is potentially guilty of the worst crimes on our statute books the worst crimes known to humanity, to let them off for political considerations. And the importance of this change is obvious right now. We've seen a genocide being carried out in Gaza, and that creates obligations under international law for our country to take action, for every country on the planet to take action. We have an obligation individually, and Australia has an obligation collectively under the Genocide Convention to prevent genocide wherever it's occurring and to hold perpetrators to account at any time. And we already know what the coalition would do if one of those who are perpetrating the genocide was to come to Australia. They would refuse to permit Australian authorities to arrest, to issue a warrant, and would refuse to even allow a prosecution to get before the courts. And you'd almost think there was there's a global ruling class who think that they should be able to protect their mates and protect other decision makers who are making these kinds of brutal decisions to inflict war and violence at impossible scale against communities, and they want to make sure that them and their mates are never held to account. That's what this is. It's not about the national interest. It's about the interest of senior decision makers in countries like this, the United States, the United Kingdom. It's about a club, protecting the club and ensuring international law will never reach and actually take out the powerful. And if you wanted a classic example of how the club did that, we saw the way the UK failed to extradite Pinochet, a notorious war criminal, a notorious leader who oversaw mass murder, political torture, and the political supporters of the coalition, Margaret Thatcher, when Pinochet was held under house arrest, facing potential extradition to Spain to be prosecuted for those crimes against humanity, the coalition's poster child, Margaret Thatcher, sent him a bottle of Scotch whisky and said, "We support you, here's a British institution that will stand by you," and issued Pinochet every political support, as did former US President George Bush. The club protects the club, and they don't care about the genocide, and they don't care about the war crimes. They don't care about the crimes against humanity because protecting themselves is more important. Of course we support getting rid of a political veto before crimes such as genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes are prosecuted. And the argument put by the coalition just then, the facile argument put by the coalition that this would allow unlimited activists to be running prosecutions is either deliberately misleading or shows a degree of base ignorance of how the criminal law operates in this country. But either of those are a poor conclusion on somebody who says that they want to be the future Attorney General of this country. Because if Senator Cash knew how the criminal law works, if Senator Cash had read any of the submissions that were put in for this bill, which you wouldn't think would be an unreasonable requirement before standing up and speaking against it, Senator Cash may, for example, have read the submission from the Australian Centre for International Justice. And the Australian Centre for International Justice details the law in relation to the role of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Commonwealth. And I'll read. The Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions exercises discretion to institute prosecutions for offences against the Commonwealth in accordance with the CDPP policy. The CDPP also reserves the right to decide whether to proceed with, take over or decline a private prosecution in accordance with the same policy. You see, that the spectre of unlimited private political prosecutions being run by the coalition is plainly false, legally ignorant. If at any time the CDPP thought that there was an inappropriate prosecution being undertaken, they could take it over and shut it down. And they've done that historically on numerous occasions. But perhaps Senator Cash, who says she wants to be the future Attorney General, doesn't understand that basic principle in criminal law. And if so, that's an indictment on the coalition and it's an indictment on Senator Cash. So what is the rationale for the Attorney General having the consent? We have an existing set of laws where if there's evidence of a crime, and here's some of the worst crimes: genocide against First Nations peoples in this country, genocide against peoples across the planet, crimes against humanity, war crimes. If there's evidence of the crime, we have the AFP, who should be undertaking an investigation. If they gather the brief of evidence, it goes before the CDPP, who review the brief of evidence, and if there's sufficient evidence to persuade a jury, beyond reasonable doubt, then it should go before the courts. That's how the law works for every other criminal offence on the books. But in relation to this, the most serious crimes, there's this political veto. And again, I will go to the Australian Centre for International Justice, who explain the rationale for the Attorney General's consent. And they say, while the explanatory memorandum for the bill that introduced this legislation originally did not detail why the Attorney General's consent requirement was necessary for Division 268 offences, the historical justification for such consent has been that certain prosecutions could potentially impact Australia's international relations or national security, necessitating government-to-government contact. Additionally, the consent has been justified as a safeguard against inappropriate prosecutions. Well, we know that last argument is specious because the CDPP has the power to take over an end. But when it comes to the others, how is it in our national interest to let war criminals walk free? Can someone explain to the Australian public how it's in the national interest to let those who have committed genocide to visit our country and walk free? Can someone explain how it's in our national interest to allow war criminals to wander freely around the planet without fear of prosecution? Because the Greens can't understand that. But apparently, Labor and the Coalition thinks there's an overwhelming national interest to let those who commit genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity to walk free, and somehow that will make a better world. Well, we fundamentally reject that proposition. And we say not only should this Act be passed, but history also shows that Australia needs a specialised war crimes unit with the skills and expertise to respond quickly, build cases and hold war criminals to account. Because the sorry history in Australia of those who have had compelling evidence of war crimes being allowed to visit the country and then walk free, despite us having these laws on the statute books, it's a sorry tale for the AFP, and it's a sorry tale of government, deliberate government inaction. When the Sri Lankan President Mahinda Rajapaksa visited this country in 2011, there were attempts to have a private prosecution brought by the Tamil community because the Sri Lankan president was deeply culpable in the decisions that led to the mass killings of Tamils in the final few months of the war in 2009. And political interference and a decision by the then Labor Attorney General to say that they would not prosecute killed the prosecution. When Aung San Suu Kyi entered the country in 2018, there were requests to the then Coalition Attorney General for consent for a prosecution because of the crimes against the Rohingya community, crimes which have continued since at an appalling rate. The largest refugee population on the planet as a result of those crimes against the Rohingya people. And the then Coalition Attorney General, Christian Porter, in a press release, declined the prosecution, saying that Aung San Suu Kyi had complete immunity, including from being served with court documents, because under customary international law, heads of state, heads of government, ministers of foreign affairs are immune from foreign criminal proceedings, are inviolable. Well, that is directly contrary to our obligations under the Convention, which expressly say that provisions providing immunity to heads of state shall not limit the reach of the law when it comes to genocide and crimes against humanity. In 2019, Jagath Jayasuriya, who was at that point a retired Sri Lankan general who effectively directed the appalling genocidal attack on the Tamils in 2009, deeply complicit, security force commander for operations in the Vani region of Sri Lanka. When he came here, before he came here, people approached the AFP and said, "You must begin investigations. This is a war criminal." Repeated evidence provided to the government of the day, to the then Attorney General and to the AFP. And after months and months and months of urging, they did nothing. Jayasuriya was present in Australia between October and November 2019, but the AFP did nothing. And indeed, they wrote back in September 2021 after failing to take action and said it was because of, and I quote the AFP, an administrative oversight, that they didn't hold a war criminal to account. So we say this. Of course we support this bill, because war criminals and those who commit genocide and those who commit crimes against humanity must be held to account, whether those crimes happened here against First Nations peoples or anywhere on this planet. We commend Senator Thorpe for bringing this bill, and we reject the criticism of her passion and her commitment that we saw from the Coalition. It's about time that the planet bent towards justice, and we can do a bit here by removing the bars to the prosecution of those who commit genocide and by making Australia live up to its international commitments.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise also to speak on this private senator's bill introduced by Senator Thorpe today, and to add, as my colleague Senator Shoebridge has already said, our strong support for the intentions of this bill. I also want to back in the assertions that Senator Cash made in relation to, to reject those assertions made by Senator Cash, that somehow this is about political activism, and only about political activism, that we are somehow radical by believing that there needs to be justice for crimes against humanity, genocide and war crimes. We see time and time again in this chamber the opposition and even sometimes the government come in here and talk tough about being the tough cop on the beat. How about being the tough cop on the beat when it comes to injustices in this country? This bill, importantly, challenges the current power, as my colleague Senator Shoebridge has already said, of the Attorney General, the highest lawmaker. And I think Senator Cash's tilt, I'll call it, for her election platform to be Australia's next Attorney General was speaking through the window to all Australians. Well, what I know in my home state of Western Australia, and hers as well, is the frontier wars never stopped. They never stopped. The blood has never stopped being shed in our state. And I'm a proud West Australian, and I know that West Australians want to know the truth. They want to know the truth about the history of this country. And as a proud First Nations woman, we need to ensure that giving the power to the highest lawmaker in this country should not be about one person. It should never be about one person. Because those crimes against humanity, of genocide and war crimes, as Senator Shoebridge and also Senator Thorpe also articulated, clearly need ensure that they sit above politics. They cannot be left to a single politician. There should be no political veto in bringing a criminal prosecution. So I reject that assertion that this will open up the courts, political activists across the country, because we live and walk this every single day. The lack of proper legislative framework that impacts on the most vulnerable people across the world. And there's a plethora of evidence and research that already shows about war-torn countries, what we are seeing in real time happening in Palestine. We cannot turn away from that, and we should not, as we cannot and should not about what's happening in our own Australian First Nations communities. At the end of the day, this bill is a recognition of Australia's failure to fully implement the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide. And from here on in, I'm going to refer to that as just the convention. Australia signed this convention on the 11th of December 1948. It entered into force in Australia in 1951. However, it was not enshrined into Australian domestic law until 2002, when the Criminal Code Act of 1995 was amended to make it an offence to commit crimes punishable by the International Criminal Court. And that is because these crimes become crimes under Australian law, namely genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, sometimes just referred to as genocide, and related atrocity crimes. In passing this amendment today, the Australian government can include provisions according to which of those proceedings concern those crimes under the Criminal Code. And they must not just be about waiting until the consent of the Attorney General and not to apply to events that occurred prior to the commencement of the International Criminal Court. So on the 26th of September 2002. This is commonly known as the Attorney General's fiat. Now, what we know and what history tells us is that these provisions undermine the very intent of the Convention. They actually prevent and punish the crimes of genocide that are actually occurring. This convention establishes that genocide, whether it's committed at time of peace or in war, is an actual crime under international law. That's the important part of this. That's the importance that we cannot lose sight of. And it states that all parties must take measures to prevent acts of genocide. Have we seen that happen? No, we haven't. And we continue to see the failures here of our own country, to stand idle and watch what's happening and to not challenge any of that. The Convention also talks about any of the following acts that are committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in fact in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of a life calculated to bring about physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within that group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And I can tell you in Australia, these things have happened, and still we see no justice. In other countries around the world, these things have happened, and still we see no justice. The colonial and Australian governments have committed all of these crimes. That is the harsh reality. These are the dark times of our past. It is the reason Senator Shoebridge and I co-sponsored a bill to bring truth and justice through a commission, a federal commission, here. And we'll bring it later in the 48th Parliament, later on this year, for you all to vote on that. These are uncomfortable conversations to have. but they are necessary to face the injustices that are happening. We cannot continue to go home, close the door and shut off the rest of the world and pretend it's not happening. It is our job in this place as political leaders to challenge that. And over on this side, today we are supporting Senator Thorpe in bringing this bill here to the nation's parliament to challenge that. We have an obligation under the Convention to prevent genocide. And as the chair of the Measuring Outcomes for First Nations people in Closing the Gap, we know that that's continuing to happen. How many of our children continue to be transferred into out-of-home care? When we said sorry in this place, that should have meant never again. In 2008, it meant that everyone should be standing on the right side of history. But it's continuing. The genocide continues. We cannot allow the necessary legal measures and processes to be determined by politics. We need to remove the political veto of bringing criminal prosecution against these matters. We know that the majors in this place are terrified. You just saw one of those from the opposition stand in this place. They're terrified. The first time in history we've got black women in this place who are standing up alongside our allies and challenging what's been happening for 200 plus years in this country. And everybody out there is listening and watching us and cheering for us, saying, this is great, we want to know about this. You know why? Because we didn't know this happened in our own country. We didn't get taught this at school. But we also, if it's not in our household, in our community, we don't know what's happening and we don't know the impact that that's having. And we will continue over here at the Australian Greens, as radical as you think we are, we're going to continue to call that out. Being passionate about humanity is not being radical. It is being real. It is showing empathy. And that costs nothing in this country. It costs nothing. And I wish that the political leaders on either side of this aisle actually take some advice today. Think deeply about what that means. What that means when you turn the television on and the radio on every morning when you listen to RN about what's happening around the world, but also what's happening here, right here at home, in your backyard, and how you have the power to change that today by voting for this bill, to ensuring that we all stand on the right side of history, because this is the time for change. This is the last day of the 47th Parliament, and this is the time when you can actually do that with your power.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the question now be put.
So the question before the chair is that the question be put. Those in that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? I'm looking to. Is a division required? Sorry, I'll just put the question again because it's not clear to me. So the question before the chair is that the motion be put. Those in that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Okay, the ayes have it. So I will now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. And those against say no. No. No, I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. Well,
With Clay.
Where's McCarthy and Stewart? Where's McCarthy and Stewart? Did you let them out?
Senator Thorpe, come to order.
That would have been a shame, John.
Senator Thorpe, come to order. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of the Assistant Minister for Regional Development, Senator Chisholm, relating to a variation of the hours of meeting and routine of business.
Senator Chisholm.
Move the motion.
So the question, Senator Wong.
I move that the motion be amended in the terms circulated in the chamber, and I move that that question be now put.
So the question is,
No.
Senator Dunningham. So just to clarify, the question that will be put is the question we put on Senator Wong's amendment. So to clarify, the question that will be put is on the amendment just moved by Senator Wong. So the question is that the amendment as moved... Senator McKim?
Thank you. Could I please ask that the question be put separately in regard... I beg your pardon? Oh, this is the closure?
Yeah, I thought I'd explain that, but apologies if I haven't. So the question is that Senator Wilson... Okay. The question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Wong be agreed, that the motion... Beg your pardon. The question be put on the motion as moved by Senator Wong. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question now is that the motion as put... The amendment as put by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator Hanson-Young.
Madam President, I actually have an amendment to the motion, so I have hoped that that has been circulated. Sorry? Just clarifying.
Senator Hanson-Young, the Senate's just decided that I will put the question be put, so I'm going to put the question.
Yes, could I clarify whether my amendment has been circulated?
I don't believe it has, Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So, Senator Duniam.
I wish to amend, I don't know if I need leave. Do I need leave? No? Okay. I would like to amend the motion by also inserting the consideration of proposals under Standing Order 75 after AAI in the motion from the government.
So I'm now going to put the question. Senator Pocock?
President, given that we are governing by guillotine and on the fly here, could we maybe just get an explanation from Senator Duniam as to what that does?
Well, we're not in committee stage, and I believe that the amendment has been circulated. You need to seek leave, Senator Duniam. Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Okay, just to explain to the Senate what this is, it is basically enabling the debate of both the urgency and MPI matters that were circulated for debate today.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Wong?
The question be now put.
Senator Hanson-Young, as you know, the government jumped and they take precedence. And also the government, Senator Wong jumped first. So the question is that the question be put on the amended motion. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Senator McKim, I've just seen a vote. I'm going to put the vote again. Please resume your seat. So the question is that those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question now is, I'm moving the closure motion. So the question, I'm sorry. The question now is that the motion as amended by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Senator McKim?
Can I just, for clarity, are you moving the amended motion?
Sorry?
Are you moving the amended motion? Yes. In that case, could I please ask that the question be put separately in relation to part AA to A, that is on the environment protection and biodiversity conservation.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator McKim has asked for the motion to be split, so we will deal with that split part first. So on the circulated amendment, it's A, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Reconsideration Bill of 2025. So those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that A, the EPBC bill be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giacone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 15 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now put the remainder of the amended motion as moved by Senator Wong. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remainder of the amendment as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giacone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 15 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Wong.
Thank you. I thank the Senate. I seek leave to move a motion to amend the routine of business to add workplace gender equality, fee-free TAFE, NBN and contingent upon introduction into the Senate, the tax cut legislation which is currently being debated in the House.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Wong.
At the end of paragraph AA Roman 2 of the motion agreed to earlier, I move that the following bills be added. Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024. Fee-Free TAFE Bill 2024. National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. And contingent upon introduction into the Senate, Treasury Laws Amendment More Cost of Living Relief Bill 2025. And I move the motion be now put.
So the question is that the motion be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister. Senator Duniam.
President, well, I've been looking forward to dealing with this issue for quite some time now, although one has to question what we're actually doing here, given it is well past the 11th hour for this Senate to be dealing with something that could have and should have been dealt with a long time ago. What is this bill here for? It is a political fix this government have brought in as a result of a minister in their own cabinet that refuses to do the job asked of her. And this is what this government have been forced to do in order to resolve a situation that, as I say, could have been dealt with a long time before now. This bill, the amendments to the EPBC Act, a bill, a piece of law in this country that everyone in this chamber seems to agree is beyond fit for purpose, is broken. And indeed, it's interesting to note there are even the words the minister uttered earlier this week in debating this very legislation in the other place. We all agree it needs reform. We all agree something should happen. In fact, the government, the Australian Labor Party, before the last election promised us they'd reform this legislation in response to the Samuel Review, that they would fix this broken and outdated legislation, and they didn't. They promised us we'd have new fit-for-purpose laws that would be better for business and better for the environment. We don't have them. Instead, we've had a government that have been mired in bureaucracy, led by bureaucracy in how they would handle reforms to our critical national environmental approval laws. They've not progressed anything. No stakeholder anywhere on the spectrum is happy with this government's handling of any matter related to federal environmental approvals. Going from green groups right through to business lobby groups, everyone says this government have stuffed it royally. And I think the record, the facts, the history of the last 2.5 years very much speak to that fact. So here we are, perpetuating the problems with this legislation by doing another little patch-up job, because the government have left us with no choice but to do this. When the Green groups that lodged the request for a reconsideration of salmon farming in Tasmania, which have been granted permits to operate since 2012 under the last Labor government, the then Environment Minister Tony Burke granting those permits, it was our view that this decision should have been made urgently to resolve this issue, one way or the other. That is indeed what industry as recently as the end of last week and over the weekend was saying as well. Just get the government to do their job, to make a decision related to the permits and the question that hangs above them on salmon farming within Macquarie Harbour. And would you believe, though, President, after 18 months, nearly 18 months, this government have been sitting on this request from the Bob Brown Foundation, from the taxpayer-funded EDO and others. They have failed to make a decision. I find it astounding that this request for reconsideration is still a live question before the government. So because the minister hasn't made a decision, hasn't done her job, hasn't assessed the evidence before her to the extent that she can make a decision, the government have been left with no choice but to legislate to work around this minister, to end the uncertainty that has dogged this government. Who's running the show? The Prime Minister has countless times said he backs the salmon industry, that he is down in Tasmania telling salmon workers, "I got your back, don't worry, I'm with you all the way." But he's done nothing for the term while he's been in government until now. And this is a sitting week that we weren't supposed to have, let's not forget, but for the unfortunate events in far north Queensland of Tropical Cyclone Alfred, which pushed back the election date, we wouldn't be here. And so the government was left with no choice but to do this legislation. A letter was sent from the Prime Minister on the 15th of February to the salmon industry. On that day, I wrote to the Prime Minister. We rang his office and I said, we want to see this legislation. It is urgent. You have left this industry hanging for 18 months. You've promised us reforms to the laws. You haven't delivered. And do you think I got a reply to that letter? Well, no, I did not. We wrote again. No reply. We wrote to other ministers in the government. We rang their offices. Nothing. Nothing until the Monday of this week, when draft laws were offered to us with a briefing at short notice on Monday afternoon about their political fix to an issue they could have resolved if this government were actually on top of their brief and doing their job properly. So here we are, this 11th hour fix to try and get an issue off the political agenda, to make it not an election issue, so that they can go down the west coast of Tasmania and say, we've fixed it, we've saved your jobs. Well, why was it not done before now? I'll tell you why. Because the minister did not want to. And indeed, as late as Monday, the minister still did not want to. The minister was not even slated to introduce the legislation in the other place, based on the information provided to us in a briefing. It was indeed the Prime Minister who was supposed to introduce this legislation. As it turns out, the minister did introduce it. Minister Plibersek did introduce it, so something changed. I think they realised it was a pretty bad look to have someone other than the Environment Minister introducing legislation into the House to an act she administers, one she administers woefully, as stated, 18 months to get nowhere in a decision-making process relating to such a critical industry in Tasmania. In addressing the issue that she's now been forced to address, the minister, let's make no mistake about it, the minister was not excited about this, not a fan of this legislation, certainly not the driving force behind it. But in addressing this legislation, as I alluded to before, the minister was able to concede that the laws are broken, they're no longer fit for purpose, and that this was an important issue, needs to be dealt with. Well, yeah, by gum it does. And it needed to be dealt with 18 months ago, as soon as these green groups got in the way and started doing what they did. But instead of acting when they could have and should have to end the uncertainty, to allow salmon workers to have Christmas in peace, knowing that their jobs would be safe, they've left it until now. So if it was important, why on earth did we have to wait until, what, a handful of weeks, if that, until the election? Perhaps the election will be called as soon as Friday this week, or perhaps Sunday. And the reason why is because they wanted to kill off this political issue. Now, can I say the Coalition, having called for this now for 18 months, having said let's recall Parliament multiple times to deal with this issue, prior to all the big holidays when families want to know their parents are going to have jobs after it, prior to the holidays where people will be stressing about how they're going to pay their bills. Salmon workers were going to be able to make mortgage repayments and pay power bills. We said, bring it on. We'll come back to Parliament and fix it. We've been doing that for 18 months. Instead, here we are, as I say, dealing with this political fix rather than having a proper decision made by the minister. We will support the legislation. There are amendments I'll come to in a moment to ensure this bill is as good as it possibly can be. Noting, of course, though, as I said before, we were given this legislation on Monday, just a day or so to consider it, to understand whether it works. We hope that it does, and as I say, we are proposing amendments that will strengthen the legislation, and of course there will be second reading amendments that go to some of the other issues related to this government's poor administration of the environment portfolio, their disregard, blatant disregard for job-creating industries in regional Australia, be they salmon farming, be they forestry, mining, whatever it might be. We want to ensure that the laws that we pass through this Parliament this week, which we are committed to passing, though cannot go without remark, the appalling handling of this situation and the political and cynical approach taken by this government in getting to this point. And when we asked at Senate estimates of the officials just a couple of weeks ago where the draft legislation was, more than 10 days after this letter had been issued, and I'd responded to the Prime Minister saying, give us the legislation, they hadn't even picked up the phone to the industry to convene a meeting to discuss the legislation. It was their intention at Senate estimates, they told me, to have a meeting to discuss this. So urgent was this, it hadn't even been on their radar, even after the Prime Minister had dispatched this letter to industry. So I think we can see this for what it is. What's more, Acting Deputy President, is of course that this party, the Labor Party, the party in government at the moment, who are about to take us to an election, are very vexed on this issue. If anyone wants to try and convince the Senate and the people of Australia that this is a settled matter inside their party room, they'd be kidding themselves. There is a very, very vast divergence between the opinions of some in the Australian Labor Party about how this issue should be sorted. There are some who are very, very, very uncomfortable with the idea of this legislation. And of course, as you would assume, they come from the left side of the party, and there are certain groupings within the Labor Party, the Labor Environment Action Network and others, who of course are not big fans of doing anything that would support primary and productive extractive industries in this country and having environmental laws that facilitate investment, create jobs and grow the economy while protecting the environment. And we heard, of course, about the Labor Party caucus meeting that occurred earlier this week. went longer than usual because, as it's been put to the media, there was a quite heated debate about what the government was doing at this last minute. Hoping it would hide, it would disappear under the cover of a budget with a few little tricks and treats in it for the people of Australia, hoping it would sink without a trace. Well, of course, our friends from, I gather, the Bob Brown Foundation were certain to ensure that it didn't sink without a trace yesterday. And can I say, while I don't support their actions, it was rather a sight to behold, having people, for the cause they were, gluing themselves to the steps and handrails of the marble foyer of Parliament House, again demonstrating the vexed nature of the political debate here, which has not escaped the Labor Party room. They are just as split as some others in the community. And so that's why, alarmingly, the Prime Minister had to promise to his party room, having gone over to Western Australia and told the mining industry of Western Australia, the backbone of our economy, the generator of royalty revenue for our country that pays for schools and hospitals and roads and the NDIS and all sorts of other essential services, he flew over there with his entire cabinet and said, hey, mining industry, don't worry, we've got your back. We are going to ensure that this EPA never sees the light of day. There is no deal to be done. We will never ever allow this legislation to come in. But in party room this week, as has been reported, it's on its way back. A re-elected Albanese government, perhaps in partnership with the Australian Greens, if the pollsters are to be believed, will establish a new giant green bureaucracy here in Canberra, forgetting the fact that we already have 7 EPAs across state and territory governments in this country. Why not have another one? But that was the sweetener for this bitter pill that they were going to have to swallow in supporting and waving through this legislative fix. And of course, we know that the government was always going to do this, and I have to revisit on these heavily redacted documents that were the basis of a deal between the Australian Greens and the Australian Labor Party when we asked for the details of the deal on the laws to establish a new EPA. They gave me these blacked-out documents, Acting Deputy President, which I'd love to know the detail of. But that, of course, we'll have to wait until after the election because that is the basis of a Labor Green deal, which is bad news for Western Australia and bad news for the mining industry. This EPA is going to be disastrous, but it is now a part of what's been agreed within the Labor caucus to get this bill through today. So we want to see a few changes here. There will be second reading amendments, I believe, foreshadow, relating to the funding of the Environmental Defenders Office. Let's not forget that this group, of course, was one of the instigators of the terrible situation Tasmanian salmon workers have found themselves in for the last 18 months. Why this government continues to fund that organisation to the tune of $2.5 million every year, I do not know. It's the kind of thing that should stop, and that's one of the things we'll be calling on them to do. We'd also love to see them rule out, of course, the establishment of a new green bureaucracy that will destroy jobs and erode economic confidence. But more substantive amendments, of course, that will be dealt with in the committee stage here in this 11th hour debate that we have no choice but to have because this government haven't done their job as they should have, will relate to, of course, the expansion of the projects that are caught in this relating to reconsideration requests going from not just non-controlled actions but controlled actions, and the period of time under which an exemption would apply from 5 years down to 12 months. And of course also that the Minister, instead of making her decision as soon as practically possible, can make her decision within a 12-month period of a reconsideration being received, something we've well exceeded now. At the end of the day, we shouldn't be here. We are. We need to find a solution to this, and it has to be a permanent, lasting solution that supports these jobs in Tasmania while having an impact which sees the Maugean skate survive. We want to make sure these laws do this. We are disappointed that the government have been dragged kicking and screaming here. It's not like it's a new issue, which is why I'm befuddled by the Minister's comments to be so surprised at the need to do this and her unwillingness to act in this area. Anyway, we'll move our amendments at the appropriate time, and I think, do I move? And I will move my second reading amendment now, Acting Deputy President.
Thanks, Senator Dudley. Senator Hanson-Young.
Well, thank you. Well, I rise to contribute to the discussion and debate on this piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that was only introduced into the Parliament yesterday. Went through the House of Representatives yesterday afternoon and it is now being rushed through this chamber today. No proper process, no proper scrutiny, no ability for the department or the minister's advisors to be able to answer the right questions, to know exactly what the consequences of this particular piece of legislation will mean. This is a stitch-up between the Labor government and Peter Dutton's Liberal Party, a stitch-up to gut Australia's environment laws, to facilitate the continuation and expansion of an industry that is polluting the Macquarie Harbour and that is pushing the Maugean skate, our wildlife, to the brink of extinction. Now, yesterday when we asked the government why this legislation needed to be rushed through the Parliament, unprecedentedly rushed through the Parliament on the eve of the election, we heard from the representing minister that it was because there was a flaw in the environment laws. And we asked what the flaw was. It was that the law, as it currently stands, allows for a reconsideration when the environment is being damaged. So the flaw is an inconvenience to the corporations. The flaw is an inconvenience to the industry who want to keep polluting, who want to keep destroying, who want to keep fishing the rotten salmon that is washing up on the beaches and the bays in Tasmania right now. Now, the Prime Minister had promised the salmon industry some 2 months ago that he would give the salmon industry a carve-out from Australia's environment protection laws. And this is why this piece of legislation now is being rushed through. Because the Prime Minister, rather than listening to the science, rather than listening to the local community who are concerned and increasingly worried about the toxic nature of this corporate salmon farming in Tasmania and what it is doing to the environment, the Prime Minister promised the industry that the 22 jobs, I'll say that again, the 22 jobs in Macquarie Harbour are more important than keeping people's beaches clean, pristine and protecting the environment. This is all about rank, raw politics. This is about the Labor Party desperate to win Lions at the federal election, desperate to hold on to votes, meanwhile missing that the fact that the community in Tasmania are increasingly outraged at the sludge and the rotten fish that is washing up on the shores. This piece of legislation, which will now not go to a Senate inquiry, we will not hear from the experts, we won't understand the real legal implications of this, is a carve-out and an exemption for the salmon industry to deal with what the Prime Minister thought was a political problem, bowing to the pressure of the corporates rather than listening to the community. But the way this legislation has been drafted is that the unintended consequences is that there is now a free-for-all for corporations and industries across the board. This legislation opens the floodgates for companies that are trashing the environment to continue to keep trashing the environment, even when the environment is suffering immensely, even when our native species are facing extinction, even when science suggests that a particular activity is too damaging and should be stopped. What this legislation allows is that after being given approval for a particular activity, whether it's fishing, whether it's mining, whether it's a land clearing project, that after 5 years, if the environment is suffering terribly, if we have wildlife on the brink of extinction, the minister cannot press the pause button and say, hang on a minute, we might need to rethink this, because what we thought was going to happen is now worse. What we thought would be okay is now not. The minister will not be able to look after the environment because the interests of the corporations have been embedded into the law. That's what this piece of legislation does. This is about protecting those industries from having environmental scrutiny, from being held up to the requirements of environmental protection law, and allows for a free fall for environmental destruction. This law passing today, being rushed through by the Labor Party, will mean that Australia's environment laws are weaker than they were when the Labor Party came to power. What does that say about the Albanese government and Minister Plibersek's legacy? 3 years ago, when the Labor Party was elected to government, we heard promises from the minister, the Environment Minister, that the environment was back, that this government would act on strengthening environmental protections, putting in place rules that ensure we stop the extinction of our native species, and that there is accountability for the industries and corporations who have been doing the wrong thing. That was a promise. That was a promise made to the Australian people at the last election and reinforced once Labor came to power. This bill being rushed through the Parliament today does the exact opposite. In fact, it doesn't just not deliver on that promise, it takes Australia backwards. It makes our environment laws weaker and more defunct and less able to protect the environment, to protect our native species, than when the Prime Minister took office. The election is going to be called sometime in the next 4 or 5 days, and Anthony Albanese will be leaving the office of Prime Minister, asking the Australian people to re-elect him after he has trashed Australia's environment laws. The Prime Minister and the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, will walk out of this building tomorrow with weaker environment laws than were here when they took office. And if you want to know what, if you need any other reason to question the Labor Party's commitment to the environment, this is it. The Labor Party cannot be trusted to do the right thing by nature. This bill proves it. They are doing this because Peter Dutton asked them to. They are doing this because the salmon corporations, the foreign-owned salmon corporations who take all their profits overseas, asked the Prime Minister to do this, to weaken the laws, because it was inconvenient for them that the laws might actually protect the environment. They wanted a carve-out, they wanted a workaround, they wanted an exemption, and the Prime Minister has handed it to them on a platter. This bill stinks as much as the rotten salmon that is washing up on the shores in Hobart and southern Tasmania. And boy, I think the government has got this wrong. And I think the opposition have got this wrong. They are absolutely misreading the community outrage on this issue right now. And not just in Tasmania, but across the rest of the country. Because Australians are looking for integrity in politics. They're looking for people and politicians who do what they say and say what they do. And this bill is a rotten, stinking deal between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party to trash our environment, to weaken our laws, rather than doing what was promised. The truth is, if the Prime Minister, if Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party cannot stand up to the pressure of an industry that has rotten fish washing up on its shores right now, there is no way in hell you could trust them to stand up to any other industry who wants a carve-out and a special exemption when it comes to the environment. I mean, if the Labor Party can't stand up to the foreign-owned salmon corporations that are allowing rotten fish to wash up on the shores in Hobart, do you really think they're going to stand up to Gina Rinehart and the gas and the coal industry? Weak, gutless, pathetic. They cannot be trusted to do the right thing when the time requires. It's all about bowing to the corporate pressure, bowing to the donors, hushing up the community concern, silencing the environment. And this industry has no social licence left. Let's be clear here. Thousands of people rallying in Tasmania because their beaches are polluted and covered in rotten sludge. And the Prime Minister's backing the foreign corporation over the community. I mean, it's political suicide. It's madness. But it is at the cost of the environment. And I listened to the Minister for Environment's speech in the House on this bill yesterday. And the Minister was so desperate to get off this topic while introducing this bill that the Minister went through a litany of other things to try and remind the Australian people that this government has done on the environment in this term of government. The list isn't very long. The list is pretty limp. And this supercharges all. This supercharges all of the weakness in the existing laws. This makes Australia's environment legislation and the protection for Australian environment weaker and more ineffective than ever under this government. This isn't slow progress. This is a huge step backwards for nature under the Labor Party at the behest of Peter Dutton. Let's not forget, Peter Dutton wants even less protection And the Labor Party has now just delivered that on a platter of stinking, rotten salmon.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I want to talk about trust, about the trust that I asked from the people of Tasmania when I became a senator 14 years ago. In my first speech to this parliament, I asked the people of Tasmania to take me on my word. Today, I want to recommit to the people of Tasmania that I will never give up on standing up for you. You can trust me and you can believe what I say to you. And today, I want to say to Linton, to Salty, Tracy and your fellow workers, to Tash and Sammy and the other mothers in Strawn, and especially young Logan and his schoolmates, I will stand up for you. This debate is about several things. It's about good, well-paid jobs in Tasmania, which I've spent my working life standing up for. For most of you here who have not worked on the factory floor, in food production, in industries and processing plants that sustain whole communities, let me tell you the same thing that I said 14 years ago in my first speech in this place. I will always stand on the side of workers for workers' rights and protection of their jobs. This debate is also about community. It's about the aspirations of individuals and families to put down roots in a place that really means something to them. It's about safety and certainty and a place to call home. It's about the school that your kids attend and where you want them to focus on learning. Not on worrying whether mum and dad will have a job, whether their mates' mum and dad will have a job, whether the school will close and they will move on. It's also about the environment. And I won't apologise for having secured $37 million for environmental measures that support the health of Macquarie Harbour and the sustainability of the salmon industry. Funding for very successful oxygenation of the harbour, for a captive breeding program for the Magean skate, which is exceeding every expectation, and for better surveys and monitoring of harbour health. And this investment is delivering real returns. For the first time in nearly a decade, scientists have recorded an increased presence of young Magean skate and found that the skate population is stabilising. The scientists at the University of Tasmania have told us that no further declines have been detected, and in fact, abundance of trends are improving. There are no accidents in the investments the government has made in the health of the harbour and the future of the skate. Both industry and government have invested in science-led solutions. It's been deliberate and methodical, and our efforts are paying off. This legislation is a specific amendment to address a flaw in the EPBC Act. We're not going to stand by and see workers lose their jobs because of this broken law. The blame game, which is singing out the industry and the communities whose livelihood depends on the industry, will not guide my actions, nor will it guide the actions of this Labor government.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's with some bemusement that I make a contribution to this piece of legislation, given the debate that occurred in this chamber on a very similar piece of legislation that I introduced just a few weeks ago, where the Labor contribution was scornful, was scathing, and not supportive. And yet this piece of legislation that we're seeing introduced today is effectively the same legislation, except it's been made retrospective, which is something that I, as someone who thinks about the way that we consider this, what we do in this place, didn't want to do. There was an action in place, I understand that. I don't agree with the action that the Minister for the Environment took. She took the word of a number of discredited environmental groups through a letter rather than formal submission, and made a decision that she didn't need to make and created uncertainty for communities that didn't need to be created. But Labor opposed that piece of legislation that didn't have retrospectivity in it. The 3-year time frame after an approval is 5 years under Labor's legislation, so it's longer. But what it doesn't do, which my bill did, was provide the opportunity for a state minister to come to the federal government and offer some consideration. That's disappeared. So while I was trying to put in place something that was responsible, considered the environment over a longer period of time, and wanted a good result but provided some security to companies that had invested sometimes millions of dollars in their environmental approval, this government has wiped all of that away to solve a political problem that they created themselves. And I find it, let's say, bemusing that during the last debate, the Labor contribution was so scornful of what we were trying to do, which was trying to provide a balance between industry and the environment, which is important in what we do. We've heard a lot of very provocative debate and conversation here in this morning about the circumstance in southern Tasmania, the very unfortunate circumstance where one of the businesses down there has been hit with a bacterial attack, which they've struggled to get on top of. But the exaggeration about the impact of that, I have to say, is pretty breathtaking. And where I've heard in recent contributions discussion about fish carcasses washing up on the beach in Hobart, all over Hobart and surrounding beaches, it's simply not true. There are no fish carcasses washing up on the beach in Hobart. There have been a couple of circumstances where people who quite vigilantly have found some pieces of salmon that have broken down, but there's not fish carcasses washing up all over the beaches around Hobart. That's just simply not true. Simply not true. But that's what we hear in this debate. Misinformation, misleading information. And in fact, some of the images that are being circulated as fact as part of this debate now are actually AI generated. AI generated. They're not true. Environmental groups are doing what they did in other recent cases where they've fabricated evidence, AI generated photographs, to support their arguments. And yet this government still continues to fund one of them, the Environmental Defender's Office, which has had a multi-million-dollar fine imposed on them for their fabricated evidence to a court case.
Sorry. I'm trying to listen intently.
For their fabricated evidence to a court case. And here we have in Tasmania right now, one of the organisations, and the Bob Brown Foundation, again fabricating evidence. So we hear the Greens putting information forward that is just simply false in this debate, creating concern for my communities, communities around Australia. I won't accuse them of lying because that, A, is unparliamentary, but I'm not going to give them credit for knowing what they're talking about. They're just spreading the bunkum that's been fed to them by these dishonest, discredited environmental groups that are funded by this government. You know, we all express our concerns about the utilisation of AI, and here it is being used to create misrepresentations of the salmon industry in Tasmania. It's a disgrace. And then, of course, we have to listen to the xenophobic rhetoric about the businesses that are operating. Each of the 3 businesses in Tasmania started off as a family business. They grew their business. And yes, it grew over time and they've sold their business out to larger companies, which provides additional capacity to invest and build an important industry for Tasmania, and it supports thousands of people working in the Tasmanian community. And we want to see that continue sensibly. Sensible industry working with the environment. And the suggestion that these companies are looking to in some way degrade the environment and do it deliberately, which is the inference that's being made dishonestly by some in this chamber, but certainly in the environmental movement. Can I say to you, clean water is important to fish farming. Clean water means healthy fish. No, there unfortunately has been a bacterial outbreak that they're trying to deal with, and you completely misrepresent the circumstance in my state. Completely misrepresent the circumstance based on fabricated evidence being put together by environmental groups that have been discredited. Dishonest information. And so we quite sensibly have some amendments to this motion. We don't want to see the Environmental Defender's Office continue to be funded by this government. This discredited organisation that has been found through another case to have provided misleading evidence, to have fabricated evidence so that it could oppose a project. And that's exactly the same sort of thing that they're doing in my home state right now. It's dishonest. I have to I find it galling that the newspapers and the ABC run the pictures, the AI pictures, artificially intelligence generated pictures in their news bulletins as a depiction of what's really happening when it's not. What happened to journalistic integrity? What happened to that? But of course, with respect to an organisation, for example, like the ABC, I don't expect anything much different, because that's an organisation that turned up to a lady's house to film a home invasion. So I don't expect much more from the ABC. But I have to say, we're debating a piece of legislation that we didn't need to debate. And because the circumstance that created it shouldn't have been created in the first place. It was created by a minister who made a bad decision. The government tries to justify it by saying they were required to by law, but they weren't required to by law. The minister had a choice to accept 3 letters, not 3 submissions, 3 letters, and reopen a more than 11-year-old decision, or to reject them. And she should have rejected them. That's what she could have done and should have done. And the salmon workers in Macquarie Harbour would not have experienced the uncertainty that they've experienced for the last 2 Christmases. And we shouldn't be standing here at 5 minutes to an election time to try and sort out a mess because this government can't do it itself, or its minister refuses to. And I have to say, I genuinely wonder about the longevity of this fix, because part of the internal deal that was done inside the Labor Party to get this legislation onto the floor of the Parliament this week is to bring back the nature positive laws that they put on, well, they supposedly put to bed, put away before the Western Australian election, because the Western Australian Premier was so opposed to them. Western Australian election's over and done with. Don't have to worry about him anymore. And they're going to bring back the nature positive laws and a new bureaucracy here in Canberra. That's going to be fantastic for us all, isn't it? There's an EPA in every state except for one territory, and they're going to have another one here in Canberra now as well. More bureaucrats, fantastic. Just what we all need. And so what is the life of this fix that we're being asked to debate at 5 minutes before an election? And let's not forget that when we debated a similar bill just a few weeks ago in the last sitting fortnight, on every single occasion where the government had a choice, who did they side with? Let's not forget that in the submissions to the Senate inquiry into my private member's bill, every single industry that submitted to the Senate inquiry, every single one, the users of the EPBC Act, those who spend millions of dollars to get an approval under the Act, every single one of them said that the private members' bill would increase the security of their operations, which is what they wanted for their investment decisions and all of those other important elements of running a business. Who did the government side with? The government sided with the EDO, the Bob Brown Foundation, the political propagandists of the Greens, the Australia Institute. That's who the government sided with. So what's going to happen with a Labor-Green government after this next election, if that's what happens? When Nature Positive comes back and another bureaucracy in an EPA. What's going to happen then? And yet when you look at the circumstance of what's actually happening in Macquarie Harbour, with the investment, admittedly by the government, and I commend them for the investment that they've made in that sense, but also the investment by industry, there's one thing that's guaranteed the survival of the Magee Skate, and that's the investment by particularly industry. And I go back to the point that I made before. The industry wants and needs clean water because it means healthy fish. They don't want to see the circumstance that they've been struck with right now, because an event like this is terrible for everybody, absolutely terrible for everybody. We see it disgracefully misrepresented, and we see the attacks on the industry take some absolutely shameful forms. I mean, we saw one of the activists who was here yesterday, Peter George, dropping an anti-salmon banner behind the Premier when he's commemorating the deaths of children at Hillcrest Primary School. I mean, this is a person who calls himself a leader of the community. What a disgraceful effort from that person. Wants to be a member of the Parliament. No respect for the kids and the families of Hillcrest, more interested in getting his issue up and using that very sad day for political purposes. This is what we're dealing with as a part of this debate. This is the sort of behaviour. Fabricated evidence, misinformation, amplified by some in this chamber, and yet if you look at what's actually happening in Macquarie Harbour and read the science, it shows, A, the conditions in the harbour are improving. The captive breeding program is being highly successful, which is fantastic. And so the existence of the salmon industry is actually providing for the survival of the Magee Skate, which we must remember has disappeared out of Bathurst Harbour, where there's no mining, there's no fish farming. So what happened in Bathurst Harbour, just down the coast a little bit further, where the skate won't exist in that waterway? The existence of the salmon industry is one of the things that will guarantee the future of the Magee Skate in Macquarie Harbour, because it's in industry's interest for it to be there. But of course there's no mention of the fact that there is a 120, 130-year mining history that impacts rivers flowing into Macquarie Harbour, or the fact that there are large impoundments further up that potentially impact on the oxygen inflows into the harbour. Protesters aren't talking about those things. But the industry is doing something practical to ensure that the skate exists, because they want their industry to exist. They've been there for 30 years, responsibly farming. They've had their moments, I'll admit. That's been turned around. And we need to make sure that what we do ensures a sustainable future for a strong industry for Tasmania, and one that I think is important, very important for our local communities.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in opposition to this bill, and I foreshadow a second reading amendment circulated in my name. This is a bill that strips power from the Environment Minister. It guts oversight from the federal government. It undermines the very integrity of our national environmental laws. laws that are already weak and broken. And to make matters worse, this bill is being rammed through the Senate without proper scrutiny, without consultation, and without any serious attempt to weigh its consequences. Let's call this for what it is. This is an abuse of process, a carve-out for a polluting industry and a betrayal of the government's own promises to the Australian people. This chamber exists for a reason. It's not a rubber stamp, it's the House of Review, a safeguard to ensure that our laws are scrutinised, challenged and improved before they become permanent. And yet here we are again, being asked to wave through highly consequential legislation with no Senate committee inquiry, no expert hearings, no meaningful debate. The government has teamed up with the coalition to guillotine debate and force this bill through in the final day of the Senate. This is not how a functioning democracy should operate. This is how power protects itself. This is how vested interests get what they want while the public and the planet, our home, lose. Let's be very clear after some of the contributions we've heard. This bill is not about streamlining environmental decision-making. It's about shielding certain industries, especially the salmon farming industry in Macquarie Harbour, from proper scrutiny. Under current law, if new information emerges or if there's a change in circumstances, any person can ask the minister to reconsider a previous decision. It's a vital safeguard, a check against outdated or inaccurate assumptions, a line of defence when threatened species are at risk. And this bill tears that line of defence down. If passed, the Environment Minister will be prevented from revisiting certain decisions, even if those decisions are actively harming our most precious environmental assets. Even if they're driving a species to extinction, even if the original assumptions were clearly wrong. And the Maugean skate, a prehistoric species living only in Macquarie Harbour, is a tragic case in point. The Maugean skate has survived for some 100 million years. It's an amount of time that I think we struggle to get our heads around. It's been around since the dinosaurs. It has adapted to one of the most unique marine environments on Earth. But it may not survive this decision to wind back environmental protections. Scientists tell us that salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour is pushing the World Heritage Animal to the brink of extinction. The AUSParliamentLive has now finally withdrawn its certification from Huon Aquaculture, one of the multinationals operating in Tasmania, citing mass fish deaths and animal welfare concerns. Yet rather than step in to reassess the environmental approval, rather than pause and listen to the warnings of scientists, conservationists, community groups, the government is trying to remove the power to do so altogether. This bill would make it impossible for the federal government to step in and say, stop, we need to reassess, this is doing irreversible harm. This is legislation that prioritises profit over protection, that puts industry before integrity, that puts extinction on autopilot. For the young Australians who come through here, who would have seen pictures of the thylacine, maybe video of the last thylacine, and thought, what ignorance, what insanity, what were people thinking back then when they had government policy, when they had a bounty on a species like that? Well, it's happening today, brought to you by the Labor Party and the Coalition. And I think this bill on the last day of Parliament in 2025 is very instructive for where we sit currently when it comes to our democracy and the declining trust in the major parties and the disillusionment of many long-term Labor voters in what Labor actually stand for, and the huge disparity between what they say they stand for, what they promise, and what they actually deliver. And you have to look no further than our Prime Minister, 2005, the year I finished high school, now Prime Minister Albanese introduces his own climate trigger legislation into the House of Representatives. Great speech. Talks about the future, talks about how climate is the biggest issue we face and how we need leadership, how we desperately need leadership on this, and we should be considering climate. 2015, decade later, he stands against Coalition's attempts to wind back our environmental laws. And I want to quote him because I think it's worth quoting. "The right of citizens withstanding to challenge their governments in court is a fundamental pillar of a robust democracy. We must not set this principle aside to provide a drowning Prime Minister with a headline." Well, a decade later, here we are, last day of Parliament, Prime Minister desperate for a headline when it comes to salmon. Australians deserve better. We deserve better. The people and places across this incredible continent deserve better. The government tells us that this is a narrow amendment that only applies to one case, but that's not true. The language of this bill is extremely broad. That means we don't know how many projects this might cover. It could be salmon farms today and gas projects tomorrow, fracking in the NT, offshore drilling in sensitive marine zones. It opens the door to more carve-outs, more loopholes and more legislative exemptions for industries that pollute, extract and destroy. And that's the real danger here. Yes, the Maugean skate is at risk, but it's about more than that. It's about creating a precedent that says some industries are above environmental law, that some environmental harms are beyond federal concern, that says hands off even when the damage is severe and irreversible. And worse, I've received independent advice from leading barristers' chambers in Sydney that this bill does not even achieve the outcomes it purports to seek. So we have a bill that does not achieve the outcome it seeks and has potentially far-reaching consequences for our national environmental laws. No wonder there's a declining trust in government. What are we doing here? You've got the coalition that's willing just to wave through legislation that may not even do what they want, because this isn't actually about that. This isn't about actual good governance. It's about some culture war that they want to fight. The disappointment I hear from people when it comes to this term of government and the environment, nature protection, is palpable. This government was elected on a promise to fix our national environmental laws. Labor then promised no new extinctions. They promised a stronger EPBC Act. They promised a federal EPA. They promised transparency, consultation, and evidence-based decision-making. What have we seen instead? Where are all those things? We've seen yet another captain's call by the Prime Minister to withdraw legislation that would have established a federal EPA and have improved environmental enforcement. We've seen decisions to open up and extend coal and gas projects. And now we see a bill that makes it harder, not easier, makes it harder to protect nature. This is not environmental reform. This is environmental regression. This is environmental vandalism. This is shortchanging the future. And it flies in the face of everything this Labor government told the Australian public it stood for. And you have to ask the question, there's many good people in the Labor Party. How do they roll over to a captain's call like this and accept a Prime Minister who says, you know what? Don't worry about the Maugean skate. Don't worry about it. It can go. If you vote for that, we'll do what we promised everyone we would do 3 years ago. We'll take it to the election again, even though we had the numbers in the Senate to do it. If you look at who stands to benefit from this legislation, none of the three major salmon farming companies in Tasmania are Australian-owned. Last financial year, they made a combined $7 billion in revenue. Didn't pay a cent of company tax. $7 billion in revenue, zero company tax. At the same time that they're clearly just externalising all sorts of costs, from the inland waters to Macquarie Harbour to Hobart's drinking water and the impact that hatcheries are having upstream. These are multinational corporations exploiting Tasmanian waters and damaging a UNESCO World Heritage Site. One of these companies is banned from fish farming in Washington State. Washington State says you cannot be trusted and you cannot do business in this state. One of the other companies, their founder was jailed for bribery and corruption, but they get the red carpet from the Prime Minister. They're being handed an exemption from federal oversight, handing the environmental cost to local communities and to future generations. The future of Tasmania is surely a sustainable aquaculture industry, ecotourism, a regenerative economy, industries with real long-term potential and minimal ecological harm. This isn't about the national interest, this is about vested interests, and it's shameful that both major parties are lining up to serve them. And this bill is the latest in a disturbing pattern of this government working with the coalition to fast-track legislation, to sideline scrutiny, to avoid accountability. A month ago, it was electoral reform pushed through without consultation. Before that, we saw the federal EPA shelve to appease the fossil fuel and mining industry lobbyists in WA. And now this legislation introduced on budget day, in the final sitting week of Parliament, no committee scrutiny, no opportunity for community input, just a rush to the finish line, no matter the consequences. That's not how environmental law should be made. It's not how public trust is built. It's how it's broken. This chamber deserves better than to be treated as an inconvenience to executive power. The Australian people deserve better than a government that says one thing before an election and does the opposite after. And our environment, nature in Australia, the places and species that we love that make this place so unique, deserve better than a legal carve-out that would send them into oblivion. This bill shouldn't pass, because once a species is gone, it is gone forever. Because once trust in environmental law is lost, it's very hard to restore. And because once we start letting governments change laws for the benefit of a single industry without scrutiny, without consultation, and without accountability, we are not just failing our environment, we are failing our democracy. I oppose this bill, and I would urge other senators to think about what you're voting on this evening. Think about the future of this country, of a species that's been around for 100 million years and is unique to Macquarie Harbour, found nowhere else. And you, with your vote, will very likely send it to extinction. Very different thing between having some skates being bred in a tank versus a living species in its habitat where it has been for 100 million years. We've got to start making better decisions as a country, as a Senate. Let's think longer term than this. This is the worst of politics, the absolute worst of politics. It stinks. It stinks to high heaven, and I hope when you vote, you know what you're voting on. And if this thing does go extinct, I hope it haunts you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It almost feels surreal to me that I'm standing here on the last afternoon of the 47th Parliament to vote on legislation that will be signing the death warrant for a species that has literally lived on this planet for hundreds of millions of years, the Maugean skate. This is a shameful moment for this parliament and for this government and for senators in this chamber who will condemn the skate to extinction. Acting Deputy President, I've been raising the plight of the skate in this parliament, in this chamber, at question time, every estimates. I initiated a Senate inquiry in 2015 into Macquarie Harbour, which, according to the industry's own words, was a ticking time bomb for the Maugean skate. This is not something that's just happened overnight, a quick political fix for the Albanese government. This issue has been bubbling away, and there are a lot of good people in the environment movement and in the community that care deeply about this issue and have been campaigning to try and get the skate protected. And I, for the life of me, can't understand why we are doing this when all the best science tells us that this skate is endangered, almost certainly critically endangered. The uplisting process to critically endangered is underway at the moment, and the evidence is unanimous, which means this skate, under federal law, is on the path to extinction. That's the definition of endangered. And yet, the science tells us that salmon farming is the cause of the skate's rapid decline. And yet, we are exempting the salmon industry from federal environment laws. What gives? Well, I'll talk about the politics of this in a second. But let me tell you, if listening to Senator Urquhart, who I have no doubt is going to become known as a senator for extinction in this place, if she believes this is really about jobs, well, I would say to the Senate, the government's own advice to the minister, their own briefing, said there was 20 jobs in Macquarie Harbour. Every job's important. There's 20 jobs. So a couple of questions for senators to consider before they vote for this. What's the price of the extinction of a species? Is 20 jobs worth us knowingly, actively driving a species to extinction? This is a serious moral question, Acting Deputy President, and I don't say it lightly. But this is a clear-cut case, that I no doubt will be looked at all around the world, what we're about to do today. I guarantee you it's already been commented on social media accounts all around the world today. It's going to resonate. And if this is about protecting jobs in Macquarie Harbour, let me tell Senator Urquhart and the Prime Minister and those in the Labor and Liberal Party, the worst thing you could do is what you are doing right now if you care about the industry and workers and jobs. You are lighting a match underneath this issue. It is now on every TV screen around the country. Australians are starting to wonder whether they should be eating toxic Atlantic salmon from Tasmania. This is on the national agenda now. And it's not going to go away. This is going to spread like wildfire. The worst thing they have done is bring this stupid, dangerous, immoral legislation before this chamber and before this parliament. So if it's not about the workers, is it about the politics? Well, there's no doubt the Labor Party want to win the seat of Braddon. But as Senator Lambie said in here yesterday, they need to get out more often and talk to people. This is not a popular issue anywhere in Tasmania or in Braddon. The fact that a government would bring special legislation for their mates in the salmon industry to the parliament is the last thing they do for the 47th Parliament. And the fact that they give them more than $40 million handouts to foreign-owned multinational companies that don't pay any tax suggests institutional corruption. This is the institution of Parliament and big political parties in bed with big multinational salmon companies. It's cronyism by any definition. This is straight up cronyism and institutional corruption. A Prime Minister and a Labor Party going, we'll give you money, we'll pass you special legislation so we can win a seat. That doesn't pass the pub test. That is corruption, whichever way you look at it. And the fact that you are pushing a species to extinction and you're prepared to say, we don't care about extinction, we believe a few jobs in the salmon industry and protecting their profits is more important. I would urge senators to please look at the Threatened Species Scientific Committee's scientific advice. They have made it very clear what the threats are to the skate and to the World Heritage values in Macquarie Harbour, which is now known internationally as a biodiversity hotspot that needs to be protected. I would ask them to look at the evidence, please, before you sign the death warrant for this creature that's been with us since the age of the dinosaurs. Acting Deputy President, when I initiated a Senate inquiry into this issue back 10 years ago, I had a manila folder put under my door with leaked emails from CEOs of Tasmanian salmon companies to the Premier at the time saying, regulate the industry, do more to protect the skate, because if you don't, this is going to blow up in everyone's face. We had a Senate inquiry into that. Four Corners did an expose of that. That was 10 years ago. And it's only got worse, the environment in Macquarie Harbour, because of climate change, because of extreme weather events, because of a lack of dissolved oxygen. The salmon companies are losing millions of fish in single upwellings, where the nitrogen load becomes so high and the oxygen levels become so low because of warming oceans and their practices that millions of fish are literally drowning in their own shit. That is what this is.
I think you should withdraw that.
I'll withdraw that and say faeces if that would make senators happier. But you get the point. Imagine dying that way. And as Senator Hanson-Young said in her contribution today, those fish are washing up on our beaches in Tasmania, polluting our waterways. Come down to Tasmania, the clean, green and clever state. But just don't go for a walk on the beach. You might tread on rotting salmon carcasses. This is the industry this Parliament wants to protect with special legislation from their activities in the pristine Macquarie Harbour, or was pristine before the salmon industry came in. So what happened after they leaked these dossiers to me and we had a Senate inquiry into this 10 years ago? The industry went to war. They took each other to court. Huon Agriculture took Tassal and the Tasmanian government to court to try and improve practices in Macquarie Harbour. The industry themselves recognise this problem. This is not the Greens or Green groups like Senator Dunniam and others try to label this. The industry themselves went to war over this. And nothing has come of it. The salmon industry formed an association to speak on behalf of themselves. They've been bought out now by foreign-owned multinational companies, and they have plans to expand. Well, not on our watch, Acting Deputy President. This legislation no doubt will pass today because Labor and Liberal Party don't care about the extinction of a species. They aren't prepared to listen to the science. But it's not going to stop here today. I haven't seen Australia's environment movement, and Senator McAllister is close to a lot of our environment groups in Australia. She understands. I've never seen them so united on an issue as they are on this. I've never seen them so angry, and rightly so, after coming into this place year after year, fighting, lobbying, advocating for strong environment laws. And what do they see? They see a government weaken environment laws for the salmon industry. You have done what many of us couldn't do. You've united Australia's environment movement behind this, the Labor Party, the Prime Minister. And expect this to be an election issue. And an issue after the election, an issue in a balance of power arrangement. This is not going to go away. This is one of the stupidest strategic political decisions I've ever seen. This is actually, for me personally, coming up to 14 years in this place, the lowest moment. To see two major political parties get together to protect a polluting industry that's about to push a species to extinction. You will get contacted by your constituents. There'll be a lot more than 20 workers you'll be hearing from. You'll get contacted all around the country around this. You'll get international pressure from international agencies who care about the World Heritage values of Macquarie Harbour. The damage that will be done to the salmon industry and its workers from this will far outweigh any economic damage to the salmon industries from withdrawing from Macquarie Harbour. I have a timeline here, Acting Deputy President, going back to when the salmon industry rapidly and aggressively expanded in Macquarie Harbour in 2012 without doing the required work. That was opposed by the Greens all those years ago in 2012. They have bulldozed all obstacles in their way because of their cosy crony relationships with the Labor and Liberal Party at both state and federal level. And it stinks. The politics on this, Acting Deputy President, is as rotten as the stinking fish washing up on Tasmanian beaches. And Tasmanians and Australians can smell it. But enough of the politics. Let's just look at the science. I heard the Prime Minister at a press conference the other day say that a new report's been released by the Institute of Marine and Antarctic Studies at University of Tasmania saying that skate numbers are back where they were in 2015, 10 years ago. Well, guess what? That is disputed. There is considerable uncertainty in the science. The most eminent scientists in this area have provided advice to the Threatened Species Committee that is different to that. Not to mention it was IMAS themselves that rung the bell on this by saying this species is one extreme weather event away from extinction. That's what's triggered this whole process. That's the science. And even if the Prime Minister was right and the numbers are back to where they were in 2015, and I hope he's right, I genuinely do, it is still endangered. The numbers before the 2022 report were believed to be 1,200 skate left in the harbour, the only place left on Earth where this dinosaur lives. And it is actually a dinosaur. That's why the Macquarie Harbour has World Heritage values, because of this skate. 1,200. So if the Prime Minister's right, we're still talking about an endangered species on the brink of extinction. That is the definition of endangered under federal environment law, on the path to extinction. So that is meaningless. He also talks about the money they've committed to oxygenation in Macquarie Harbour, turning a World Heritage harbour into a giant oxygenated fish tank. Well, guess what? The trial, the Labor's own pilot study as to whether that will work, doesn't finish till the end of this year. But they've already committed the money. How bloody cynical is that? And then he talks about the money they're putting in to the captive breeding program. So there we go. We're going to have the Maugean skate, one of the last dinosaurs left on this planet, in a bloody aquarium. And these skates are fed a brew they don't get in the wild, and the females are giving birth to baby skates. They can't tell us whether they were already pregnant before they came into captivity. Indefensible. This is what the Prime Minister's been saying to try and defend this toxic legislation that we have before us today. Acting Deputy President, I actually was feeling pretty speechless this morning. I really was. But I can't tell you how angry and disappointed I am about this. After all my time in this place, to see this in the last moments of this Parliament. You guys are a bunch of cynical, mean... Got to try and control myself here. Heartless, mongrel bastards.
Senator Whish-Wilson, in the interest of the chamber, I'd ask you to withdraw the last comment.
Sorry, Acting Deputy President. it pains me to say this, but I can't withdraw in good conscience, because that's how I feel, and I believe that is the truth.
Well, in goodwill of the chamber, I would ask you to reconsider that using unparliamentary language. I already have people on their feet as a point of order, so Senator Ciccone, I would ask you that you reconsider that and please withdraw.
Right, I withdraw because you're in the chair.
Yeah,
acting
thank you,
President.
Senator. Senator Polley.
I'll just make the point, Chair, in my point of order, that whoever's in the chair should not determine whether you're going to withdraw.
Senator Polley, you do have the call, so sorry, if you just take a seat. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Acting Deputy President. I think Senator Polley was in fact rising on a point of order rather than to seek the call, and I rise on the same point of order. A withdrawal conventionally in this place is unconditional. You asked Senator Whish-Wilson to withdraw. He's given you a conditional withdrawal. I don't think that's consistent with the practices in our chamber.
Well, I invite Senator Whish-Wilson again. I'm pretty sure that you heard me twice invite him to withdraw his comment on the basis of the language used that I considered unparliamentary. I would ask him to do that without condition.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Polley, you have the call.
I rise to speak on the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Bill 2025. This bill is very specific. It's a minor change with extremely strict criteria, focusing on giving Tasmanian workers certainty while government investments protect the Maugean skate. Now, as a Tasmanian, I know and understand how important this industry is to our economy, to the people who work in this sector, and to the communities that support those workers. Now, as a government, we've invested $37.5 million for a priority for the Maugean skate conservation actions, including successful captivity, breeding program and expanding the oxidisation program in Macquarie Harbour. And I understand what's going on here and what's going on back in Tasmania with the Greens political party. They see this as an opportunity because their support base is fading away because they're too extreme on all the issues that they are trying to pursue. So they need to actually raise their profiles again because Australian people understand how they have blocked investment in housing in this place for their own purely political reasons. They're not just environmentalists. These people are elected to the Senate and their party is a political party and they will turn whatever issue that they believe will be to their advantage and become very political. It's all about social media grabs for them and trying to secure elected positions, which is what political parties do. It's what the Labor Party does, it's what the Liberal Party does. But they have no shame. They will put at risk Tasmanian jobs, our economy and our communities for their own political advantage. Everyone agrees that our nature laws need reform. We want to see laws which provide better environmental protections and faster decision-making, and we are very much still committed to achieving that. Unfortunately, it was the Liberals and Nationals who teamed up with the Greens political party to block our laws, including establishing an independent environmental protection agency here in the Senate. So, you know, they're coming here today and, you know, shedding tears and being very dramatic, but when they had the opportunity to support good legislation to protect the environment, what did they do? They teamed up with the Liberals and the Nationals. And as I've said many times before, in this place and outside in my home state of Tasmania, I stand with those workers very proudly. I am proud of the Tasmanian agriculture industry, particularly what's occurred and the opportunities that have been presented to young Tasmanians within the salmon industry. across that state. Too often, it's the minority, noisy protesters that seem to get the ear of the government. This time, our government, the Albanese Labor government, has actually brought this legislation to give security to those communities down with the Macquarie Harbour being centre of this, but it's not just about Macquarie Harbour at all. It's their attack on businesses, retail outlets, protesting outside for selling Tasmanian salmon. Now, if that is not undermining the Tasmanian economy and the opportunity to expand and have more jobs, I really don't know what it is. I've spoken to many families when they've been here in Canberra and back home in Tasmania, and I understand how important this industry is to regional areas of Tasmania where there's some good job opportunities within this industry. Now, from the outset, over this debate around salmon farming and the gate, the Albanese government has always been committed to balancing economic prosperity, environmental sustainability and community wellbeing. And we stand by that today and every day. The salmon industry is an important part of Tasmanian's economy. As I said, it supports regional jobs, businesses and families, and is a big part of so many people's way of life. Because if we don't have those jobs in regional Tasmania, we lose those communities. Businesses won't open. And for those who try and trumpet that they're small business supporters, well, the reality is they're not, because they attack small businesses, rally outside, preventing people from going into those very important small businesses because they are selling salmon grown in Tasmania. Now, I had the good fortune to travel to Norway in December last year and met with people from the salmon industry there. And we are, in fact, world leaders. They acknowledge that, and we know that they've been the world leaders in terms of the production of salmon for a very long time, and now they even concede the quality, the environmental protections that we have for the salmon industry in Tasmania. I'm very proud of our government for standing up for these communities, taking the challenge of the Greens. But what I really don't accept is the misinformation and the creation through manipulating photos, going out into the media, scaring people about the dead fish that are washing up on the beaches. I mean, it's just nonsense. The extremes that they will go to get a political opportunity that is all about their own political interests. When we're talking about scientific evidence, it doesn't matter that scientists will put a position that is supportive because of the evidence that they have gathered to support the industry, but the Greens will never accept it. It won't matter what you do, the Greens will never accept salmon farming in Tasmania or anywhere else. I've seen over decades as a Tasmanian, probably more than most, of the environmental issues that the Greens have used to their own advantage. They start off here and then they want to go all the way. They wanted to stop logging in Tasmania. Then there was all for tree farming. Now they're against that. So what they say in the community to people should in fact be the truth. It should be the truth. This government has recognised that there needs to be a small amendment to allow this legislation to go through that's going to give certainty and security to that industry. Have they made mistakes? Yes, of course they have made mistakes, but they have also acknowledged that and they have learnt from it. We have always stated that transparency and compliance are non-negotiable, and any company operating in Tasmania must meet the strict legal and ethical standards. They also need a social licence, and I can tell you that when you go down the west coast of Tasmania, that industry has the support of that community. Obviously, if there's any evidence of misconduct, any breaches of the regulations, then they should go to the appropriate authority. Our approach as a government has been to work collaboratively with the workers, businesses and communities to ensure economic resilience and long-term sustainability of the salmon industry in Macquarie Harbour and across Tasmania. I have difficulty with any suggestions that decisions regarding the salmon industry, or in fact any industry, are influenced by politics, because we have always stood. It's in our DNA. We stand up for workers every single day, and I will never apologise for standing up for the salmon industry workers, because it's also impacting on their families, as I said, and their communities. We base our policy decisions on expert advice, and we need to balance that with environmental, economic and social considerations. The integrity of governance is paramount, and any claims of unethical influence should be substantiated through the proper channels. It's time to put facts on the table in this debate. Agriculture now provides more than 50% of Australia's seafood and is acknowledged around the world as being the fastest growing food sector, with global production still expected to double by 2030. But ensuring that Tasmanians' industries operate sustainably while protecting our world-class environment is a responsibility that we as government members and the government as a whole take very, very seriously. Even if the Greens say differently, doesn't mean it's right. People have to make their decisions based on fact, on expert advice, and a government has to take responsibility for the legislation that they put through this place, and we will be judged by that. But hysteria, misinformation, untruth that's been spread around this debate is just typical of the Greens political party. As I said, the Greens will always use the opportunity to politicise an issue that they believe is in their best interest. Even when it comes to people not being able to have a home, they refuse to support, and they actually teamed up with the Liberals and the Nationals. For a whole week we're in this chamber ready to actually vote on legislation that was going to inject billions of dollars into the housing industry over affordable and social housing. And what did the Greens do? They voted to stop us having a vote. That's how they use politics. They're not as pure as what they like to convince the community that they are. They are a political party, will seize every opportunity. But if we're going to have a genuine debate about the future of any industry, then we should expect nothing less than the truth being told and not misinformation, and that will always be fundamental to our government, that we make those decisions in the interest of the Tasmanian community. And I would have, of course, liked to have seen this legislation coming before the Parliament earlier. But we also have to act within current legislation. Now, when we're talking about how important this is to the Tasmanian economy, let me just remind people that the annual total gross catch is worth over $1 billion. And the total processed and packed value is worth, it's almost $1.5 billion. We're talking about a huge contribution to the Australian economy and the Tasmanian economy. Further to this, Tasmania really is the food bowl of the nation, with more than 90% of seafood products sold domestically, with the possibility for greater export opportunities, is really significant and favourable with our trading partners. Now, according to industry, at the current rate, salmon production is expected to grow to be worth more than that $1 billion. It will grow, and it will continue to grow. And with that responsibility and this licence that they are going to be given with the passing of this legislation, they know that the community and governments, including the state government, will be watching and ensuring that they remain to be good corporate citizens. Now, at the end of the day, it's not always easy as a government to balance the responsibility of the environment and people's jobs. But I am very proud to be part of this government. This actually has listened, has visited and has learnt, and now we're able to give that certainty to those workers and their families and those communities. This is the right decision, and I urge people in this chamber to support this legislation. It is important not just for the Tasmanian community, but it's important to the Australian community as well.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And look, let's make no mistake as to why we're here debating this bill today. It is because the Coalition has led on this issue. For the last almost 18 months, the Coalition has been leading the way to support the salmon industry in Tasmania and, in fact, to support industry right across Australia. Labor has been brought kicking and screaming to the realisation that something needs to be done to protect the salmon industry. But even in trying to do something right by the salmon industry, they're not getting it right. They can't do it. They can't bring themselves to do it, because what Labor is trying to do with this bill today is to win votes, not to support a vital and crucial industry for the Tasmanian economy. The Prime Minister is about saving his own job, not about saving the Tasmanian salmon industry. And let's face it, this bill is certainly not about saving the job of the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek. This is just the last round in a long-running stoush between the Prime Minister and his Environment Minister, and to a wider extent, the clearly divided views within the Labor Party itself on environmental policy. This legislation is about factional games. It's about dealing with internal warfare, and it's about political fixes inside the Labor Party, a party absolutely desperate to cling to government at any cost. The salmon industry in Tasmania has been dragged through green tape, red tape and sheer obfuscation by this government, and at the heart of it, it is the workers who have been living with the uncertainty. It is the workers who've had concerns about their future and the future of the industry that they love and that they are rightly proud of. And it is the future of those workers who secure such an important economic industry for Tasmania, and let's face it, which is enjoyed by all Australians. Who doesn't love a good Aussie smoked salmon Bellini? It has taken... The Environment Minister has been sitting on this review for 15 months. The industry has been living with that uncertainty for those 15 months. And let's go back to why this review started. The Bob Brown Foundation. The Bob Brown Foundation. You know, those doyens of consistency, they are so consistent in their environmental beliefs that a wind farm on the mainland is fine, but a wind farm in Tasmania is absolutely sacrilegious and cannot go ahead. The Australia Institute, that Institute of Balanced Research, and then of course the Albanese government-funded Environmental Defenders Office, the organisation that happily takes government money so that they can sue the government. They're the people who instigated the review of the salmon industry in Tasmania. An industry that has operated for years under environmental approvals, but now has been sitting with the uncertainty, 15 months of uncertainty, from a minister who has form for listening to the wrong people and choosing the wrong pathway, and choosing pathways that impact negatively not only sometimes on the environment, but communities and regional economies. I mean, we know and look at the track record of this minister. Her decision to listen to an Indigenous group that's not registered, not legislated, not formally recognised, even by their own land councils, she chose to listen to them on a very questionable submission about a very pretty native bee, and put the kibosh on the Blaney gold mine, the McPhillamys gold mine. That's one example of this minister listening to the wrong group. We've seen the ongoing dragged out, start again, stop again, will we, won't we, nature positive bill legislation that was listed, not listed, pulled. We've seen the Prime Minister withdrawing the legislation from the notice paper, and then the Environment Minister putting it back, and then it being withdrawn again. And don't even get me started talking about this minister and listening to the views of the environment groups over and above communities, industries, local government, and even two of her state government colleague ministers to pursue water buybacks over and above supporting industry. My question to the Prime Minister is, if you can do it for the salmon industry, do it for the irrigation industry too. Protect the irrigation industry, which is billions of dollars for the Australian economy, that this government is spending millions of dollars to rip water away from and to undermine the irrigation industry. But this bill that we are debating today, it doesn't even provide the salmon industry with the certainty they need or they want. It doesn't give them, it doesn't prevent a future request for a review. It only gives them enough certainty to get from this side of the election to the other side of the election. And we've seen that from this government before. We've seen the Prime Minister say whatever it takes to win votes. We won't touch your superannuation until he gets elected, and then he brings in a retrospective tax on unrealised gains for superannuation. We won't touch your franking credits on one side of the election, and then on the other side he makes those tweaks. Oh, we will support the stage 3 tax cuts on one side of the election, and then post the election, no, we won't. We'll change it and we'll throw it all on its head. And we now learn that over days of heated caucus meetings, again, the Prime Minister has traded off a temporary, I'll say what I need to say this side of the election to get those votes, to try and win the seats in Tasmania, but I will do nothing to give them long-term protection, because I'll make an agreement with the Environment Minister to allow her to again pursue the creation of a federal Environment Protection Agency, which will open up the capacity to review the salmon industry again. So what the Prime Minister looks like he's giving the salmon industry today, he's already begun to strip away through a dirty backroom deal with his minister. The Tasmanian salmon industry deserves to be protected and isolated for potentially future endless reconsideration requests. And so too, I might add, do all industries that are currently operating in Australia with environmental approvals and have been doing so for multiple years. It is not fair on them that they always have this question mark hanging over their heads, that they could have their right to operate ripped out from under them at the whim of organisations like the Bob Brown Foundation or the EDO. And as we've seen through the aforementioned Blaney gold mine exercise, we know trying to work with activist groups is an expensive and futile exercise. Australia currently suffers from the second highest level of green lawfare anywhere in the world. Our companies are under siege in the interests of the overwhelming majority of Australians who want us to have high-functioning economy, who want us to have high levels of employment, and who want us, unlike this government, to have a high productivity level which will help reduce the pressure on inflation. We need to stop enabling organisations like the EDO to trash our financial and social well-being as a nation, supposedly under the guise of the environment. We know you are better off working with industry to maximise sustainability than to trying to kill off industry, which is not a viable long-term solution. And let's not forget the poor red herring in all of this, or should I say the Maugean skate. Another fish, but not a fish. The poor skate has been used as the enemy of salmon farming, totally ignoring all the steps the industry is and has taken to improve water quality in Macquarie Harbour and to work to improve outcomes from the skate. And while I acknowledge Senator Whish-Wilson saying that the science that actually identifies that skate numbers have increased over the years, Senator Whish-Wilson doesn't accept that that science is robust enough, but others have provided that modelling, and they indicate the existence of the skate is not exclusively under threat due to salmon farming. So let's look at what other threats there are. Instead of killing off an industry that is actively trying to take steps to help protect the skate, why don't we work with them to identify what other threats there are, and maybe we can find workarounds there as well. Because we need industries like the salmon industry, like broader primary industries, agricultural industries, livestock industries. We need our resources industries. We need projects like the McPhillamys gold mine to go ahead. because it is those industries that underpin the Australian economy. It is not the green lawfare industry. And so I call on the government to support the amendments that we will be bringing forward, which will give the salmon industry the certainty that it deserves and needs, so that we can finally put this issue to bed and we can get on with trying to increase the productivity in Australia, focus on relieving the cost of living pressures, focus on relieving the inflationary pressures, and move this country forward. Thank you.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I too rise to speak on the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Bill 2025. And let me first start by congratulating Senator Duniam and the entire Tasmanian Liberal team for the work they've done in this area, dragging this government kicking and screaming to make a sensible policy decision in this area. Now, I won't say this bill is a sensible policy decision because there are many flaws with it, but I do congratulate Senator Duniam and the entire Tasmanian team for the work they've done in standing up for their home state of Tasmania. Well, there's a whiff of desperation about this government. An absolute stench is emanating from this government. We saw it last night with the budget, where throw economic responsibility out the window for an attempt at a headline reading tax cut, when all they were delivering to the hard-working people of Australia was less than a cup of coffee a week. They just wanted the headlines because that's all this government does. It's based on political expediency, attempting to get its own ideological ideas up whilst retaining power at all costs. And we saw it with the EPA discussion when the Prime Minister, with great fanfare, took the Cabinet to my home state of Western Australia and very clearly stated that the plans for things like the EPA, for nature-positive laws, had been shelved. Premier Cook made a big show of strength out of it, how he'd forced change on the federal government for his own electoral purposes, and the Prime Minister seemed to back him up. And then we get back to this place and revealed through freedom of information, just a few days after that visit to Western Australia, was this correspondence between the Labor government and the Greens, two groups that have been fighting like Kilkenny cats in here today. This correspondence between Labor and the Greens, undermining what the Prime Minister had publicly said, seeking to do a deal about the EPA when that had already been ruled out. Now, I'm going to quote from this document, Mr Deputy President. I would be grateful for your confirmation, and this is coming from the government, I would be grateful for your confirmation that the Australian Greens will support the bills, including the amendments above. We're talking about the EPA bills here, when they come before the Senate. I also seek confirmation, as discussed, so the deal was being done, that you will support the government on all procedural votes required to ensure the timely passage of the bill through the Senate as early as possible this sitting week, including on a guillotine or similar motion, end quote. Dirty deals between Labor and the Greens in here fighting like Kilkenny cats today, but doing these dirty deals behind closed doors, saying something very, very different in my home state of Western Australia. And when we look at this bill, it begs the question, and I've got Senator Cash is in the chamber and Senator O'Sullivan is in the chamber. It begs the question, what about the North West Shelf?
Pushed out to the 31st of March.
In the dead of yesterday, in the cover of the budget, the decision on the North West Shelf under the EPBC Act pushed out till after the election, pushed out again, delayed again. How long's this project been waiting? How long's this project been waiting? What state approval process has this project been going through? Not 1 year, Senator O'Sullivan, you know this. Not 2 years, Senator Cash, I know you know this. 6 years. 6 years through a state approval process, and yet the Labor government still kicks the can down the road. They pretend to support Western Australia, they pretend to support the gas industry, but do they really? Do they really, when they've got secret deals being done with the Greens over the EPA bills, when they've got the nature-positive bills tucked in the back drawer, just waiting till after the election when they know they've got to do a deal with the Greens on the crossbench to retain government, or they think they might have to? Well, there's one way for West Australians to stop this. There's only one way for West Australians to stop this, and that's to make sure that we don't have a minority government after the next election, that we don't have Labor and the Greens doing deals after the next election, whether it's in this place or the other place. The only way we can ensure sensible policy outcomes that support the jobs of all the FIFO workers in Western Australia, that support the jobs that Senator Duniam has talked about in Tasmania, is actually to vote Liberal, is actually to make sure that we get this government out and that we have a majority Liberal government in place. Because if you care about things like the North West Shelf project in Western Australia, if you know that those jobs are vital to the economy in Western Australia, if you know that the continuation of that project is vital to energy supplies in Western Australia, Western Australia hasn't faced the blackouts, the failures of the energy system that places like South Australia have faced, because we do have access to abundant, cheap gas, but the Labor government is putting that at risk. The Labor government is putting that at risk for their own desperate electoral outcomes. We've seen this government betray Western Australia so many times. Close to my heart is the betrayal of the sheep industry in Western Australia. For a few animal justice party preferences in the eastern states, they have forsaken the Western Australian sheep industry, a sheep industry that has already declined under their watch by more than 25% and looks like it will decline by 50% over this term of government into the early part of the next term of government.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. You'll be in continuance. I shall now proceed to Senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times agreed by the whips. Senator Sheldon.
Well, last night the Treasurer's budget provided further cost of living support while building Australia's future. That means more tax relief, more energy bill relief, more investment in housing and education, and a record investment in Medicare and cheaper medicines. And while improving the budget position by $207 billion compared to what the previous government had projected. Every single Australian taxpayer gets another Labor tax cut next year, unlike the Coalition's tax cuts, which only have gone to the very highest earners. Now, combined with our first round of tax cuts, the average Australian worker will earn a tax cut of $43 per week, or more than $2,200 per year. Mr Dutton immediately announced that he will oppose tax relief for working families. Mr Dutton wants to cut everything except your taxes. Now, this morning, he said on Radio National that he admires Tony Abbott's approach to the budget, which we'll all remember was to break promises and make the biggest cuts to Medicare and education we've seen in this nation's history. Now, we know he's more interested in what's good for Gina Rinehart than what's good for every Australian. because under Mr Dutton, Australian families will be worse off. They've proven that by opposing Labor's tax cuts for every taxpayer, and once but not twice they've done that. Mr Dutton will cut Medicare to pay for his nuclear reactors, but he won't cut income tax for every taxpayer. Unlike Mr Dutton, Labor is strengthening Medicare in the budget, making 9 in 10 GP visits by 2030 free. And unlike Mr Dutton, who has committed to scrapping Labor's right to disconnect, ending work from home and even scrapping penalty rates, we are taking more action to grow wages and strengthen working rights. We are banning non-compete clauses that are stopping more than 3 million Australian workers from switching to higher paid jobs. Independent research shows that that'll lift the wages of the average worker by over $2,500 a year. The Big Business Council was complaining last night that they don't like workers having freedom to change their jobs even more. But our priority is ensuring working families earn more and keep more of what they earn. Now, Mr Dutton wants you working longer, harder, for less. But you can contrast the Albanese government budget with the absolute shambles on the offer from the opposition. The Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, has just spent a month lurching from one scandal to the next. First, his mystery share purchases, still a mystery. Mr Dutton will still refuse to explain his bank shares the day before a government bailout in 2009. Just how much money did he make? We still don't know. Then there were the stories about Mr Dutton's secret $30 million property portfolio. Oh, by the way, he said that means you're not particularly rich. Which might explain why he has voted against every single housing affordability measure introduced by this government. Next up, while Queenslanders were pulling together to protect their communities from Cyclone Alfred, Mr Dutton secretly flew down to Sydney to attend a fundraising party at the mansion of one of Australia's biggest wage thieves. When Mr Dutton's own community was filling sandbags, he was 1,000 kilometres away down south filling money bags. Then he declared war on working from home arrangements, saying that he would force people back into the office 5 days a week, punishing regional workers and those in their outer suburbs, and working parents juggling jobs and career. Then Mr Dutton has another thought bubble. He threatened to break up the big insurance companies. But within days, his own shadow treasurer said, shadow finance minister said, and deputy leader all ruled it out. Then Mr Dutton doubled back, saying divestiture was still on the table, only to be contradicted again just hours later by the shadow treasurer. Then Mr Dutton floated a referendum to give himself the power to deport 5 million Australians who are dual citizens. After 2 years of complaining about how much referendums cost, he decided on the spot that he wanted another one. And yet again, his own front benchers contradicted him. One Liberal figure told the ABC, "It's insane and none of us were told about this." Another said, "We need to be focused on the cost of living, not hypothetical constitutional changes." Even former Coalition Attorney General George Brandis called it as mad an idea as I have heard in a long time. And within 12 hours of Mr Dutton doubling down on that idea, Liberal MPs were being told internally they shouldn't mention Mr Dutton's referendum anymore. Now, this was all capped off by the Shadow Treasurer's train wreck interview on Insiders just last weekend, where he repeatedly refused to say how much their nuclear policy would cost. He didn't know their migration policy, their energy policy, or their defence policy. And you can see why he's refusing to debate the Treasurer, when he folded like a deck chair under a gentle line of questioning from David Spears. This past month was a warning to all Australians of what is to come of if Peter Dutton ever gets the keys to the lodge. No policy, no vision, and no economic plan. Not one he's going to share with you, but one that he's got waiting for you if you were to elect him. Because he said there'll be $350 billion worth of cuts to essential services that he won't tell you about until after the election. Other than his $350 billion of cuts to essential services and his $10 billion for taxpayer-funded lunches for bosses, Mr Dutton has announced not one other policy. Because he's also announced, he's also said in a number of areas, and the Shadow Minister of Finance, Jane Hume, has said, people will be forced back in the office 5 days per week because, I quote, "it's become a right that is creating inefficiency." Now get this. She then cited a study from Stanford University to support her claim. But if she actually bothered to read the report, she would have seen it said, and I quote, "Working from home 1 or 2 days a week improves productivity." Now, can you believe it? It's taken 3 years for them to come up with a single policy, and it's based on a report they didn't even read, let alone understand. Now, there's been massive blowback against this because of the negative impact, especially on working parents and working women. And then when Mr Dutton was asked about this, he said, and I quote, this is a clanger, "There are plenty of job sharing arrangements. How tone deaf can you be?" Now, Mr Dutton thinks if a working parent can't be in the office 5 days per week, they should just go back to working part-time. He wants to go back to the days of old when many women were forced to drop out of the workforce when they had to have a child. It's just shocking, but it gets worse. Their policy will supposedly only apply to public sector workers at first. But we all know big business will follow their lead and demand everyone else back to work 5 days a week. Now, new data reveals 1 in 3 working Australians work at least 1 day per week from home. 320,000 people work partially from home because of caring responsibilities. 600,000 people work partially from home to save time and money from commuting. So those 1 in 3 workers are saving almost $5,000 a year on transport, parking and other savings. And that is how much you'll be worse off each year if Mr Dutton gets to fulfil his dream of killing off work from home. Now, whether it's his cuts to Medicare or an energy bill relief or his policy to ending working from home, everything Mr Dutton says or does takes money out of the pockets of Aussie families and puts it in the pockets of his paymasters. The billionaires like Gina Rinehart and Justin Hems. When Peter Dutton makes cuts to please his donors, it's Australians who pay.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, I feel like this could be the Clayton's valedictories. So welcome to the Just In Case Valedictory Volume 2. Last night, I recognised some of the people who have played such a vital role over the past 6 years. And I know there's plenty missing, so I do hope that we come back after the election so I can deliver a real one. But I did want to cover off some of the issues that have shaped my time in this place. I'm reluctant to start with autism, as I could be here for the entire 10 minutes and more, but I do want to say that one of my proudest achievements in this place was the Senate Select Committee I chaired that covered autism. Whole of life, not just early intervention and childhood, and not just the vocal late in life diagnosed. We looked at profound autism that affects every day, every aspect of life, not just the glossy rubbish of autism is a superpower. Sometimes autism is hard, really hard. It's hard for the autistic person, their family and their community. It's access to the health system, the education system, employment, interactions with the justice system, mental health issues dismissed as just part of the autism. Our first recommendation was the establishment of a national autism strategy. It's happened, even if it took 2 years for this government to produce a reasonably poor summation of the 81 recommendations that my committee made. It now has some funding to be rolled out. Not being part of the government, I would have hoped this would have been an area where bipartisan consultation would have occurred, but alas, I am in the dark as the rest of the community as to what this actually looks like. To all the families who had children diagnosed with classical autism, profound autism, those before the new, quite frankly, stupid DSM-5 that bundles our kids in with children experiencing minor developmental delays, I see you. And whilst I'll no longer be in this place to fight for our kids, know that whilst I continue my son's journey, along with my wonderful friend Nicole Rogerson, the total rock star who started Autism Awareness Australia, the epitome of the autism mum, we will still fight for all our kids. So those who try and make decisions that hurt our kids and our families, you can very much take this as a warning. I spoke yesterday and have on many occasions have spoken about the NDIS. And again, I could go on for days. But I beg of you in this place and the other, please put your big boy and big girl pants on and make the tough decisions needed to make this sustainable. Make the big reforms. Cut the numbers through ensuring this scheme is fit for purpose. If 1 in 37 people in this country have a significant permanent and lifelong disability, we are in for a world of pain. Get the numbers back down. Define permanent, significant and lifelong. Provide other lifeboats for families needing some early intervention. Embrace the insurance part of the scheme. Invest early to see improved life comes. Don't punish families who use supports correctly, who reach goals, but are petrified to share their successes because they know that they'll be punished, while those who waste funds are rewarded for not using them appropriately. Use data properly for every participant, especially early intervention, but in working towards goals. We hear about provider registration. It's about process at the moment, not quality. Some of the highest quality providers are sole providers who work closest with families. Introduce a scalable registration process in line with business size, number of participants or volume of billing. Remove some of the excess levels within and outside the agency. Stop the bureaucracy from dominating and focus on funding supports. Stop the insane external legal bills to not only fight but break participants and their families. Overwhelmingly, to only then give them what they originally wanted on the steps of the tribunal. I will stay on this from outside of this place, but I am not filled with confidence that the third largest item in the budget will get the attention it deserves, because unfortunately it's not seen as sexy or as important as focusing your career here on defence or finance. Somehow or other, along this crazy journey, I became a bit of a vaping queen. It's still beyond me that this policy stupidity of banning vapes continues. Tax it, regulate it. We have the model with cigarettes and alcohol. Instead, we see firebombing of stores, organised crime. We see it more lucrative for criminal networks to bring in containers of illicit tobacco and vapes than heroin, much less threat of punishment or penalty. Moral policing has led to policy insanity, with ministers led by the nose by an overzealous health department who rely on the so-called research of discredited and biased so-called academics. I do hope the new policy of a Dutton government will see the end of the criminalisation of smoking cessation, but we are certainly not seeing that from this government. I have also had the privilege to work in the mental health portfolio, and whilst I could talk about prevention and early intervention, I really want to say to the families of loved ones experiencing serious mental illness, the system is letting you down. And whilst it's true that many of these people are more likely to be victims of crime, I also want to acknowledge the pain of the families left behind when their loved ones become victims of those with mental illness. As many of you are aware, my dearest friend Julie Singleton had her daughter murdered at Bondi Junction last year. It will never be over for Julie or for Dawnie's siblings. Yet the mental health system has let them down, and we now face the prospect of a coronial inquiry seemingly intent on releasing publicly the footage of what occurred. This is not in the public interest. This is not to benefit the families who lost loved ones. It is insulting to those who lost their lives. It is insulting to those who were there, some of who were attacked and survived, who've decided to remain anonymous, and they could then lose that anonymity. This is trauma porn. And whilst it's a state government issue, we need to show leadership here. Attorneys General need to unify and stop this further traumatisation of families, just so the evening news has shock value footage.
And I would like to say that I hope none of you or your families ever experience this kind of pain. I hope, and I wasn't really going to make much of a personal comment here, but I experienced it from people who run against me for pre-selection and their supporters, using against me my lack of a direct phone call to them in the weeks following this tragedy, whilst I worked to support my friend. To you and all of you that did that, you are a disgrace, have disgraced yourselves, and to those grubs, I hope it was worth it for you. I'd also like to look at anti-Semitism and the total lack of leadership that we're seeing from this government. I'd like to pay tribute to the strength of the Australian Jewish community, the incredible work exposing so much of this by my friend Shari Markson. You're an absolute legend, Shar. I got to see my friend Amir Maimon today, the Israeli ambassador, and to you I say, you have many friends who will always stand with Israel, who will always stand with our Jewish friends. We have the most incredible Australian Jews. And I must acknowledge Solomon Lew, who has perhaps given me the most profound of advice as I've prepared for my departure from this place. Sometimes second prize is actually first prize. So you are so right. I look forward to many more dinners as I navigate my next steps, but I know that the support I have received from the Jewish community, I will pay back tenfold even after my departure. To Joel Burney, Colin Rubenstein, Tammy Resnick, I was always a Zionist, but you showed me Israel, and it will be an experience I will always treasure and hope to return to very, very soon. I know yesterday we did NDIS Monday on Tuesday, and we've seen the demise of Transmission Tuesday. I hope that we see, whatever in the next term of government, some openness, some honesty with what the true cost of the race to renewables is for every Australian, for the damage that it is doing to our rural and regional communities who are forced to bear the brunt of much of this infrastructure. And one of the most interesting inquiries, just to finish on, that I have had the pleasure of recently participating in was one initiated by the Greens on menopause and perimenopause. So all to the women of my age, have a look at it. I know Senator Waters was disappointed as she wanted to see menopause leave supported, which it was not by anyone except the unions, but it has highlighted the need for us to all talk about perimenopause and menopause, to acknowledge that 50% of the population are going to go through this, that the symptoms are complex, that there is support for women that's required, because women at 50 and above, or sometimes a little earlier as we know, but they are quite often at their most productive. Their children are grown, their careers have much experience, and it is the time that we should be supporting women. And I have embraced that in my last final few months in this place, because every now and then the temperature in here is just really unbearable. And so I very, very often now will just remove my jacket as a little bit of an acknowledgement that we do need to be more open and accessible to all.
Before I give you the call, I'd like to say thank you for your service to the Senate. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. Once upon a time in Australia, the thought of buying a house was not something just aspired to, but something you could actually expect to achieve. Now the dream of home ownership is out of reach for many, while renters and first-home buyers don't stand a chance. Recently, a report from the group Everyone's Home showed that even people on a salary of $100,000 struggle to pay rent due to rapidly rising rent prices and unbearable cost of living increases. My home state of WA had some of the most stark results, showing that on average those earning $100,000 were spending 55% of their income on rent if they lived in the northern suburbs of our state, while in Perth they were paying an average of 43%. Rents across WA have skyrocketed in recent years. In the electorate of Perth, rents have risen 45%. To give you an idea of what that actually means, that's $225 a week in the past 2 years. In Fremantle, it's 43%. In Swan, it's 54%. Now, rents aren't the only thing that have skyrocketed in price. Year after year, the cost of groceries has increased by double digits, leading senior food analysts to determine that steeper food costs are becoming ingrained in our economy and will be, quote, an ongoing reality for people. That means that the high prices are here, and the high prices are here to stay. This will have a crushing effect on our community, who is already struggling to pay for necessities. Alongside our WA Greens volunteers, we have knocked on tens of thousands of doors in the last few months, and the message is resoundingly clear. This government is not doing enough to help on the cost of living. The housing situation in this country is a political choice. When you understand that the average politician in the Australian Parliament owns 2.5 houses, and when you know that the major parties have accepted millions in donations from big corporations, property developers and corporate landlords, you can see why the major parties and major party politicians are choosing to keep this cycle going. I've heard from young families having to decide between the cost of medical care and the cost of groceries. I've heard from renters who are being priced out of their homes and out of their suburbs. I've heard from first home buyers who don't know how they are going to pay for their mortgage with these high interest rates. What is most upsetting is that these are not unique stories. They are stories I've heard from hundreds of people across Western Australia, from Perth to Esperance, Fremantle to Broome. The Greens are the only ones offering a plan that will give renters and first home buyers an actual chance. We've listened carefully to the community, at doorsteps, at free barbecues and in town halls, so we can bring the community's voice into this Parliament. We need to end the corporate influence on the decisions that are made in our Parliament. The good news is that it does not have to be this way. Things can change. This election is an opportunity to create change together. The Greens' plan for housing will freeze and then cap rents so that people aren't being forced out of their homes and communities because they don't know how they will pay next week's rent, so that renters have someone in their corner. We'll establish a National Renters Protection Authority to establish and enforce renters' rights. We can bring down mortgages by regulating the banks to deliver fairer, lower mortgages. We'll build millions of affordable and public homes by setting up a government property developer that will create high-quality housing and rentals that you can actually afford. We must phase out the tax handouts that are going right now to wealthy property investors. With more than one property investment in this country, you can do yourself an incredible amount to reduce your tax exposure. It is just not on that in this country there are a set of tax handouts that enable you to utilise somewhere that a person could live as a structure to lower your personal income tax. We have to end these tax handouts for any property investor who owns more than one home. And this means, let me be blunt, phasing out the capital gains tax discount and doing the same with negative gearing for every property after the first. Our community is facing a cost of living crisis and we must take bold action. People are sick of half measures, and this is exactly why we need more Greens in our federal Parliament. In this cost of living crisis, we need this Parliament to look at all of the areas possible to take the pressure off our community. This is exactly what our Greens plan includes. We need to get back to everyone having a secure home. We'll freeze and then cap rents and regulate the big banks so that renters and first home buyers actually stand a chance again. We need to be able to build for everybody a healthcare system that delivers healthcare people can afford when and where they need it. We'll build thousands of new free local healthcare clinics across the country that will offer access to GPs, dentists, psychologists and nurse practitioners for free. We can and must extend Medicare to cover dental care, expand access to mental health care and make it easier to get ADHD and autism diagnosis under Medicare. Our Greens plan would wipe student debt and make going to university free again, just like so many in this place had the opportunity to benefit from decades ago. We must lower the price of going to the supermarket. We must stop the supermarket chains price gouging our community. We must make price gouging illegal, and we must break up the duopoly that is Coles and Woolies. Our community is facing a cost of living crisis, and we must take bold action, not just half measures. Everything this government chooses to do is a political choice. The budget was a political choice, and unfortunately for our community, this government continues to choose to tinker around the edges rather than doing what is needed. This election, we have the opportunity to do something historic, but we have to vote for it. Nothing changes if nothing changes, and be assured so many in this place are content with the status quo. That is why it is more important than ever to vote Green so that we can get to work helping our community and send a message to the political duopoly that the status quo is no longer accepted. So this election, vote one Green and be part of something that is bold, that is hopeful and will create real and meaningful change for our community.
Senator Sterle.
Yes, thanks, Mr Deputy President. Last Saturday evening I had the pleasure of attending a very special celebration in Perth, and it was the 30th anniversary of Keys Moving Solutions operations in Western Australia. And may I put on the record that Nick D'Adamo, the Managing Director, and his lovely wife Janine D'Adamo, personal friends of mine and my wife Fiona for 45 years. I'm happy to say that as a young 20-year-old, Nick came to me and started in the transport industry. His background is a mechanic, and to see a family business and flourish as it has, Nick came on as my co-driver, off-sider running through the Pilbara and Kimberley in an old cab over 1418 with no air conditioning. And then Nick bought his own truck and became a very successful operator as an outdriver, and then branched out with other dear friends, Matt and June Gill, and took over Keys Brothers Removals and turned it into a little outfit that was going nowhere into a very successful transport and removal business. So good on you, Nick and Janine, Matt and June, well done. But I'd like to place on record my congratulations, not only to the D'Adamos and the Gills, but of course the entire team at Keys for their professionalism and dedication to the WA community. To this day, there's still a few of the old drivers left that we were drivers together at Ridgeways, and it's great to see those old faces. Trust me when I say working as a removalist is hard work, I know. That's how I got my start in the transport industry. Professional removal companies know their role isn't just about moving goods and possessions from one residence to another, whether around the corner or around the globe. It's about helping individuals and families start new and embrace new opportunities. A removal company that is truly professional, as is Keys, know that the degree of trust placed in them by people at what can be a very stressful time. That's what makes the team at Keys so special. They make sure that any move is as smooth and stress-free as possible. So congratulations to everyone at Keys in WA on reaching that special 30th anniversary milestone, and let's hope there may be many more decades of success ahead. And to show the respect that Keys and the team have. Not only was the employees there and the teams and the owner drivers, but importantly, clients of theirs and past employees of theirs. It was truly a family evening. So well done, Nick. Well done, Matt. And as I said, may there be many, many more. Now, Mr Deputy President, on a different subject, and it would be remiss of me not to spend a couple of minutes and talk about what happened in WA a couple of weekends ago. I'd like to congratulate my good friend Roger Cook, the Premier of Western Australia, on his superb election result on the 8th of March. Roger's win is the ultimate proof that good and decent people can succeed in politics. Roger and his team won a third consecutive four-year term in a landslide, making WA Labor the first party to win a third term in Western Australia since 1989. The third consecutive landslide victory since winning government in 2017 is truly remarkable and is due to Roger's dedication to our community and, of course, his bold vision for our state, the great state of Western Australia. WA Labor now holds 46 seats in the Legislative Assembly, compared to the 7 seats won by the WA Liberals and 6 won by the National Party. We have 46, the Coalition 13. Those 7 seats that the Liberals now hold mean that they can reclaim the official opposition status. And personally, I'm struggling to work out who's the bigger electoral asset for WA Labor, the new leader of the opposition, Basil Zemplis, or the former leader of the Nationals, Shane Love. Mr Zemplis has already said that his election to the Liberal Party leadership is a reset. Surely the first priority for Mr Zemplis and his ragtag team must be to address the WA Liberals' disastrous candidate selection. Make no mistake, the WA division is still in the grip of the religious right. You only have to look at their candidate selection in Albany, and not to say anything about the Kimberley one who was disendorsed. The WA election result was a resounding endorsement of our Premier Roger Cook and his powerful vision for our state.
Senator Faruqi.
Labor cannot be trusted on the environment. If that wasn't clear before, it is crystal clear now. Labor is rushing through a bill to trash environmental laws. They've already ditched their promise to strengthen nature protections, but they are not stopping there. They now have the audacity to water them down. And for what? To give big corporations free rein to pollute our environment as they profit from the destruction of the planet. Prime Minister Albanese caves in all too easily to the mining industry, to the coal and gas corporations, to the salmon fishing industry, and to Mr Dutton. In this last week of Parliament before the election, Labor could have been working with the Greens to wipe all student debt, to put dental into Medicare. But instead, under cover of the budget, they are working with the Liberals to gut our environmental laws. In Tasmania, the multinational fish farming corporations are poisoning our waterways, polluting coastlines, suffocating salmon in oxygen-starved waters, and driving an ancient fish species into extinction. Salmon farming is indeed the factory farming of the sea, and it is destroying the home of the endangered species like the red handfish and the Maugean skate. Instead of protecting rivers, bays, oceans, and species, Labor is protecting big, toxic salmon farming corporations and their profits. Peak environmental organizations, including Greenpeace and the ACF, have called out Labor for leaving our environment worse off than it was at the last election. If nothing else, it should be shamefully embarrassing for Labor to be worse than Mr Morrison's Liberals on the environment. Labor and Liberals, neither of them can be trusted on the environment. That is why people are sick and tired of the two-party system. They are sick and tired of being taken for granted. People are ready to smash the two-party system once and for all. They know how cooked the system is when in the midst of a boiling, flooding and burning world, Labour approves more than 30 coal and gas projects. They know how broken the system is when big supermarkets here are the most profitable in the world and people are skipping meals. They know the two parties work for corporations and billionaires like Gina Rinehart and Clive Palmer, not everyday people. They know how cooked the system is when Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza with full impunity from both the big parties. People know how broken it is when Islamophobia is rife in the country and little or nothing is done to combat it. I remind the Senate of Senator Sharma's shameful claim that there is a fictitious Islamophobia which was not going on, and not a word of condemnation from anyone in this place. Imagine if that had been said about any other group. You would all have been up in arms. Here's a news flash for you. Islamophobia exists, and it is extensively documented. The latest Islamophobia Registers report documents the steep rise in anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian hate. 700 Islamophobic incidents were reported over a 2-year period, one a day, and there will be so many more which were not reported. Muslim women are overwhelmingly the targets of this vile hate. Muslim women are being spat at, punched in the face, their hijabs are being torn off. There is racist graffiti which is rampant, and 2 mosques have now had threats referencing the Christchurch mosque massacre, where an Australian man with an extreme far-right, white supremacist and Islamophobic ideology murdered 51 Muslims. But to the Liberal Party, Muslim lives simply don't matter. And we've known that for a very long time. And Labour just sits on its hands, treats us as second-class citizens, and offers us platitudes once in a while. Labour could have fully funded the National Anti-Racism Framework in this budget, but nothing. So we've had enough. We're not some passive bystanders or hapless victims. People are organizing and they are mobilizing. People know that they don't have to contend with the dangerous Trump-mirroring, fear-mongering liberals, nor will they give the morally compromised and mired in mediocrity Labour government a free pass. They know the Greens will always be a strong voice for people and planet. In minority government, the Greens will keep Dutton out, and they will put the heat on Labour to deliver for people, not corporate profits. Bring it on.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Right now, Australian Services Union members are leading the charge for fairer wages and better conditions by pursuing the largest worker-initiated single-interest employer authorisation covering over 7,000 workers at 11 Victorian metropolitan councils. Workers at Merribeck, Yarra, Darebin, Hobsons Bay, Melbourne, Greater Dandenong, Port Phillip and Maribyrnong City Councils have overwhelmingly endorsed pursuing a multi-employer agreement. This is an historic opportunity for local government workers to stand together and demand the pay and conditions they deserve, made possible by laws delivered by this Labor government. Over 6 weeks, fabulous ASU delegates like Craig from Darebin, Mel from Yarra, Dylan from Melbourne and so many more have been leading this charge, holding meetings, mobilising workers and having crucial conversations to bring workers together as one industry. Last week, more than 60 delegates from councils across Melbourne came together to demonstrate the strength and solidarity that comes from working as one industry. The commitment and hard work of these delegates is unwavering. They are seizing the opportunities of the long-awaited workplace reform for better paying conditions and advocating tirelessly for their colleagues. Without their dedication, this would not be possible. By standing together, these workers are working together to make this vision a reality. Because we in the Labor movement believe in the collective. Labor governments stand proudly with workers to collectivise and to get a better deal. For more than a decade, single enterprise bargaining has allowed some employers to delay, divide and deny workers the pay rises that they have deserved. Under the coalition, enterprise bargaining collapsed to the point where only 14% of workers were covered by an agreement that was in date. Wages were low and falling, inflation was rising. But after a decade of wage stagnation under the Coalition, we are getting wages moving again. And our multi-employer bargaining laws are giving workers like Craig, Mel, Dylan and their colleagues real power to negotiate together for better. Multi-employer bargaining means employers cannot put an agreement to a vote without union consent, ending dodgy tactics of bypassing workers and undermining negotiations. Workers across multiple councils who do the same work across different municipalities use their collective power to increase the visibility and the importance of their work to the community and pressure for fair outcomes. And they can share experience and expertise across councils, focusing on winning the best conditions for everyone. These laws are making a real difference. They are bringing more employers, unions and workers to the table to negotiate agreements to deliver fair pay and better conditions. But make no mistake, all of this is at risk. We know some employers don't like these changes. Recently, Brimbank City Council have displayed the kind of rank union busting, the likes of which have not been seen in local government in recent living memory. Workplace delegates have been illegally targeted simply for exercising their rights. We will see an explosion of this sort of anti-union behaviour from bosses and workers' rights trampled on if Mr Dutton is back in charge of workers' rights in this country. Mr Dutton has made it clear that they will tear up these hard-won rights if they get the chance. On multi-employer bargaining, Mr Dutton has said it's a disaster and that a coalition government will clean up the mess of multi-employer bargaining. Well, the mess Mr Dutton should be referring to is that of his own party's making. Let me tell you, the Labor government has been cleaning up that mess every day since 2022. And under Labor, wages are up, jobs are up and inflation is down. Those opposite have voted against laws to clean up that mess every step of the way. And Australian workers know that cutting workers' rights is a risk. When he cuts, you pay. Under the Coalition, workers would lose the right to disconnect, multi-employer bargaining leaving wages stagnant, and gender equity protections and same job, same pay rules that ensure fair treatment at work. But Australian workers know better. They know that only a Labor government holds the values of collectivism at its core, and that only a Labor government has their backs, delivering higher wages, better working conditions and the job security every worker deserves.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Well, I am loving my footwear today. Who doesn't love the Aussie Ugg boots, eh? They're as Australian as Vegemite. The Hills Hoist and my favourite, the Budgie Smuggler, preferably not with Tony Abbott in them. No pun intended. Then there's, they were invented here in the 1930s, then Aussie surfers made them popular in the 1970s. One of those surfers, Brian Smith, saw an opportunity and he moved to the States and trademarked the Ugg boot name. He moved to the States. 17 years later, he sold the company for millions to the Decca Outdoor Corporation, a multinational worth billions. I wasn't happy about that. It just seems wrong for a US company to own such an Aussie iconic name. We still have companies in Australia making the traditional Ugg boots. Look for that Made in Australia sign, guys. It's got to have Skippy on it. But our Australian Ugg boot makers are being bullied by Deckers, the company that bought the Aussie founder out. When an American bought a pair of Aussie-made Uggs from an Australian Ugg company, and good on you, by the way, to that American, buying Australia all the way. Deckers sued that company for using the Ugg name and stopped them from using the name to sell their products in the United States. This is despite the fact that the US has allowed other generic name products from Japan, Mexico, Hungary and many others, but not Australia. How about that, eh? How about that? That was a hint of where we are now. America is no longer our mate. The Aussie Ugg makers asked for the US Supreme Court to hear the case, and of course they were turned down. Now our Aussie Ugg makers want to take their case to the World Trade Organisation. But wait, here's the brick wall. This government and Minister Farrell apparently couldn't give a stuff. In this David and Goliath battle, they have chosen a side, and it's the USA all the way. This government loves to talk about future made in Australia, and here is a perfect opportunity to stand up for Aussie manufacturers but they have basically told them to get stuffed. I couldn't find Aussie Ugg boots with Skippy attached in the local Canberra shopping centre, or in Myers, or in you, David Jones. And if the government was serious about making Australia make again, they would give these Aussie companies the money they need to fight our Aussie-made Ugg boots at the World Trade Organisation. It would probably cost a lot less than the money this government throws around trying to stop documents being released under the Freedom of Information rules. Get this, Australians, this government has spent nearly $1 million trying to stop Rex Patrick from getting documents on everything from robo-debt to radioactive waste management and oil and gas taxation. $1 million of taxpayers' money used to hide information from the Australian people. So why can't Trade Minister Farrell find the money to back our Aussie Ugg makers? This government says they want a future made in Australia. I want Australia to make again now. So what is going on? I have to say, here it is for people who don't see it. It's called the Aussie Ugg. It's got Skippy on it.
You know you're not allowed to use props. Please continue.
Of course, they haven't been glambified yet. We haven't put the bling on them, but it's coming. So I have to say this. You talk about future made in Australia. You know, well, how about future starts today? How about you back our Uggs? How about you back our sheep out there and you find it another home, since you've dismantled live sheep exportation? Why don't you, now you have a perfect shot here to put that Aussie Ugg boot out on the map again. You have an opportunity today to fight for our sheepskin in this country and take on Donald Trump and the United States of America. And I have to say to you, if you don't have the guts and the courage to do this for an Aussie company, to give it a fair go in the United States of America, then I have to say, what courage do you actually ever have to show the people of Australia you are prepared to take on Trump? Perfect opportunity. But once again, Senator Farrell, where are you? Where are you backing them? Why aren't you backing this company? Australian-made, as Australian as it gets. Disappointing, Minister Farrell. One last chance. Skippy and I are on the hop and I'm on the pouch and we're coming to the World Trade Organisation.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to give my budget reply because the allocated time has been scrapped as this Labor government is too busy trying to gag debate and ram 8 bills through a guillotine motion this evening. So much for transparency, so much for democracy. We're living through a cost of living crisis, a climate emergency, a housing disaster, and a world on the brink of deeper conflict. And what does Treasurer Jim Chalmers hand us? A pre-election pamphlet dressed up as a budget. Let's be clear, this was not a budget of vision. It was a budget of fear. Fear of upsetting vested interests. Fear of telling the truth. Fear of spooking voters with the scale of the challenge we face. Instead of delivering structural reform, we got Band-Aids. Instead of building a future, we got a bribe. $5 a week tax cuts. That's not relief, that's an insult. And don't forget that $5 is across the board, including to those who need it the least, like the wealthy and people in this chamber. Because this government is too scared to truly rebalance the scales for the needy. And who misses out entirely in this budget? Full-time students working part-time. The young people hustling to get by, drowning in HECS debt and rising rents. Nothing for them. I spent years in Young Labor and one term as Young Labor president. I've ran the meetings, moved and seconded motions for national platform, prepared for state and national conferences, and heard the demands from young members to push for real, brave reform. Want to know what they want from their Labor Party? What I wanted? They want action on negative gearing. They want the capital gains tax discount gone. They want franking credits reined in. They want real action, real climate action, not gas expansion. They want big corporations taxed properly. They want AUKUS scrapped. They want a sovereign wealth fund to safeguard our future. They want a gas reservation policy that puts Australians first. They want welfare payments that are raised to livable standards. They want offshore detention to end. They want a foreign policy that's truly independent, not just a rubber stamp for Washington. And all the Labor senators in this chamber know this to be true. These are bold, progressive, common sense reforms. And would you believe it? Every single one of them is what Australia's voice is fighting for. It's so obvious that Labor can't even deliver what's already in their own party platform, let alone take bold steps needed to meet this moment. They talk big on fairness, then cave to donors. They talk big on security, then sell our sovereignty to AUKUS. They talk big on care, then leave people on poverty payments. This is a budget with no backbone, no direction, and no long-term plan. And to my former young Labor crew out there, you know this isn't good enough. You know this isn't the bold, progressive Labor of the old. Don't be scared to tell them. Jim Chalmers had a once-in-a-generation opportunity.
Senator Payman, you need to use the correct
The
title for
Treasurer
members in
had a
other place.
once-in-a-generation opportunity, a $400 billion revenue windfall, a chance to rewrite the future. We could have built hundreds of thousands of public homes. We could have raised job seeker and youth allowance. We could have gone all in on climate transition and energy independence. We could have closed the gap. Instead, we're left with pre-election pamphlet and a pat on the head. Australians are crying out for leadership, not more spin, not more scared of their own shadow politics. Labor's budget might not spook voters, but it sure as hell shouldn't inspire them either. The truth is, we can't keep sleepwalking into a future where governments are too afraid to lead. If this is the best Labor can offer, then it's time for a new voice, a bold voice, Australia's voice. Thank you.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I'd like to congratulate the Treasurer on his budget last night. It's not many Treasurers that get to do 4 budgets in one Parliament. And yes, I know that last night's budget was focused on the upcoming election, and that's not a criticism, that's just what the parties of power do in a pre-budget election. However, let's look at what a budget is really about. A budget is first and foremost about the financial underpinning of our economy. And I just want to get on the record that our economy is facing some very significant challenges over coming decades. Currently, our economy is underpinned by exports of iron ore, coal and natural gas. So $138 billion in exports of iron ore, $90 billion in exports of coal and $92 billion in natural gas. It makes up a huge part of our economy. Yet all those things are going to come under pressure, if not disappear altogether, as the world moves towards a low or no carbon future. And this doesn't even have to be an ideological argument. Our iron ore is low grade, and as steel furnaces, plants turn to electricity to be able to do direct reduction furnaces, direct induction reduction furnaces, they need the higher grade iron ores that are going to be available out of Latin America and Africa. So to shore up some of these exports, we need to be looking at producing our own green metals. and particularly green iron. But to do that, we are going to need a large number of things, and very few of them got mentioned in the budget last night. It was heartening to hear that green metals did get a mention in the budget under the Future Made in Australia program, which I happily support, although I would argue, and I have argued in this place, for more direct production credits for things such as green iron, green aluminium, low carbon liquid fuels, sustainable aviation fuel. These are all things that are going to be incredibly necessary in our economy moving forward. Because to be able to produce all that green iron, you need an awful lot of clean electricity. And at the moment, we can't even get the electricity generation for our own grid down to low or no carbon. We're barely removing any of the coal fleet, and yet we're spending billions of dollars on building more transmission to run that electricity from one coal-fired plant to another. And in the budget last night, there was even more money for more transmission, which I think some of it is necessary with the $10 million Accelerated Connection Fund. That's going to help some renewable generation connect to the grid. But it's a far cry from the $4 and $5 billion state interconnector projects that aren't going anywhere, are only going to go up in cost, and don't generate one electron, don't store 1 kilowatt hour. These are not the things that are going to help us go to a clean energy, green metal future. And I applaud the government for earlier this year in announcing the $250 million for low carbon liquid fuels, including sustainable aviation fuel. But what we need is production credits for those, and I moved an amendment on that in the last sitting. But what we need is mandates. We need our Defence Force to agree to start using renewable diesel. We need to put mandates on our government fleets to start using it. These are the things that are going to make a difference to bringing on these clean fuels and clean energy for our further. Even the Trump government is spending $70 billion on a renewable diesel or a low carbon fuel plant in Montana.
Your time
has
expired. Senator Canavan, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr. Acting. Well, I'd like to make a few comments today to commend the LNP Queensland government on their excellent plan for the 2032 Olympics announced yesterday. It has been quite the rocky road to get to this point. There's been a few stumbles along the way, but I do think we now have a plan that all Queenslanders, all Australians can get behind and deliver the best games ever in 2032. That's certainly been the reaction I've heard from Queenslanders overnight while I've been down here, and I have had the privilege to know a little bit about these things. We have, for most of this parliament, had a Senate inquiry established on the planning for the Games, and as the chair of the Rural Affairs and Regional and Transport References Committee, I have been leading that inquiry through that time. And so, as I say, it's great to get to this moment. For a while there were some concerns, particularly when the former government, the former Premier, Anastasia Palaszczuk, decided to abolish the independent organising committee that had been such a successful model for the Sydney Olympics and other Olympics subsequent to Sydney. She had decided to abolish that after the election of the Albanese government. The independent committee was a request of the Morrison government before, and things seemed to go downhill after that. Decision making was centralised in the Premier's office. We had a proposal for the Gabba to be used as the major stadium, which seemed to come from nowhere and certainly wasn't properly costed at the time. Subsequent to Premier Palaszczuk stepping down as Premier, the new Premier Miles decided to scrap that and move to upgrading what was known as the old QE2 Stadium in Brisbane, now known as QSAC. and that seemed to come from absolutely nowhere, and it did look a little bit embarrassing, the drawings that were produced. There was, I suppose, an attempt to almost have a cut price games at the time in the lead up to the 2024 election. But all that's been swept aside now. We can forget all about that. The independent organising committee has been re-established. The new government established a 100-day review to look through all this stuff as quickly as they could. And I do think the plan that's been delivered yesterday is fantastic. One of the reasons why this plan, I do think, is much superior to what was on the table before is it is a plan that involves all Queenslanders. Queensland is such a big, wonderful state, and unlike most states in this country, it is quite regionally dispersed. We have large population centres a fair way from the capital city in Brisbane. Indeed, still to this day, around half of Queenslanders live outside of the capital city. Very, very different from most other states in this country. I myself live in a region away from Brisbane, in the Rockhampton region, and many of us, I suppose, were perplexed at how we were going to have to pay for this wonderful event all the way down in Brisbane and not see much of it all. But now we have the opportunity to involve all Queenslanders, to sell Queensland to the world. The previous plan that the LNP inherited had just a few football games occurring in Townsville and Cairns, hardly the high-profile marquee events and the Olympics. They were just the qualifying games for the football as well. Whereas now, and I should say, I wanted to say too, that was in stark contrast to the last successful Paris Olympics. Even in Paris, 6 sports across 10 cities were played at least 200 kilometres from Paris. They used their whole country. In fact, you probably remember they had surfing in Tahiti, but many other sports spread right through France as well. It would be a shame for us not to do the same thing. So now we have a plan that involves all of Queenslanders. We have the equestrian going to Toowoomba, wonderful heritage as a rural agricultural town. They'll do a great job with that. We have archery being proposed for Maryborough, a beautiful historic town, showcasing that part of Queensland. Sailing, would you say pig shooting? Where's the pig shooting? That's a very good interjection from Senator Pocock. We might put that. I think each Games has the ability to add a couple of local events. I have a few places I'd suggest for the pigging. We could market Western Queensland as well. But you distract me, Senator Pocock. We've got the sailing up in the Whitsundays in Townsville. It's a wonderful idea. Why would we not use the Games as a vehicle to sell and market the Great Barrier Reef to the world? So hosting the sailing through the Whitsundays will be a wonderful opportunity to do that. The Cairns will continue to host football as well as some indoor sports events as well. So that will mean infrastructure upgrades right through regional Queensland. And that brings me to my own hometown of Rockhampton, where after the push from a number of locals last year, we've been successful in having the rowing moved to Rockhampton. It was an amazing result for my community and my region. We're often overlooked, but the Liberal National Party team there in central Queensland always fights for our region. I've been fortunate enough to be joined by the member for Capricornia, Michelle Landry, newly elected state MPs, Donna Kirkland for Rockhampton, Nigel Hutton for Keppel, and Glenn Kelly out at Morani as well. All got behind this vision. We have a wonderful rowing facility already there in Rockhampton. It's used by the Australian Olympic team often to train. The state school championships have been held there annually, and now the ability to sell the Australian bush along beautiful gum tree lined river there at the Fitzroy River, and it's also connected to the reef as well, just 40 minutes away. So I'm very excited about that. Now I know there's nothing like a crocodile to sell newspapers, is there? That's what I've discovered in the last few days. People love it. They just love crocodiles. And I love hearing and talking about them. But it's sort of strange to me, and we scratch our heads up there where everyone's saying that somehow there'll be world records set because the crocodiles will be chasing the rowers, rah, rah, rah. Well, I mean, how is it that we allow 700 of our children, school children, to compete in the Fitzroy River every year, but apparently there's going to be a huge risk for Olympians. If there is a risk for Olympians, why would we as parents allow that? And I should say I've got skin in this game. My son rows on the Fitzroy River 3 to 4 times every week normally in training. So It's perfectly safe. It's been used for 100 years. No one, in fact, no one has ever been killed by a crocodile in central Queensland. They do occur at different places, but they are well managed, and there is a very safe use of our river for human purposes, and I'm sure we'll be very successful. More recently, we have heard issues of stream flow in the Fitzroy. Again, a few of us are scratching our heads. There are people who don't want the rowing and Rocky, and I understand that. It has to be a winner and a loser in these things, and now people are saying the river will flow and that will cause interruptions to the event. First of all, the river does have barrages, which it's not tidal at all. The flows from the ocean are contained, and the stream flow from upstream, it really just doesn't happen this time of year. That's why the locals don't understand this issue. We're a tropical environment, subtropical environment. Our rain, almost all of our rain, 95% of our rain occurs in the summer months. In winter, as a recent hydrological study of the Fitzroy River concluded, the river flows or slows to almost zero flows in the winter months. And I've had a look at this in detail in the last couple of days since the issue was raised, and the stream flow gauges that we have show a flow in winter, in July, August, when the Olympics will occur, at well below the World Rowing Association's threshold of 0.1 metres per second. I should say the World Rowing Association has been very flexible for LA. In LA, the rowing is occurring on a marine stadium that is impacted by tidal flows. In fact, the course will just be 1,500 metres, 500 metres shorter than normal, to allow LA to host the rowing in the Long Beach area, where so many other events will be. The flows there, when the World Rowing Association went to do their feasibility study, they detected flows there of 1.5 metres per second, 50% higher than their, 0.15 metres per second, 50% higher than the threshold allowed, yet still they've approved this event there. So there's obviously a degree of flexibility. Look, now I think it's time just to get behind this plan. I've had some conversations with colleagues on the other side. They seem happy and excited. I hope we can put aside the politics now and just deliver this great event for all Australians. I remember as a young person, and I was probably a little sceptical of the Sydney Olympics leading up to it. We all watched the games and these sort of things. But geez, it was a wonderful event. It was so good bringing our country together. It was just done brilliantly. All credit to Sydney and people who organised that. We all remember it. So now we've got the opportunity to do the same thing for a new generation of Australians, especially those young Australians who compete at the highest level. It'll be an amazing opportunity for them to compete on their home soil and hopefully win as many gold medals as possible for Australia as well, and we can all celebrate with them as well. Thank you.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to start by acknowledging that over the last 3 years, Labor has made some major investments in areas people in the ACT care deeply about: education, housing, cost of living, and of course health, which was definitely the hero in this budget. The focus on women's healthcare is particularly welcome given the massive gender bias that currently exists in medicine. Last election, the people of the ACT voted for an independent senator for the first time in our history because they told me they wanted someone who would stand up for Canberra and the things we care about most. The last election, I was hearing that integrity, climate, and the environment topped that list. So while I acknowledge the progress, I also need to emphasise how far we still have to go. Despite promising to do better than a decade of coalition neglect at the last election, the ACT has missed out again in Labor's fourth budget. I know the 4 other Labor representatives in Canberra and the AC Labor government are at pain to disagree with me on this, but the facts speak for themselves. The PM's promise of 9 out of 10 visits being bulk billed will not work in the ACT. I've surveyed every GP practice in the ACT, and that's what they've told me. Gap fees will continue to be amongst the highest in the country. So where's the strategy for the ACT? Yes, there's extra funding for public hospitals, but the Commonwealth isn't funding anywhere near its 45% share here in the ACT. $50 million for the Monaro Highway, while some of our other massively congested and dangerous roads get overlooked. At the same time, other jurisdictions get tens of billions of dollars. Yes, you're building a national security precinct in Barton, and whilst that's great for the top security clearance holders who will use it, it's not the convention centre or stadium or multi-purpose arena that the community has been crying out for decades. Projects that won't just create welcome construction jobs, but will be vital to ongoing economic activity and community benefit. Light rail, I hear you say. We still don't know how much Stage 2B will cost and what the Commonwealth will contribute. Like the National Security Precinct, the public doesn't know. The AIS, I don't think anyone in Canberra believes that if the AC hadn't voted independent, that the AIS wouldn't have been moved to Queensland by now. Just like the Centre for Disease Control that was on its way to Melbourne, but will now be based in Canberra and will hopefully help fill some of our critical medical workforce shortages. What about housing? Yes, thanks to negotiations from the Senate crossbench, the ACT will get a fair share of the Housing Australia Future Fund. But what about the old CSIRO Ginninderra site that was promised for desperately needed new social and affordable housing in a town that has the highest rate of persistent homelessness in the country? Why hasn't the government waived the historic housing debt that Senator Gallagher promised Labor would do in opposition? And most critically of all, where is the funding for nature? We've gone backwards on environmental laws this term, despite all the promises that things would be different. My message is simple. Being less bad than the coalition isn't good enough. That can't be the message that we hear. Canberrans deserve better. We need specific investments in Canberra, the growing city. Yes, we've seen investments in the national capital, leaking roofs fixed at the gallery. But you can't just count things that you're doing for everyone else as special investments in Canberra. Things like urgent care clinics, very welcome, but they don't cut it as saying, well, this is how we're investing in the ACT. We've been dudded for decades, and it's past time that Canberra caught up. We can't continue to be taken for granted. We heard the government announce at the ACT Labor conference the National Capital Investment Framework. A great start. At the moment, it just sounds like a bunch of pieces of paper. Nothing has been delivered. And so whilst there's rhetoric, I urge the government, let's see some action, let's see some investment in our nation's capital.
We're at time being approaching 12:30. We will move to 2-minute statements. Senator Sharma, you have the call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Last night we saw the budget delivered by a Labor government that is out of ideas. It's a budget bereft of any fiscal credibility. A budget that delivers no solutions to the challenges faced by Australians, a budget that offers no help to households and holds out no hope for business, a budget that will only perpetuate the malaise and stagnation felt across the Australian economy. This budget does not get to grips with wasteful, out-of-control government spending. This year, real government spending will grow by 6% and the economy only by 1.5%. Government spending is now at a record 27.4% of GDP, the highest in 4 decades outside of COVID. And we've seen a $43 billion deterioration in the budget balance in a single year, with a decade of deficits to come. This budget does not help households. Australians have suffered the largest fall in living standards in the developed world under Labor, and Labor is offering you 70 cents a day in 15 months' time, at the same time that it plans to take at least 5 times more than this from you as growing tax on your income over the next decade. This budget does nothing to help business, to encourage investment or to address our national declining productivity. And this budget does not address our urgent defence needs. At the same time we are being told we face the most dangerous and uncertain strategic environment in decades, we are spending as much on the NDIS as we are on our entire defence force. Labor's fiscal plan is setting us up for a wasted decade. They have no ambition for Australia. Their sole ambition is for themselves to retain power whilst presiding over a continued national decline. This is no future for Australia.
Senator Green.
Acting Deputy President. Queenslanders are good people and we've been through a lot recently. We don't complain, but we do expect to get our fair share. And after a decade of being ignored by the LNP, I'm really pleased to say that this budget is delivering for Queenslanders. In fact, we expect Queensland's funding to grow by $42.5 billion in 2028-29. And the budget revealed that we will be delivering $37.6 billion to Queensland in the next financial year. And what that means for Queenslanders is that every single taxpayer will receive a new tax cut. And when you combine that with Labor's first round of tax cut, the average benefit for Queensland taxpayers will be $2,494. Of course, Queenslanders will still receive savings from our cheaper medicines policy. Queenslanders are set to save $44 million with our cheaper medicines policy to reduce scripts down to $25. And when it comes to students will be saving on their help debt because we know that Queensland students will have an estimated $3.3 billion wiped from their loans, an average reduction of $5,357. We're also going to be opening 10 additional Medicare urgent care clinics, including in Cairns North and across regional Queensland. But importantly, we're also making the investments we need in infrastructure. Last night's budget delivered $7.2 billion to finally fix the Bruce, $225 million for the Barron River Bridge, $200 million for the Rockhampton Ring Road, and $70 million for the Kennedy Development Road. And of course, we've secured $87.5 million to support the Cairns Water Security Project.
Time's expired. Senator McKim.
They keep saying that we can't afford the things that we all need to lead a good life. They keep saying there's no money to support renters, no money to lift people out of poverty on income support, no money to put dental into Medicare, no money to wipe student debt, no money to make childcare free. But you know what? There is always money for the billionaires. There's always money for fossil fuel subsidies. There's always enough in the budget for corporate tax handouts. There's always enough money for tax breaks for property speculators because the system has been rigged. It's rigged by the big corporations, it's rigged by the billionaires, and it's rigged by the politicians who take their dirty political donations. The 10 richest people in Australia own more wealth than the poorest 5 million people combined. Think about that for a minute. While families are skipping meals, while kids are sleeping in cars, while our health system is crumbling, 10 people hoard more wealth than 5 million Australians combined. This is the system built by the old parties for the billionaires and the big corporations. They gutted public services, privatised government businesses for their corporate mates, slashed taxes for the rich, let banks run wild and let landlords run amok. The rich got richer and the old parties told the rest of Australia to be patient. Well, the Greens have had a gutful. We're calling time on this. We will cap rents, tax billionaires, make the big corporates pay their fair share of tax so we can build quality homes and a better quality of life for the millions of Australians who desperately need it. Change is possible and people will vote for it.
Senator McKim, your time's expired. Senator Brockman.
Well, we've got ourselves a convoy, and those of you who are my vintage, and I'm looking at you, Senator Cadell, I reckon you probably remember the great movie Convoy from the US about the truckers, but we're going to have a convoy in Perth this Friday. Keep the Sheep Convoy. A Keep the Sheep Convoy which is going through the city once more to inform all West Australians about the disgraceful treatment of our sheep industry by this Labor government. The Keep the Sheep Convoy will be rolling through Perth, and I encourage all West Australians to give them a thumbs up, to give them a clap, to give them a cheer, because they're standing up for the farming families of Western Australia. They're standing up for you to be able to have a chop on your barbecue that actually comes from WA and is not imported from the eastern states. They're standing up for having vibrant communities in Western Australia, places like Katanning, Lake Grace, Darkin, places that are under threat of extinction under this Labor government's policy. This is real people's lives Labor is playing with for the sake of a few preferences from the Animal Justice Party. I mean, if it wasn't so disgraceful, you would laugh at it. The fact that the Labor government is willing to trade off a whole industry in Western Australia for the sake of a few Animal Justice Party preferences in Melbourne, Sydney and Canberra should be enough to see this government turfed out just on its own. Just on its own, that should be enough to see this government turned out. And I encourage all Western Australians to get out on the street, to cheer for that convoy as it rolls through the streets of WA. Support our farmers, support our shearers, support our truckies.
Senator Brockman, your time's expired. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week I had the privilege of being part of the official launch of the new massive open online course, or MOOC, developed by the University of Tasmania's Wicking Dementia Research and Education Centre and MS Queensland. This MOOC focuses on motor neurone disease. It is freely available online to anyone who wants to learn more about this devastating condition. This course was built in partnership with MMD organisations, clinicians, researchers and, most importantly, people with lived experience. That includes their families and their carers. Their insights and voices are central to this course, and that's what makes it so powerful. It covers the science of the disease, the impact it has on individuals and families, and the practical approaches to providing the best care and support. It's an incredible resource designed to be accessible, clear and compassionate. I was proud to be part of this launch in my role as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of MMD. Every day in Australia, 2 people are diagnosed with MMD. It's a horrific disease that changes lives in an instant. We must do everything we can to improve and support, increase awareness and back the research needed to find a cure. Education is a critical part of that effort, and this MOOC will help make a real difference. I encourage all Australians, health professionals, students, carers, community members to explore the course. You can access it through the UTAS website. Together, through knowledge and compassion, we can create a better future for people living with MMD.
Senator Hanson.
Australia is well and truly beyond its means. In less than a generation, Labor and the Coalition have effectively borrowed more than $1 trillion to fund their reckless spending. By 2006, the Howard government managed to wipe out virtually the debt accumulated under Bob Hawke and Paul Keating. Here we are 19 years later and the Australian government's gross debt is now over $1 trillion. That's a 1 followed by 12 zeros, 1,000 times a billion or 1,000,000 times a million. It's more than 35% of Australia's GDP. Net debt costs Australia $27 billion a year in interest payments, while our total debt across the entire government sector costs us almost $50 billion a year in interest. It doesn't stop there. In the next 3 years across the forward estimates, this gross debt is projected to grow by another $200 billion. If you ran your household this way, you'd lose your house. If you ran your business this way, you'd lose your business. You have to ask yourselves, why do you keep voting for them? Labor is robbing our great-grandchildren in a desperate bid to stay in power so they can heap another 3 years of misery and pain on the Australian people. One Nation has identified $90 billion in waste spending that could be slashed from the budget. This will liberate the resources needed to provide genuine cost of living and tax relief totalling $40 billion to pay down our growing debt and to invest in nation-building infrastructure for Australia's future prosperity. Everything this government has touched has failed. Climate change, the voice, the housing scheme, immigration, cost of living, economic stability and reform, and national security. Enough is enough. My word to the Australian people is boot out this government with their Green supporters, because they're the ones that are destroying this country, our standard of living, our way of life, and they cannot manage money. Don't give them an open cheque for another 3 years.
Senator Hanson, your time's expired. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy Chair. And I'd just like to raise the issue of the way fire ants are being managed in my home state of Queensland. There's been a lot of discontentment in my own local community outside of Brisbane about the indiscriminate spraying for fire ants. And while I support the fire ant program and that we must eradicate fire ants, I think we would be much better off spending our time actually eliminating identified fire ant nests rather than indiscriminately spraying properties and other areas that can impact things like bees. I know the beekeeping community is very worried about this, so I'd just like to urge the Queensland State Government to stay focused and deal. I mean, I know there's many places south of Brisbane around Logan and that where there are an enormous number of identified fire ant nests. Go and eliminate the identified fire ant nests first, rather than wasting time spraying on areas that have no identified issues. Thank you.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The issue of whistleblower protection has been plagued by political inertia in recent years. The previous coalition government let the Moss Review collect dust while whistleblowers like Bernard Collaery faced relentless persecution. It was, to their credit, a refreshing change when the current government dropped the charges against Collaery and promised to act on the Moss Review's recommendations. But what followed? Days passed, days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months. As months turned into years, the government chose to continue prosecuting more cases. David McBride, who exposed war crimes committed by Australian soldiers in Afghanistan, was sentenced to 5 years and 8 months in prison last year. Richard Boyle, who blew the whistle on improper debt recovery tactics by the ATO, tactics that the ATO was later forced to stop, will stand trial later this year. The Attorney-General released a discussion paper on whistleblower reform in November 2023. Since then, silence. Nothing. This issue has utterly fallen off the government's agenda. Not so for the crossbench, who have introduced here and in the other place the Whistleblower Protection Authority Bill. It would establish a strong independent body that not only protects whistleblowers but actively supports them in disclosing wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are essential to our democracy. Their insider knowledge can expose the very misconduct that reviews or inquiries fail to uncover. And yet, just like with the banning gambling ads, legislating truth in political advertising, or strengthening our climate targets, the government continues to ignore private members' bill even when there's a majority support in both houses.
Your time's expired. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As the Australian Greens spokesperson for Northern Australia, Darwin is the cultural capital of Australia for good reason. It is a place of unique and buzzing tourism hub, home to many Territorians who love country and fight fiercely to protect their beautiful, sacred and precious places. Current and successive governments in the top end are consistently disregarding the community's self-determination and in fact ignoring a lot of the science. Last week, the NT-CLP government rammed through the Territories Coordinator Bill, overriding 32 statutes relevant to any project they consider economically significant. I want to be crystal clear, greenlighting an unelected bureaucrat will be like Australia's Elon Musk, who will have oversight of projects like fracking, carbon dumping and cotton expansion, all with no oversight, community input or environmental assessment, which basically equals disaster. You can't even put lipstick on that pig of a bill. The coordinator has powers to fast-track regulatory processes and prioritise approvals almost at will. Mobs from the Gulf and the Roper regions have told me of the issues they see in these ramped-up projects that need urgent regulatory oversight for water and for country. The Northern Territory desperately needs renewable energy, and it's being sidelined in favour of these climate and environment-wrecking projects without any accountability or oversight. And the fact that the Northern Territory government chooses the gas executive as its interim coordinator while the bill made its way through Parliament absolutely says everything we need to know. Federal Labor must now publicly condemn this bill and commit to federal environment protections that urgently need to safeguard this unique and sacred biodiversity and the cultural heritage that exists in the Northern Territory. Leaving the cowboys in charge with no checks and balances, again, equals disaster.
Senator Polley. Last night's budget is a responsible budget that helps with the cost of living pressure that's put on to Australians' families, and is about building Australia's future. Our budget builds on the progress we've made in the last 3 years, cleaning up the mess, reducing the debt, bringing inflation down. Incomes are rising, unemployment is low, interest rates are coming down, and debt is down, and growth is picking up. We have turned the corner under Labor. We're delivering cost of living relief. They voted against it. We're strengthening and investing in Medicare. They opposed it. We're making it easier to buy or to rent a home. They opposed it. Investing in every stage of education because we believe in skilling up and educating our people. Building a stronger economy, cleaning up the amazing amount of mess that we found when we took government benches. We know the biggest risk to having a secure job, the biggest risk to having access to a GP with on your Medicare card. We know the risk to TAFE and being able to upskill. That will all be put at risk, and so much more if people elect Peter Dutton. This is an opposition who says we will cut, but we're not going to tell you what we're going to cut until after the election. So trust me, the reality is he will cut and the Australian people will pay. We will not allow the Australian people to be brought down again from those opposite who don't believe in Medicare. They don't believe in skilling up the workforce. They really aren't the managers of the economy that they try and lead you to believe. You need safe hands. You need the Albanese Labor government re-elected.
Senator Antic.
Thank you. Young men are entitled to feel let down by the manner in which they're treated in modern Australia, let down by the housing market, let down by the job market, and let down by a society that continues to call them toxic. I'm old enough to remember a time when a young man could expect to work a job, marry, buy a house, raise kids and pay off a mortgage. That was the Australian dream. But in 2025, there are very few reasons for young Australian men to dream of a prosperous future. Economic pressures now leave them feeling they can't be the providers they once would have been, and they sell this as progress, but it feels pretty regressive to me. On top of that, men are bombarded by messaging telling them that they're poisonous. And what do you think being told you're toxic all the time is doing to these young men? Has anyone actually stopped to think about what marginalising men is doing to their futures? We've got to start thinking about this. We've got to start reviving the Australian dream and ceasing with the lecturing, giving young Australian men a fair go to build a future that they can actually be proud of.
Senator Tyrrell.
You know, I've met some fabulous people, and Veenie Hiller from Palliative Care Tasmania is one of them. She's the sort of person who it's impossible to have an awkward conversation with, and yet that's exactly what she wants us all to do. If you missed it, they've been running a campaign. This weekend, have an awkward conversation. It's all about having the conversation we never have or put off until it's too late. To let our loved ones know what would like to happen if the very worst takes place and we can't communicate. Jill Saville, an advocate for palliative care, summed it up perfectly. Death doesn't discriminate, and it doesn't make appointments. A sudden stroke or dementia could steal someone's ability to communicate their wishes and make decisions. And this is something that's really close to my heart. My mum passed away from health issues at 51 years old. I remember being with her when she passed, but we didn't get to have the conversation, and I wish we truly had. It was a really difficult time for me and my family, and it was so much harder because we hadn't talked about her final wishes. As I'm getting older, I've had to think about what matters to me and share my wishes with my family. If I can't speak or respond, although I have to be careful as they might quite like it if I don't say a word at all. This weekend, I'm going to encourage my family and friends to do the same, to be like me and make a start, no matter how difficult it might be. If you're still unsure, Palliative Care Tasmania has an awkward conversation website with everything you need to get it started, with lots of information, advice and support. We must have that awkward conversation with our families about what we want if the worst should happen. The last thing I want for my family to be left in the same position I was when my mum died. And that's why I'm having these awkward conversations, and I hope you do too.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Across the country, governments are tightening bail laws. In Victoria, shameful new laws have reversed improvements made after Veronica Nelson, an Aboriginal woman, was killed in custody through gross negligence after being denied bail. Last week in the Northern Territory, a young girl accused of shoplifting was locked in solitary confinement in an adult police watch house for 3 nights with the lights left on because an after-hours bail service was axed. We know cost of living pressures drive theft of basics, but instead of support, people, including children as young as 10, are caged and abused. Lack of bail access is the biggest driver of First Nations over-incarceration, particularly for women. More women are in prison awaiting trial than those convicted, mostly for non-violent offences that wouldn't result in jail time. Thousands are locked up without ever being found guilty. And I've called on the Attorney General, the Treasurer and the Minister for Indigenous Australians for urgent national investment in therapeutic bail support. They also have an open letter from the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, co-signed by 91 Aboriginal organisations and legal services demanding action. Bail reduces remand populations, keeps families together and supports rehabilitation and community safety. Minister McCarthy says she's raised bail issues with states and territories, and what is the result? They won't listen to her. And yesterday, her Prime Minister backed up the bail laws. Shame.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. First off, I want to give a huge shout out to Howard Ong, our Liberal candidate for Tangney, for leading the charge for better infrastructure in his community. Sadly, though, when the Treasurer handed down the budget last night, we saw that there was nothing in it for Western Australia. Western Australia has been shortchanged by this government, and Tangney has been completely ignored. Now, since I've mentioned Tangney and infrastructure, you'd probably know exactly where I'm heading, and that is, of course, the Shelley Bridge. I've spoken on this issue several times in this place because it's such a critical issue that matters to people in Tangney. Right now, thousands of cars and trucks are squeezed into just 2 lanes on the Shelley Bridge, creating delays, rat runs and safety risks. It's a daily challenge for thousands of residents, commuters and parents on their school runs and students heading to Curtin University. The failure of the state and federal Labor governments to deliver Row 8 and 9 has only made this worse. We need alternative solutions, and widening Shelley Bridge is one of the best options. Now, Howard Ong is currently running a petition to gain community support for the widening of Shelley Bridge, and I encourage everyone to sign it. And last week, the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, visited Shelley Bridge to see the congestion and the delays firsthand and to listen directly to the residents who are experiencing the daily frustrations of this vital transport link. Now, Mr Dutton is committed to leading a government that listens to the communities and deliver the infrastructure that they need so that people can get home faster and safer. And Howard Ong is the only candidate in Tangney fighting for the widening of Shelley Bridge, and only a Dutton-led government can be trusted to deliver vital projects like this. Let's make this happen by getting behind Howard Ong.
Senator Smith-Mariel.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Albanese Labor government's budget is about helping Australians with the cost of living and building Australia's future. It delivers more tax cuts, more energy bill relief, cuts to student debts and more houses built around Australia. But critically, and what means so much to my community, is that it makes cheaper medicines even cheaper, and our budget strengthens Medicare. We're reducing the cost of PBS scripts to no more than $25. That's 2004 prices. The last time it cost this much, I was in high school. An additional 18 million bulk bill GP visits each year, expanding the bulk billing incentive to all Australians, tripling the number of fully bulk billed practices. We will be delivering an additional 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, including 3 in my home state of South Australia and 1 in the electorate of Sturt, which our candidate Claire Clutterham has been fighting tirelessly to deliver. And for the women of Australia, we are delivering $793 million worth of investments into their health, because the women of Australia are sick of having their pain dismissed, they are sick to death of having their experiences minimised, and they are sick of paying a tax on their health care which isn't shared by the rest of the population simply because they are women. We are adding contraceptive pills to the PBS like Yasmin, Yaz and Slinda for the first time in decades. We are funding endometriosis and IVF treatments, putting MHT on the PBS and taking women's health seriously as it deserves to be. And in contrast, Peter Dutton was voted the worst health minister on record by the doctors themselves. He tried to cut billions of dollars out of Medicare once. He'll try it again. When he cuts, you pay. We cannot trust the Liberals when it comes to Medicare.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Ayres.
My experience stops leaking against a shadow treasurer.
Aren't you sharing?
Like going to a caucus meeting and then begging your colleagues to stop leaking and then leaking about it. It's deadly effective. Deadly effective. Now, I know that Mr Taylor has his problems. I know he has his problems and he has his weaknesses. And it's just unfortunate that he's compounded yesterday's leaking catastrophe with today's brain snap. No wonder his colleagues are calling out his misjudgment, because today in the House of Representatives, you've got Liberals and Nationals voting against tax cuts. And I'm told that this evening the same characters over here will be in here voting against tax cuts too. What a goose.
Today I had a great pleasure of combining 2 of my great loves. Firstly, Andrew Constance, the Liberal candidate for Gilmore, who is going to make a magnificent contribution if he is duly elected by the good people of Gilmore. And secondly, the greatest game of all, Australian rules football. And we were able to announce a $3 million contribution to the Batemans Bay Seahawks, which will give them fantastic new facilities so that people playing Auskick, Women's AFL and Men's Australian rules will be able to avail themselves of magnificent new facilities. Senator Ayres is embarrassed about his own record, but that will make a magnificent facility for the people of the South Coast.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. We'll move to question time, and I'm calling Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. After 3 years of Labor, Australians are poorer. Because of Labor's failed policies, Australians have experienced the biggest drop in living standards in decades.
Senator Hume.
Real household disposable income.
Senator Hume, please resume your seat. Senator Hume has the right to be heard in silence, and that is what I expect. Senator Hume, please continue.
After 3 years of Labor...
Senator Hume, resume your seat. It is absolutely inappropriate, the moment after I call for silence, that you called out Senator Ayres. Please continue, Senator Hume.
After 3 years of Labor, Australians are poorer because of Labor's failed policies. Australians have experienced the largest drop in living standards in decades. Real household disposable income has collapsed by 8%. The average family with a mortgage is now $50,000 worse off since you came to government. Why is it that the only solution you can offer is a cruel hoax equalling 70 cents a day in a year's time that will do nothing to restore the living standards that Australians have lost?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Hume for the question. And I stand so proudly here to back in the speech of the Treasurer last night, the work that's been done throughout the entire caucus, focused on making sure we can provide cost of living help to households while they need it, that we're able to deliver budget repair to surpluses. Remember that, Senator Hume? Remember that. I know you'd like to gloss over it. Repair the budget and also look to the future. I know you want to ignore the fact that this budget sees the biggest nominal improvement in a budget in a first term of any government ever. $207 billion. Lower debt in the order of $177 billion. Lower debt. Well, thank you. I'll take the interjection from Senator Cash, who forecast $1 trillion of debt in their budget. We are at $940 billion, and it is lower, $177 billion lower. But importantly, we can see the choice that is on the table for Australians in this election, aren't we? Those opposite who are confused, leaking against each other and don't actually know what they stand for, voting against tax cuts to top up those important tax cuts they wanted to call an election on in July last year. Remember that? They hated those tax cuts so much they wanted to call an election on it, and then they realised that households actually like them and welcome them, and then they went, oh, right, OK, well, we'll let that one through. Now they're voting against with our top-up tax cuts this time. Cost of living relief, working hand-in-hand with tax cuts, Medicare, cheaper medicines, energy bill relief, all of that designed to help households as we deal with some of the pressures they've been under.
Senators, Senator Hume, I have not called you. Senators, it stands to reason that if I ask for silence when a question is asked, I expect silence when the question is answered. Senator Hume.
Labor promised to reduce energy bills by $275, but 3 years of Labor, the price of gas is up 34% and electricity is up 32%. Labor promised to build 30,000 affordable homes but have delivered none. And housing costs are up by 14%. Bulk billing rates have collapsed across the country, but health costs are up 10% at a time when Australians needed a back-to-basics budget to set them up for the next 5 years. What's the best you can offer them?
The
price of a cup of coffee a week. Is that good enough?
Minister Gallagher.
Well, we know what those opposite back-to-basics budgeting implies. It implies $350 billion worth of cuts, cuts to Medicare, cuts to education, no support for households so that they can build their 7 nuclear reactors at a cost of $600 billion around the country for 20 years' time. We know what we're doing on this side. We're accountable. It's there in the budget. Cost of living relief to households. Tax cuts for every worker to build on the tax cuts we gave last year. Budget repair so we can invest in the industries and jobs of the future. We've got inflation coming down, wages going up, unemployment low, interest rates being cut, inflation is back in the band. This is all contained in this responsible budget handed down by the Albanese Labor government. And those opposite are in disarray. They don't know what they stand for other than to vote against tax.
Thank you. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Madam President, the budget confirms that our economy will grow slower due to Labor's anaemic productivity. It confirms more than $425 billion of additional spending under this government, and it confirms $1 trillion in Labor debt. Australians know they cannot afford 3 more years of Labor. Minister, Australia needed a budget to get Australia back on track. Is this really the best you can come up with?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I think Australians will increasingly becoming aware of what going backwards under you lot looks like. It means cuts to Medicare, cuts to pensions, slashing public services, cutting the NDIS, all those services that people rely on. What they need is responsible government, coherent policy,
Minister,
looking to the future.
Order. The running commentary needs to stop. You are all out of order. Minister, please continue.
There's a real contrast between what we are proposing and putting forward to the Australian people and what those opposite are. Those opposite who want to cut in order to pay for their nuclear power station sometime in the future that might provide 4% of energy into the grid, whilst we get on with delivering a renewable energy future, jobs of the future, investment in our people, cost of living help for every household that needs it, and with the budget in much better shape than what we inherited. And we know what the offer is from the other side. Cuts to everything except what you pay in tax.
The time has expired. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Last night, the Treasurer handed down the fourth budget of the Albanese Labor government. The budget helps with the cost of living and builds Australia's future. How has the Albanese Labor government provided cost of living relief while delivering the biggest improvement to the bottom line in a single parliamentary term?
What a great...
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Senator Walsh, for the question. I appreciate it. And I also look forward to appearing before your committee as you go through the budget, through the estimates process. Our responsible budget helps Australians now and it builds Australians' future by delivering cost of living relief, a new tax cut for every taxpayer, energy bill relief for every household, cheaper medicines and backing in higher wages. We're also strengthening Medicare with more bulk billing and more urgent care clinics. We're making it easier to buy and rent a home, an expansion of our Help to Buy scheme and training more construction workers, investing in every single stage of education. I know that's something that those on this side have campaigned for in many instances, and including from Senator Walsh's point of view, for careers, including a 20% cut to student debt, putting all public schools in Australia on a path to full and fair funding and investing in early education and care. Building a stronger economy with $3 billion for green metals, competition reforms, support for small businesses and infrastructure investments. We're providing relief and investing in the future while delivering the biggest single improvement to the bottom line in one parliamentary term. I know you don't like that, but they are the facts. In combination, the measures in this budget, combined with the cost of living relief we have delivered for Australians over the life of this parliament, will make a meaningful difference to households. On this side of the parliament, we've understood that the government should respond when people are doing it tough and find ways to help households. And despite those opposite consistently voting against cost of living relief for Australians, we have taken every opportunity to help out Australian families with the pressure when they're facing it. The choice couldn't be clearer, President. A Labor government will deliver tax cuts, a Liberal government will deliver cuts to programs and services that Australians need.
Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
Thank you. Under Labor, inflation is down, incomes are strengthening, unemployment is very low, interest rates are coming down, and now growth is rebounding solidly as well. How will Labor's responsible economic management benefit all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I appreciate the supplementary. The budget sees the continuation of Labor's commitment to responsible economic management. Inflation and interest rates are coming down. Incomes are strengthening and unemployment is low. We have demonstrated that you can fight inflation and keep people in work, keep people in jobs, and everyone in this chamber should be should appreciate that. This doesn't just happen by chance. It's a result of the hard work of Australians and careful decision-making by the Albanese Labor government. We've delivered 2 surpluses, something the previous government was never able to achieve, despite having the mugs printed. We have reduced Liberal debt, $1 trillion in Liberal debt that we inherited, $177 billion lower, avoiding $60 billion in interest costs. We've delivered savings and we've delivered an improved budget bottom line across the forward estimates.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. I'm going to wait for silence, Senator Walsh, before I call you. Senator Walsh. Second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Under Mr Dutton, the opposition has immediately rejected Labor's tax cuts, another reckless decision in a long line of blocking cost of living relief for Australians. How will the Albanese Labor government protect important Labor policies that are helping Australians with cost of living challenges?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Senator Walsh, I thank you for the supplementary. Well, we know that in order to pay for this $600 billion nuclear fantasy, Mr Dutton will cut absolutely everything except your taxes. That's what we've learnt today. In order to pay for his $600 billion nuclear fantasy of building nuclear reactors around Australia, he will cut services, cut programs, but he will never cut your taxes. He will never cut your taxes. The Coalition have consistently in this term, and we will hold you to account for this, voted against every cost of living measure that we have brought to the Parliament. And now we know, and as we saw it this morning, they will oppose tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, not just once in a parliamentary term, but twice. That is what we are seeing from those opposite. No plan, no idea, no strategy.
Thank you, Minister.
That will look after people, not them.
Expired. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It's been reported by multiple media outlets this week that the government's quick fix legislation introduced yesterday to work around the Environment Minister, who's proved incapable of making a decision on the future of Tasmanian salmon farming, was the subject of multiple heated caucus meetings and political fixes inside the Labor Party, including the promise to bring back the disastrous job-destroying EPA that you promised not to. So, from approximately how long ago was the idea of using the futures of Tasmanian salmon workers and businesses as bargaining chips when it came to reinitiating Ms Plibersek's dangerous, job-destroying, nature-positive laws and EPA first discussed inside the Labor Party?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. I am going to ask for silence when Minister Wong responds. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, I have to say it takes a certain amount of front to be a member of the front bench of the Liberal Party and ask about internals today. Yes. Given all of the leaking and backgrounding against Mr Taylor that we have seen, and Mr Taylor himself refusing to rule out a tilt at the leadership after the election in his disastrous interview on Insiders. Amongst the many things he did—
Mr Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Duniam.
A point of order on relevance. I wonder if the minister might answer the question I asked.
I will direct the minister to your question. Just a moment, Minister. But I'm going to ask once again for silence because actually it is very hard for me to hear the minister answering. Minister, please continue.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. It's simply the reference by a Liberal frontbencher to the issue of internals at this time just seemed to be something that really required comment, President, really required comment. But what I would say to the senator, and I note that by second question we seem to be off the budget, which is interesting. But we hope to have many Dixes so we can tell the Australian people about not only what the government is doing but what the opposition is doing on the budget and their opposition to tax cuts. This legislation's before the Senate. I think you've asked some of the you've made these points, and I'm sure that these points will be made in estimates and also in the committee stage. Senator, you would know that the Prime Minister, Senator Urquhart, has made really clear the importance of jobs in Tasmania. You would know that this is something that, as a Cabinet government, we have worked through. You would also know that this is a very specific amendment to address a flaw in the EPBC Act that the Labor Party is not going to stand by, and that workers lose their jobs because of a broken law.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Given it's now been revealed that under the cover of this federal budget, Ms Plibersek will now not make a decision on the much-needed North West Shelf gas project until after the election, and despite this project having undergone 6 years of state WA thorough state assessments and approvals, when did the minister decide to start using the jobs of thousands of gas workers as a political sacrifice for Green votes in Sydney and Melbourne?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, first, can I make a point? And I know that they're desperate, always desperate for scare campaigns. I would make a point. I would always make this point.
Order! Minister, please continue.
Well, what I would make this point, I make 2 points. The first is my recollection when I went to WA, and this was asked of me, that this is an approval that has been before the state government for 6 years. And I know that Senator Cash and others are complaining about that, but obviously that's a matter for the state government. It's been before the federal government for a very short period of time, and I understand Ms Plibersek has indicated, in accordance with the legislation, when she will make a decision on that. I also understand that Mr Dutton's announcement puts North West Shelf at risk because he's reckless. Just like Pepper Levin, when Scott Morrison stuffed up the process, now Mr Dutton is proposing to do the same thing. What a reckless thing to do, to put Western Australian jobs at risk for a political stunt.
Order. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Given the Prime Minister has previously said that the disastrous, economy-destroying EPA was dead and buried, when did the government decide that it'd break this promise to Western Australia so that it could pursue Green votes in Sydney and Melbourne?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, what I would say to you is that we are supporters of the resources sector. We are supporters of jobs in the resources sector. We are supporters of jobs in Western Australia. And I might remind you how Western Australia has benefited from the opening up of the China market. You might want to remember that, the opening up of the China market under this government. And what I would say to those opposite is, why are you doing a Scott Morrison again? We saw how he stuffed up the process on Pepper Levin. That's what happened. And now we have Mr Dutton doing the same thing because he wants to play a stunt. Now, let's be really clear that the Western Australian branch of the Liberal Party are desperate to try and claw some seats back, because Western Australians know that the only thing that they will cut they'll cut everything but their taxes. So you're trying to find another scare campaign.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Environment Minister, Senator McAllister. This is the last day of the Parliament for this Senate, and the Prime Minister has stitched up a deal with Mr Dutton to gut our environment laws, all in the name of a toxic, polluting salmon industry. Labor came into government promising to strengthen our environment laws. Isn't it true that once these laws pass this place tonight, environment laws in this country will be weaker than they were when you took government?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks very much, President. And this is a classic contribution, actually, from the Greens political party, because the environmental reforms that we committed to bringing through this place were before the Parliament for many months. For many months, we put a proposal on the table that would have increased the penalties available to people, that would have established an independent EPA, and yet you refused to vote for it. You refused to vote for it, and then you come in here and ask us why this outcome that you say you desire has not occurred. And I'll tell you what, it is a reflection on your overall approach to politics, because the truth is that the Greens political party absolutely depend, not on progressing reform, but actually stymieing it. Right. Because you would prefer to keep issues hot and unresolved and keep a continuing conflict on foot so you can make electoral progress, not environmental progress, and that is the entire story of your political party from beginning to end.
Senator Hanson-Young. First up in order. Order. Senator Hanson-Young has the right to be heard in silence. Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Now that the rotting toxic salmon industry has a carve-out from our environment laws, what toxic industry will be next? Coal? Gas? More forestry? Tell us who will get the next carve-out under your government.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Once again, I will wait for silence. Order. Order. And Senator McAllister, you need to address your answers to me. Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks, President. This is another question which, by its tone and content, demonstrates everything about the Greens political party approach to politics and approach to public debate. Because we should be able to have a public debate about our national environment laws. We should be able to have a debate about environmental law reform, but it is very difficult when every contribution to the debate from a party that claims to care about outcomes and environmental progress is underwritten by mistruths, misstatements and exaggerations, and that is exactly everything that premised the question that has been asked now.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Thank you. Australian Conservation Foundation, the Australian Marine Conservation Society, WWF, Greenpeace, the Australia Institute, they've all condemned these laws. On the eve of the election, have you sold out your environment credentials for a rotten, stinking extinction salmon? Extinction salmon.
Senator Hanson-Young, remove the prop from the chamber. Senator Hanson-Young, you're not in a debate with me. It's a prop. It's a prop. Remove it from the chamber. Senator Hanson-Young, order. Order. Senator Hanson-Young, order across the chamber. Order. 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 It is my role to attempt to keep order in this place. Senator Hanson-Young, it is a prop. Remove it immediately. Senator McAllister. Minister, please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Hanson-Young and Senator McKenzie, if you want to have a chat, take it outside the chamber. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, my view is that Australians deserve better from their public representative than stunts. They deserve better than stunts.
Order.
And the truth is, the message I'd give to people who are thinking about the environment is that the only way that environmental change has ever occurred in this country is through Labor governments.
I'm sorry, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, I ensured that you were heard in silence. It's taken me quite a long time to get control of the chamber, and the minister will equally be given that same respect, and she will be heard in silence. Minister McAllister. Minister, please resume your seat. Seriously, Senator McKim, that is very disrespectful towards me and the order that I am trying very hard to maintain in this chamber. Minister McAllister. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last night, the Albanese Labor government delivered a responsible budget that further helps with the cost of living while building Australia's future. What are the measures that provide much-needed relief to Australians and build on what Labor has already delivered?
Minister Wong.
Well, we know at least the Australian Labor Party is focused on cost of living issues for Australians, unlike the opposition and the Australian Greens. Well, this year's budget, Labor's fourth responsible budget, we are building Australia's future and we will deliver further tax cuts to every Australian taxpayer. Combined with Labor's first round of tax cuts, the average tax cut is around $43 a week, or more than $2,200 next year, around $50 a week, more than $2,500 in the year after. And on top of that, we're providing another $150 in energy bill relief. We're strengthening Medicare and investing in bulk billing so more Australians can see a doctor. You don't like that, do you, Senator Hume? We're putting more funding into public schools. We'll make more cuts to HECS debt to help Australian students, and we're building more houses and helping more Australians into a home of their own. Now, we know Mr Dutton and the Coalition are recklessly opposing Labor's cost of living relief. Again, they have previously opposed it and they are continuing to oppose it. And it was quite remarkable earlier today to see what happened in the House of Representatives. Now, everyone will remember the opposition tried to stand in the way last time Labor wanted to make sure all Australians got a tax cut. All Australians got a tax cut. Well, they're at it again, President. They're at it again, telling hard-working Australians they don't deserve a tax cut. Those opposite voted against tax cuts this morning, and I anticipate they'll do so again tonight. Why? And why have they done that? Because we know they have $600 billion to fund their risky nuclear scheme, so they can't support tax cuts. Now, the reality is Australians know the only way to pay for Mr Dutton's reckless nuclear scheme is deep cuts to essential services like Medicare.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr Dutton, the Liberals cut everything but your taxes.
Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And it's clear that Labor is strengthening Medicare. Labor is investing in housing and education and advancing reforms to make our economy stronger, as well as building a future made in Australia. But, Minister, what risks exist to Labor's work to build Australia's future?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. And as you know, under Labor, inflation is down, interest rates are coming down, unemployment is low, growth has rebounded and real wages and living standards are growing again. The only people who are unhappy about that is Mr Taylor and Senator Hume and Mr Dutton. And it's all helped by our responsible cost of living measures that support Australians who are under pressure. And of course, the biggest risk to all of this progress are Mr Dutton, Mr Taylor and the Liberal Party. Mr Dutton has said past performance is the best indicator of future practice. Past performance is the best indicator of future practice. Well, we know, Australians know about his past performance. Australians know cuts to health, cuts to health, a GP tax, more expensive medicines and cuts to education. And we'll know they'll sack public servants. And we know that Senator Hume had made clear you don't care about the veterans in the backlog. You don't, do you?
Thank you, Minister.
You've made that clear, Senator Hume.
Has expired. Order. Senator McGrath, you have had an awful lot to say this question time. It's not appropriate. I invite you to make your contribution at taking note. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Liberals and Nationals have already said they won't support tax cuts for every Australian. Mr Dutton stated, and I quote, "We've said that we won't support tax cuts," and Senator Hume has claimed that now is not the time to give Australians a tax cut.
Senator Hume,
why
order.
does Labor believe every Australian deserves a tax cut, and how will they be worse off if their hard-earned tax cut is taken away?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister. I've got the minister on her feet. Senator Hume, you've had a lot to say too. I invite you to make a contribution at taking note. Order. Order across the chamber. Senator O'Neill, you've asked the question. Minister.
Well, Senator President, we know Australians have been under pressure from cost of living, which is why we are delivering responsible cost of living relief, despite the opposition of Mr Dutton and the Liberal Party and National parties, like Labor's tax cuts. You see, the Liberals won't tell Australians what essential services they'll cut, but they have made it crystal clear they're not going to cut Australian taxes. It's incredible how quickly Mr Taylor was to jump out of the gates to say no. I mean, in one of his recent disastrous interviews, the Shadow Treasurer managed to say no to supporting everything, including his own leader. I would have thought it would have been easy for him to rule out he was gunning for the leadership. He can say no to tax cuts for hard-working Australians, but can't say no to a promotion. He can't say no to a promotion. And now the Liberals are telling the media the message is leave him alone, leave poor Mr Taylor alone.
Senator
Maybe
McGrath.
he needs space for a clear run. Well, Australians can't risk a Liberal government, whether it's led by Mr Dutton or Mr Taylor. They'll cut everything but your taxes.
Has expired. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I note the government's prompt attention and response to deal with the impacts of Cyclone Alfred in Queensland and New South Wales. Right now, several communities in central Queensland have been cut off by floodwaters as a 1,600-kilometre monsoon trough dumps rain across Queensland and the Northern Territory. Will the Minister please explain what assistance is being provided by the Australian Government to flood-affected communities in Queensland?
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, obviously that would generally be an issue that falls within Senator McAllister's portfolio, so I'll try and provide what information I can. I understand that currently there is, as you said, severe weather and flooding.
Order.
I'm just wondering if maybe I could answer Senator Hanson's question. Thank you. Thank you.
Stop the chatting across the chamber. Please continue.
I understand there is widespread severe weather and flooding ongoing.
Order.
It's about floods in Queensland.
It's floods in Queensland, Senator McGrath. I would have thought you'd be interested in this, right? I would have thought.
Order. 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 Order across the chamber. Senator Green. I'm sorry, Senator Hanson. You have your right to have your question answered.
And I want to hear what the Minister has to say. I've lost about 15 seconds of her response, so I'd like to hear the time I get a decent response.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Please continue, Minister.
I understand that there is, as you said, widespread flooding across southwest Queensland. A severe thunderstorm warning is current for parts of Queensland. I won't go through all of the information about that. As you probably know, Senator, there is a distinction between national emergency events and those which are dealt with by state governments. I'm sure Senator McAllister, much more eloquently than I could explain, when one moves from a state-based event to a state response to a national response. To date, there is not a national and emergency event which has been triggered. And that response has not been triggered, but of course the government would stand ready in circumstances where those arrangements would need to be triggered. Obviously, we know what occurred in relation to the ex-tropical cyclone in both Queensland, in southern Queensland, southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales was very difficult for the community, and you would have seen the government made it a very important priority, not only to deliver services and support, but also to ensure Senator McAllister and Senator Sheldon and the Prime Minister were available to assist the Premier, Christopher Foley and others.
Thank you, Minister. Before I call Senator Hanson, I expect Senator Hanson to be asked her first and second supplementary in silence and to be given the courtesy and respect to hear the answer in silence. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, these floods, which came with little or no warning, have had a serious impact on livestock farmers in affected areas. These farmers were dealing with drought only a week ago. What specific assistance is the government providing to livestock farmers in these areas so that the economic impact of these floods will not linger in their communities?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Wong.
Senator Hanson, as I understand it, Queensland is leading the recovery response, and if Queensland seeks federal assistance, national assistance, then obviously they would engage with us. I'm also advised that NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency, has been in contact with state counterparts. We obviously continue to monitor the situation. As yet, that assistance has not been sought, and were it to be sought, I'm sure you would see an appropriate response from the government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
The Mayor of Quilpie has said there is currently no weather radar service between Alice Springs and Charleville, effectively leaving local communities blind about potentially devastating floods and hampering planning and response efforts. Will the Minister please explain why this region lacks critical weather forecasting service and when the government will address this oversight?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. I would assume that forecasting would be a matter for the Bureau of Meteorology. I'll stand corrected if that's not correct. I don't have any information on that, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide some information.
Thank you. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Prior to the election, Prime Minister Albanese said, "I'll say this very clearly, families will be better off under a Labor government." Minister, this is the reality for Australian families under the Albanese Labor government. Food is up 13.3%, housing is up 14.5%, rents are up 18%, electricity without government rebates is up 32.3%, and gas is up 34.2%. That is the reality that Australian families are living. Does the Prime Minister seriously believe that his cruel hoax of a 70 cents a day tax cut in 15 months' time will do anything to help Australian families with the skyrocketing cost of living crisis that the Albanese government alone has created?
Order. 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 I'm going to wait for silence before I call the Minister. When you finish, Senator Ayres. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, it's passing strange, isn't it, to be asked about cost of living by somebody who's opposing more cost of living relief, and by a party that has stood in the way of cost of living relief for working Australians time and time again. The party that voted against energy bill relief, the party that stood in the way of tax relief, the party that wanted more expensive medicines, the party that has consistently voted against, argued against cost of relief for working Australians, is now wanting to talk about cost of living relief when they're standing in the way of yet another round of cost of living relief. I mean, really, you could not script this stuff, could you? You could not script this stuff. I mean, the reality is, Senator Cash, you and the coalition have stood against cost of living relief, tax relief, that has been put forward by this government time and time again, and now you are again telling Australians they don't deserve a tax cut. They don't deserve a tax cut, but you want to cut everything. You want to cut everything but Australians' taxes. Now, I would remind those opposite that the inflation rate is almost a third of what it was at the election. I would remind those opposite that real wages are growing again. I know that Senator Cash is one of those who believes that lower wages is better for the economy. We do not share that view. We do not share that view. We think people should earn more and keep more of what they earn. We've seen the lowest average unemployment rate for any government in 50 years, and we've seen over 1.1 million jobs created. Now, Senator Cash, this is our economic record. Yours is opposition to all cost of living relief, including opposition to tax cuts. But what we do know is you have to fund billions of dollars of cuts, $600 billion at least, to fund a risky nuclear scheme.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering
you cut everything but the...
Senator McKenzie and Senator McGrath, I don't know what else I can say to you to get you to stop interjecting. The running monologues is incredibly disrespectful. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Minister, a constituent recently said the Albanese Labor government keeps telling Australians just how good they've got it, and yet every time I go into the shops, a block of cheese still costs me $11. That's my reality, she said at the checkout. How will 70 cents a day in 15 months' time help families that are paying thousands of dollars more at the checkout because of the Albanese government's cost of living crisis?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Senator, what I would say to your constituent is we absolutely understand that people are facing cost of living pressures. And that is why we have been seeking to provide cost of living relief as we are able to. And it is disappointing that the alternative government is refusing to support it. So I would invite you, Senator Cash, to tell that constituent that you stood in the way of the first round of tax cuts. I would invite you, Senator Cash, to tell that constituent you stood in the way not once but twice, and now will be a third time, of energy bill relief for her and her family. I would invite you to tell that constituent that you believe she should pay more for medicines, I would invite you to tell her that you don't think she should have additional tax cuts that the government has put forward. Now, the reality is, Senator Cash, some of us are trying to do something about cost of living pressures. Others are not.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired.
Is a coalition.
Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. Can the Prime Minister confirm his government owns one of the biggest crashes in the government finances in history, from a surplus last year to a $43 billion deficit next year and a record debt of more than $1 trillion next year? Given this sea of deficits in the future and an intensifying cost of living crisis, how can Australians possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Order. Minister Wong.
The answer is no. Debt is $177 billion lower in 24-25 than under you. Full stop.
Order. 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 Senator Ruston, we have moved on, and I am waiting to call Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe.
My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister McCarthy. Yesterday, Prime Minister Albanese publicly backed Victoria's harsher bail laws, saying he strongly supports them. Do you agree with your Prime Minister that jailing more people on remand, including children as young as 10, is a good thing? It's a yes or no question.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. Our government has worked incredibly hard, President, to ensure the justice reinvestment package across the country, in 27 sites indeed, to try to reduce the high rates of incarceration in this country. And I know that the Prime Minister is incredibly supportive in making sure we do that.
Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
You have said your government wants remand numbers reduced. The Prime Minister openly contradicted you. So what is Labor's position? More or fewer kids locked up on bail?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I have answered this question to Senator Thorpe before. I have spoken with Indigenous Affairs ministers across the country and Joint Council with the Coalition of Peaks. We do want to see the reduction in remand across the country, and we are certainly working towards that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
So what concrete action, not just your letters and your meetings and your phone calls with your mates, will your government take on bail?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for your letters. They are very interesting, and I will certainly be getting back to you with your letters. But the letters that I have written across the country are certainly making an impact, President, and I do thank those jurisdictions for working with me. We do have a way to go, and I will continue to do that going forward.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator McCarthy. The Albanese Labor government's budget handed down last night includes the largest ever investment in Medicare, including investments in bulk billing, urgent care clinics and cheaper medicines. How will this budget help all Australians with the cost of health care?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Urquhart. Well, when we came to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive, President, to find a doctor. Bulk billing was in free fall after a decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare, and that's why strengthening Medicare was a key focus of our election platform. In just 3 years, we have delivered more doctors, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines and opened 87 Medicare urgent care clinics. And one in the Northern Territory, or one in Darwin. There's actually 9 in the Northern Territory. And at this election, Australia faces a choice: a stronger Medicare with more bulk billing for all Australians under Labor, or more cuts to Medicare under Peter Dutton's Liberals. A re-elected Albanese Labor government will make the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. We're investing $7.9 billion so all Australians can see a GP for free. Australian patients and families will save hundreds of dollars a year in out-of-pocket costs. And for the first time, President, Labor will expand bulk billing incentives to all Australians and create an additional new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every patient. Seeing a GP regularly helps to catch health issues early before they worsen and escalate to needing more intensive and more costly care. And that's why we're investing $662.6 million in a workforce package to deliver more doctors and nurses than ever before. By 2028, we will fund 2,000 new GP trainees every year.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Urquhart, first supplementary.
Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government expanding urgent care clinics, and have there been any barriers to the rollout of urgent care clinics?
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Minister.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Urquhart. We promised 50 Medicare urgent care clinics at the election, and we've delivered 87 around Australia. 87. Over 1 million patients have walked through the door of a Medicare UCCs and received the free urgent care they need instead of waiting hours in a busy hospital emergency department. A re-elected Albanese government will build on its historic investment in Medicare, President, to expand the availability of free urgent care with $644 million commitment to open another 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, with more clinics in every state and territory, including the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Urquhart, second supplementary.
Labor's historic investment in bulk billing, urgent care clinics and cheaper medicines will no doubt have a positive impact for all Australians. The Leader of the Opposition has said that past performance is the best indicator of future practice. His own past performance includes significant cuts to Australia's health system, and he's committed to more cuts. What would it mean to the Australian people if Labor's historic investments in healthcare are not delivered?
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, the Leader of the Opposition has indeed said that past performance is the best indicator of future practice. You only have to look at Peter Dutton's record as Health Minister to understand how a Liberal government would wreck Medicare, President, and make healthcare more expensive for all Australians. Peter Dutton, who was voted Australia's worst health minister by Australia's doctors, cut $50 billion from public hospitals when he was Health Minister. Peter Dutton cut $200 million for emergency departments in
Minister
public hospitals.
McCarthy,
and
please resume your seat. Senator Fawcett. I think it was actually twice, because I think at one point she used former health minister. But, Minister, I do remind you to refer to others by their correct title. Exactly.
Thank you, President. Well, the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, was voted Australia's worst health minister by Australia's doctors, cut $50 billion from public hospitals. When he was Health Minister, he cut $200 million for emergency departments in public hospitals and tried to make everyone pay a fee to be seen in the ED.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Rennick.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Is she here? Oh, yeah, cool. Australia has a serious tax leakage problem regarding profits and labour sent offshore that are taxed at a much lower rate than profits and labour retained in this country. Australian domiciled businesses struggle to compete with foreign multinationals because of this, resulting in significant erosion of the tax base and our capital reserves. Last night's budget has revealed serious structural issues that need to be addressed urgently, with deficits forecast to occur out to 2035-36. Now that the President of the USA has introduced import tariffs, will the Australian government finally do something about our own self-imposed reverse tax tariffs to stop offshore profit shifting and help improve the budget position?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Rennick for the question. And for the issues he's raised there. And I can assure Senator Rennick that front of mind at the ERC is looking at how we can ensure the integrity of our tax system, and you've seen that with some of the legislation we've brought here, particularly in relation to multinational tax reform, and we will continue to do so. I think in relation to the sort of more current issues around global trade that are playing out around the world, we've done quite a bit since the Senate last sat about defining an Australian business for the purposes of our own procurement as a government. We spend about $70 billion a year through Commonwealth programs, and one of the issues we've had is how do you define an Australian business. In the past, it's just been by an ABN. Australian businesses say to us that is not adequate to actually say you're an Australian business working here with Australian workers. So we've done that, and we've looked at ways to strengthen the procurement guidelines to ensure that particularly small businesses get a fair share. I think we'll continue to look at ways to level the playing field, particularly in the way that we purchase services and programs, as a way of making sure that Australian businesses get a fair deal. And we constantly look at ways to ensure the integrity of the tax system, particularly as it relates to the issues you raise around tax leakage and multinationals, tax avoidance.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Rennick, first supplementary.
If Australia was a business that was drowning in debt and it forecast losses for the next decade, it would be declared bankrupt and receivers appointed. Why should the Australian public take Labor seriously on economic management when it can't find solutions to stimulate an economy back into surplus over a decade, given Australia's vast resources, skilled workforce and economic potential?
It's quite a tenuous link to the first question, but I will invite the Minister to give you whatever response she sees fit. Thank you, Senator Rennick.
Thank you, President. I think the link there is the pressure that's on the budget, and if I focus on that, I would say to Senator Rennick, look at the work that we've done to repair the budget in the 3 years that we've been here. Budgets obviously are different, in terms of the role that they have to play in the economy. So when there is a need for government to lean in, as we saw during economic shocks, the budget is used as a way of leaning in, particularly when private investment withdraws. What we've seen in welcome ways is that private sector investment is returning post the inflation shock that we've just been through. And that is good. That means, we can continue to repair the fiscal buffers over time. But a budget also has to provide services and supports to the community. We have to balance up the range of pressures that are on the budget, but repair it over time. That's what we've done in the last 3 years, and that's what we'd do if we are re-elected.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Rennick, second supplementary.
At the start of this term, I had a meeting with Treasurer Chalmers, as I had a meeting with former Treasurer Frydenberg in the previous term, where I outlined several loopholes in our tax and monetary policy settings that favoured foreign investors. Why has Labor done nothing to remove these loopholes, which would not only help improve the budget position but also be popular with the Australian public?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I know that, Senator Rennick, that the Treasurer engages widely across the parliament, and he takes ideas and feedback very seriously from other members of parliament, and he takes advice from the Treasury on those suggestions. I would say the work of a treasurer is never complete. It's never finished. There's always further work that needs to be done. Well, I know you don't like the facts, Senator Henderson, about what we've done to repair the budget, the budget that was heaving with waste and rorts and debts and interest payments on that debt when we came to government. But I would say to Senator Rennick that we do take the issue seriously. The Treasurer does engage with members of the crossbench, and where the advice is to proceed, of that advice, that we have been prepared to act.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. The Albanese Labor government inherited a mess in the energy market, with rising wholesale prices and retail prices that the coalition shamefully hid. Labor has been committed to providing cost of living relief, including putting downward pressure on energy bills. Can the Minister please tell us how is the government working to reduce cost of living pressures through Australians' energy bills?
Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, Senator Grogan, and you are right. Our number one focus is making life easier for Australians by helping with cost of living. And over this term, we have prioritised acting on energy prices with 2 rounds of energy bill relief and our steps to cap gas and energy prices. And it is complemented, of course, as you know, by action in the long term to implement our plan for reliable renewables. And I'm pleased to advise the chamber that the Albanese Labor government will provide another $150 in energy bill relief, extending our energy rebate until the end of 2025. Now, this responsible cost of living measure will help every household and will help small businesses as well. And from the 1st of July 2025, every household and around 1 million small businesses will see further rebates on top of the previous rebates that have already been rolled out to Australian households and small businesses. Now, Treasury estimates that this will directly reduce headline inflation by about 0.5 percentage point in 2025 and reduce household bills by 7.5% on average nationally compared to bills without the extension. And it builds on the practical and meaningful steps that we've taken to assist households with cost of living over the term, action that the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, has stood against on every possible occasion. And under Mr Dutton and under Mr Taylor, we know that Australians will be worse off. We know because they have shown us through their actions, not just by opposing energy price relief, but also by opposing cost of living measures across the board. They are now opposing, unbelievably, Labor's tax cuts for every taxpayer, not once but twice. And it is clear that Mr Dutton will cut everything.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you to the Minister. So not only has the Coalition opposed the energy price relief for Australian families, but their answer is a $600 billion nuclear energy scheme that is going to cost way too much, take way too long, and actually drive up energy bills, which Mr Dutton can only pay for by cutting everything that is except your tax. How will the Albanese Labor government's approach continue to deliver reliable and affordable energy to Australians?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister McAllister.
In the longer term, we know that reliable renewables are the key to getting prices down, and the Labor Party, backed by experts, are united in implementing that reliable renewals plan. We are uniting, which is so key to providing the market with certainty to invest. But after denial and division and delay for 10 years, which led to 22 failed energy policies, the Coalition are still fighting amongst themselves about their signature energy policy, possibly policy 23, 24, 25, I have lost count. So we have, of course, Coalition Senator Canavan, who says this about the signature energy policy: nuclear is not going to cut it. We're not serious. We're latching onto it as a silver bullet because it fixes a political issue for us. We have members of their own party setting up Liberals against nuclear, and we learn that the Liberal Party has not used nuclear in any of its 24 paid ads running on social media.
Senator Grogan's second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Given the $600 billion nuclear scheme creates a range of risks to energy consumers and the Commonwealth budget, how does the Albanese Labor government's plan for reliable and affordable energy avoid these risks, and why did the government take this approach?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister McAllister.
Well, those opposite hid price rises in the Australian energy bills before the last election, and now they're trying to do it again. They're trying to hoodwink the Australian people by hiding their nuclear policy before the next election. And the biggest risk to Australians in energy policy is the nuclear scheme that is proposed by those opposite, and so many on the other side know it to be true. Not only will this lead to higher bills, but Australians will pay again and again when it comes to that $600 billion price tag, because it means just one thing. It means cuts. Cuts to Medicare, cuts to education, cuts to critical services, cuts they don't want to tell you about before an election. As Health Minister, Mr Dutton cut $50 billion from public hospitals, cut funding for Medicare, and if he gets the chance, he will do it all again.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. I've got Senator Bragg on my list. Yes, Senator Bragg.
The question is to the Minister representing the Housing Minister, Minister Gallagher. The government has delivered 4 budgets where it has announced the same housing policies which have built 0 new houses. Does the government understand the definition of insanity?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher. Senator Farrell.
I think, President, I'm the person responsible for...
Okay, well, just a moment, Senator Farrell. Senator Bragg has called Minister Gallagher, so unless the ministers want to... Senator Bragg, do you wish the... no. Do you wish the question to be transferred to Minister Farrell? No. Okay, thank you.
Should address the question, and if he could repeat it to the Minister representing the Treasurer, which is not the Minister representing the Minister for Housing.
Thank you. So start again. Thank you, Senator Bragg.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, if you would prefer, who I believe is Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. And just ask the question again.
This is the PDF.
Order! We're not chatting across the table.
Well, he's asking me questions.
No,
I'm just trying to help.
Senator Bragg, ignore the interjections. I will manage the chamber. I've invited you to ask the question to the correct minister. Please put the question.
Okay. Thank you, President. I'm just trying to...
Senator Bragg, I don't need your help. Address the question to Minister Gallagher.
My apologies. The government has now delivered 4 budgets in which it has announced the same housing policies which have built 0 new houses. Does the government understand the definition of insanity?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Order. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Exactly. On day one after the budget, we have questions of that calibre. I'll tell you my view of the definition of insanity is a Commonwealth government that did, when they were in power, those opposite did nothing on housing for a decade. That's what I think. Not only insanity, but a complete abrogation of responsibility. Didn't have a housing minister for most of it, and didn't do anything about supportive housing, didn't do anything about affordable housing, didn't do anything to provide the housing stock that this country needs, did absolutely nothing. And then worse, once they're in opposition, once they've been booted out because they failed to deal with a whole range of policy areas, including housing, then systematically votes against everything we are trying to do to improve the housing supply in this country. Every single time. And not only voted to oppose it, voted to delay it. And then, once they delayed it, then criticised the fact that it's not building enough houses. This is a sort of incoherent and irresponsible approach from those opposite. And this is a real indication of how they would behave if they were elected into government. This is what we are seeing, the kind of student union questions from Senator Bragg, as opposed to the serious engagement on an issue like housing, which is a serious issue that most people care deeply about. And we have $33 billion on the table. We are building thousands of houses right now, under construction all around the country. No thanks to you. No thanks to you, because you've opposed every single step of the way. Where we have proposed sensible policies, you have sat back and opposed it, you've criticised it, you've delayed it, you've complained about it, and then when it hasn't built the houses, you then criticise that as well.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Mr. President. Last night the Treasurer's budget speech said, and I quote, 1.2 million new houses will be built before the decade is out. Wow. End quote. Every single private economist and even the Treasury know that this target is a dead duck. Why is the government constantly misleading the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I do not accept that for a moment. The $1.2 million target is an ambitious goal, but it's one that we are prepared to back up with policy solutions, with investments, with working with state and territory governments, with working with local governments to deliver the housing stock that this country needs. And you know what? It stands in stark opposition to any housing policy that you have, which is essentially one, as I understand it, which is to encourage young people to ransack their super in order to inflate housing prices across the country. And if you want to quote economists, have a look at what most of them say about that policy, that it's insanity. That's insanity, not only on the burden on the aged pension, but the fact that you single-handedly reduce young people's superannuation savings and inflate house prices at the same time. Only this coalition could dream up a policy solution like that after doing nothing for the 10 years that they were in power.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
No one believes that. The Treasurer also said last night that the Housing Australia Future Fund is, and I quote again, helping build 18,000 houses. We all know that the HAF is virtually on a duck. When will this Labor government build its first house and start correcting its miserable housing record?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Here we have it again. They come in here and they say they care about cost of living, and then they vote against tax cuts. They now come in here and criticise the HAF when they voted against it and voted to delay it, and now they say, how many houses have you built, after you spent a year and a half blocking the passage of that bill that set up the Housing Australia Future Fund. Round one are under negotiation now, which is actually, considering the time the Senate delayed the passage of this bill, and we never got it through with your support anyway. We had to completely bypass you because you continued to oppose it. You say you're going to abolish it. That's your policy, and now you're complaining that it hasn't built enough houses. Well, I'll tell you what, if you get into government, there will be thousands less houses than what the HAF is actually currently building right now, and you need to explain that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sterle.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Cost of living pressures are a top concern of Australian workers and households. How is the Albanese Labor government's workplace relations agenda and budget helping Australian workers earn more and, Minister, keep more of what they earn?
Minister Watt.
And thank you very much, Senator Sterle. A fantastic question to finish off question time. For 3 years, the Albanese Labor government's focus has been on growing wages and addressing cost of living pressures. And last night's budget shows that real wages will continue to grow alongside more new jobs, low unemployment and low inflation. and our budget locks in a further tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. And in an extraordinary development, we've now seen Mr Dutton and the Coalition oppose those tax cuts. After months of Mr Dutton promising cuts so he can pay for $600 billion worth of nuclear reactors, we've finally found the only thing that Mr Dutton and the Coalition won't cut, and that is your taxes. So we have the supposed party of lower taxes now opposing a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. The mental gymnastics we've seen on display from Senator Hume and Mr Taylor have really been quite something to behold. Even the Coalition's preferred broadcaster, Sky News, today asked Senator Hume, "So you're going to vote against these tax cuts but still claim to be the party of lower taxes?" Try to square that circle. Senator Hume, I wasn't able to do that. And it does explain, though, all the Coalition's leaking against their economic team, because I'd be pretty nervous about them too. But at least there are a few people on the Coalition side who are willing to be honest, like the Coalition MP who described Angus Taylor's Insider's performance as very strange. Or who can forget #1 ticket holder of the Angus Taylor fan club, Senator Hughes, saying Mr Taylor needs to show some maturity and get across the detail. No wonder Mr Taylor has a hit list of people he wants to target if he becomes the opposition leader after the election. That's right, we are now in the situation where those opposite are so busy thinking of things they can cut, they want to cut each other from being a member of their party room. The only thing that Peter Dutton won't cut is your taxes, and Australians are about to have their say.
Thank you, Minister Watt. The time has expired. And I do remind you to refer to those in the other place by their correct titles. And Senator Sterle, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. I note that Mr Dutton opposed the Albanese Labor government's tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer and instead plans to cut everything except your tax. Why is it so important that workers' rights and the cost of living support don't end up on Mr Dutton's chopping block, Minister?
Senator Watt or Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. It is important that workers' rights and cost of living support doesn't end up on Mr Dutton's chopping block, because the last few years have been tough for many Australians, and that's why the Albanese Labor government has worked so hard to deliver more jobs, higher wages and low unemployment, along with lower inflation. And that's enabled us to deliver a tax cut for every Australian in our budget. And, you know, it was great to see our job creation record being recognised by the people of Australia. Just the morning we heard from a Mr A. Taylor from the electorate of Hume, who told the ABC, "Let me tell you, this is a job market that's strong. It's as strong as we have ever seen and has been." Now, this Mr A. Taylor from Hume, I'm told he's a smart guy. Some people say he's a Rhodes Scholar, in fact. And that's what makes it so disappointing to see his colleagues leaking against him. In yesterday's Coalition Party Room meeting, which was leaked after a directive not to leak it, Mr Dutton said the attacks were being motivated by New South Wales intra-party feuding. Who could that be? Senator Hughes, Senator Bragg and Senator Sharp.
Senator Sterle, second supplementary.
I'm loving it. Thank you, President. Thank you. The Albanese Labor government is delivering a responsible budget that boosts Medicare as well as delivering income tax cuts. I note that Mr Dutton will cut Medicare to pay for his $600 billion nuclear reactors, but won't cut income taxes for Australian workers. What are the key barriers to higher wages and cost of living support to Australian workers? And, Minister, how will Mr Dutton's cuts hurt Australian workers?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Watt.
Great question, Senator Sterle. Well, Mr Dutton and the Coalition have made clear that they will cut Australians' jobs and services to pay for their $600 billion worth of nuclear reactors. And for those playing at home who couldn't get an answer from the Shadow Treasurer in his very strange interview on Insiders, that's how much their nuclear reactors cost, $600 billion. And to pay for it, Mr Taylor last night announced even more public service job cuts. Another 5,000 jobs will now go, bringing it to a total of 41,000 job cuts to Medicare, to Veterans Affairs, to emergency services and many other agencies. Now, we know that the one thing Peter Dutton won't cut is taxes for hard-working Australians. Now, I remember last year when Labor made changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts, Mr Dutton opposed them and he called for an election. Well, I've got good news for Mr Dutton. We are cutting taxes and we are going to an election. And in a very short amount of time, Australians will have their chance to say whether they want a Labor government lifting wages and cutting taxes or you rabble over...
Senator Wong. Minister Wong.
It's so tempting. After the worst performance I've seen in a very long time from those opposite in a post-budget period, but I'd ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of a bill as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. That doesn't happen often. I move the motion. And I get to talk? Great, yep. Thank you. Unfortunately, we've seen this government repeatedly ignore small business. When it comes to consultation on legislation, when it comes to digitisation, to unlock productivity, when it comes to many of Bruce Bilson's sensible recommendations for small business in this country. Here we are on the last day of the Parliament, and the government is prioritising all sorts of bills. One they aren't is the instant asset write-off for this year, which hasn't even passed the House yet. Yet we see earlier when asked about it, the Treasurer blames the Senate. Blaming the Senate for a bill that hasn't passed the House yet seems like a very strange excuse from a government. I would urge the major parties, rather than trying to score political points here, let's pass these measures for Australia's 2.5 million small businesses. They need the certainty, and this Parliament has not adequately looked after small businesses this Parliament. We've heard rightly lots about cost of living pressures. Yet the thing we don't talk about is that small business owners face a double whammy of cost of living. In their business, they are dealing with rising costs. In many instances, are trying to work out ways not to pass that on to customers. And then at home, they're facing the same cost of living pressures that all Australians are. This instant asset write-off is something that needs to be done today. It needs to be done today to allow small business to have certainty. And I urge the Coalition to support it. We may see some squirming, some pushing for a higher amount to make it permanent. I agree with both of those things. And last time this bill went through, actually moved amendments to it, and we saw the Coalition abstain. I'm not too sure why, but I'd urge the Parliament. Let's pass this. It's in the budget. It's something that the government has committed to, so let's get this $20,000 for this year done, and the next Parliament needs to do the work of making it permanent, providing certainty, and raising it to at least $30,000. I'll be moving an amendment to the TLAB, more cost of living relief bill, to make sure that the instant asset write-off is legislated for this financial year. And I urge all senators to think about the small businesses in your states and territories and support the amendment.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you very much, Senator Pocock, for moving this motion. The Coalition will be supporting you in your effort to move this motion. The instant asset write-off is a fundamentally important feature in our taxation system to drive productivity that has fallen to record lows under this government, productivity that is one of the great drivers of economic growth that is so desperately needed in this environment where we've now seen economic growth stagnate to around 0.8% per annum. 0.8%. I mean, that is anemic growth. Without productivity driving economic growth, our prosperity is at risk. The instant asset write-off is a fundamental tenet of our taxation system, particularly, though, for small businesses that rely on the instant asset write-off so that they can invest in the productive capacity of their own businesses and receive a full tax deduction for doing so. Now, you will recall that the instant asset write-off has been used by governments previously in order to inject that productivity into our economy, back into economic growth. During COVID, it went up to have a cap of around $100,000 from memory, and that was a really important part of the coalition government's COVID response to make sure that we kept businesses in business and kept people employed at a time when the economy was at great risk. This was a fundamentally important measure. Now, it was continued under the Labor government, but now we see in the budget last night that it's been removed entirely. The coalition have not only been pushing to keep this measure, but we've been pushing to raise it. We want to see the cap of the threshold raised from $20,000 to $30,000 to allow those small businesses who want to grow, to invest and to employ in their own businesses, to allow them a tax deduction for investing in productive assets. I don't think that's too much to ask. Small businesses have been crying out for it, and they were devastated last night to see that it had been removed from the budget entirely. So the coalition would not only like to see this reinstated in not just this year's budget but last year's, because let's face it, the problem is now, because the House of Representatives hasn't passed this legislation, and it's in the House of Representatives, it's not in the Senate, because the House of Representatives haven't passed this legislation, thousands of small businesses have relied on it being there at the end of this tax year. They've already made the investments and they're expecting a tax deduction, but because this government has sat on its hands, because this government disrespects small businesses, well, those people, those small business owners are going to find themselves sorely disappointed unless Senator Pocock gets his way today. Unless Senator Pocock gets his way, the House of Representatives stops sitting on its hands and passes this incredibly important measure, brings it back here for the Senate to support too, because small businesses need this. But not only do small businesses need the instant asset write-off from this year, they need it next year as well, and it has gone. It's gone from this budget. It's gone from this budget. We want to see the instant asset write-off cap threshold lifted from $20,000 to $30,000, and most importantly, a coalition government will commit to making the instant asset write-off a permanent feature of the taxation system. Now, why is this important? Because small businesses aren't like large businesses. They don't have the capacity to just make investments at the drop of a hat. They need to plan for it. They need to budget for it. And when they do, they deserve to be rewarded for it. They deserve to be able to make a tax deduction for those investments. Let's say you're a restaurant, a hospitality business, and we know that 1 in 11 hospitality businesses failed last year, along with 29,000 other businesses that have failed under a Labor government. If you're a hospitality business and you want to invest in a new refrigeration system that's going to be more environmentally friendly and bring your electricity prices down, well, wouldn't that be fantastic? But you should be able to invest in that asset and then write it off immediately. Under a coalition government, that will always be the case. Unfortunately, under a Labor government that disrespects small businesses, that don't understand small businesses, and you know why they don't understand small businesses? Because they have never worked in one, because they have never owned one, because they have never run one. The Labor government disrespects small businesses, so they will never approve an instant asset write-off. They don't think that this is necessary. They would rather give people an election bribe of 70 cents a day in 18 months' time in order to win an election. Now, that's not a taxation policy. That's not taxation reform. That's not productivity enhancing. That's an election sweetener. That's a budget measure for the next 5 weeks. That's not for the next 5 years. That's not for the next 50 years. That's simply a bribe. It's a cruel hoax to ordinary Australians who deserve so much better. The Labor Party thinks that it can buy your vote. It can buy your vote. How dare they? How dare they? Australians are not that stupid, and certainly the small business community know that. Do you know, one of the hats that I've been wearing under this term of Parliament as the chair of the Cost of Living Committee, and one of the most heartbreaking stories I have heard, was a small business owner in Western Australia. Now, Western Australia is a pretty prosperous state, don't get me wrong, but this man was 67 years old, and he was sitting in a forum that I was running, and he spoke at the very, very end of this forum, and he said, under this government, I have seen my business go backwards. I have been running a hairdressing salon for 45 years. Me and my wife together have been running this salon. At our peak, we employed 8 people, but we're down to 4. I saw my business manager the other day, he said, and my business manager said to me, and I'm 67 years old, that I have $2,000 a month for my wife and I to live on for the foreseeable future, and that's it. $2,000 a month. Otherwise, my business will go under and we will die paupers. $2,000 a month. And as he told me this story, in front of about 40 people, he burst into tears. It was possibly the most moving and confronting moment that I have had throughout this term of government. Because that's the face of failed Labor tax policy. That's the face of Labor's cost of living crisis. That's the face of Labor's cost of doing business crisis. This poor man who was facing poverty after years of doing what was right, running a business, employing other people, investing in his business, growing his business. But it's small business owners like that man that are the ones that we are standing up for here. On my side of the chamber, we stand up for small business. We know that the country can't run without small businesses. We know that communities falter without strong small businesses. We know unemployment goes down. Unemployment goes up, I should say, without small businesses. We need small businesses for economic growth. We need small businesses for our economic prosperity, for the prosperity for the nation, for the next generation. This government do not understand small business, and that is why they have not legislated for an instant asset write-off for this financial year, let alone the next financial year. For this financial year, they have sat on their hands and allowed small businesses to make investment decisions thinking they were going to get a tax deduction for them. And now they've found out because, we're at the end of the runway, we're not. Well, that's just outrageous. That is outrageous. That is a failure of a promise. That is a broken promise. So, we will support Senator Pocock's motion. The Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill of 2024, which is the bill that Senator Pocock would like to see come back to the Senate, pass the House of Representatives and come back to the Senate, is for the most part a bill that is in fact anti-business. We tried to amend it. We tried to amend it because there were so many schedules to it that we did not agree with. And they embedded the instant asset write-off in this bill, hoping that they could get through a whole series of anti-business measures along with a pro-business measure. That's what this government does. It does it every single time. It tries to find a wedge so that it can get its anti-business, anti-growth, anti-productivity, anti-prosperity agenda through at the same time as those items that we want to see go. We want to see go through so that we can see growth in the economy, we can inject productivity into all that it is we do. Now, I have colleagues that will go through the individual schedules that include things like luxury car taxes, that include deductions, denying deductions for ATO interest charges, which is a terrible impost on small businesses. But and it also extends the period to retain a BAS refund, a BAS refund. But Schedule 4 is the one that is most important, because this is Labor's attempt to chip away at the instant asset write-off, this limit of $20,000, which is completely inadequate, which the Coalition has said we would like to see extended to $30,000. But that's just this financial year. That's just this financial year. And small businesses have been waiting for this. They've been relying on this. But next financial year, when this terrible Labor budget kicks in, when that $42 billion of deficit kicks in, when the trillion dollars of Labor debt kicks in, when that kicks in, there'll be no instant asset write-off because Labor don't care about small business. Labor don't care about small business because they don't understand small business. So not only do we want to see this passed, but we want to see this budget rejected. We want to see an instant asset write-off that goes up to $30,000 and is made a permanent feature of the taxation system. And why do we want to do that? Because small businesses for 3 years now have been crying out for help. They've watched their electricity bills go up by 32%. They've watched their gas bills go up by 34%. They've watched their rents go up. They've watched their wage bill go up. They've watched the superannuation bill go up. And they're caught at the pincer movement because they're also at the other end of the cost of living crisis. For so many businesses, they've seen demand for their products and services drop away as consumer demand dries up after 12 interest rate rises under Labor. 12 interest rate rises that I might add all 12 occurred while these guys were wearing Yes T-shirts and wandering around the country telling people to change the Constitution. That happened on their watch because they took their eye off the ball. Labor took their eye off the ball, and their misplaced priorities and poor policies have meant that Australians have suffered under Labor. If you want to know why your standard of living has gone backwards by 8%, if you want to know why you are poorer, if you want to know why you've spent an additional $50,000 on your mortgages over the last 3 years, $50,000 that you will never get back, look no further, because they're sitting across the chamber. They were out there campaigning in Yes T-shirts while interest rates went up. While electricity prices went up, they said, oh no, the best thing would be a renewables-only approach. They forgot to say $275. They haven't said that for 3 years now. They said it 97 times before the last election that they were going to bring power prices down by $275. Have they said it once since the election? No. They're pretty big on subsidies. They're pretty big on giving you your own money back to compensate for their failed policies. Doesn't matter if it's in health, doesn't matter if it's in energy. They're happy to give you your money back because their policies don't work out. The instant asset write-off is a fundamental feature of our taxation system. It has worked for years to increase productivity, to increase economic growth and to increase prosperity. Prosperity that all Australians expect and deserve from a government that understands fiscal responsibility, for a government that understands economic management. But unfortunately, that's not what we've seen this week. It's certainly not what we've seen today. What we've seen this week is a budget that's willing to squander 2 windfall surpluses and instead return a $42 billion deficit, that's willing to rack up debt to the tune of $1 trillion that your kids, that your grandkids are all going to pay for generations to come. But they've also said they're willing to buy your vote back. They're willing to buy your vote back for 70 cents a day that you won't get for another 18 months. How about them apples? Isn't that extraordinary? That they think that you are so stupid that you would fall for something as shallow, as brazen, as an election bribe of 70 cents a day. Bring back the instant asset write-off. Bring it back to this parliament, bring it back to this chamber, and let's pass it right now. But let's not just pass it at a $20,000 threshold, let's raise it to $30,000. Let's do small business a favour, finally, because they've been crying out for help and they'll never find it from the Albanese government.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. Can I indicate the government will be supporting this or not opposing this motion from Senator Pocock? I would note the government's position remains that, as was budgeted, which is a $20,000 instant asset write-off, which has been before the parliament for some time.
Are there any other contributions to the debate as I intend to put the question? I put the question. Those of the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Smith.
Mr. President, yes. Almost 12 months ago...
Senator Smith, I'd like a motion.
Oh, you'd like a motion. A Senate motion as opposed to a...
Yes.
Yes. Deputy President, I move to take note of answers given to coalition senators in response to questions to government ministers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. 12 months ago, Jim Chalmers, we thought, started work on this year's budget that was delivered last night. 12 months ago. The budget is delivered in the House of Representatives every May, every year. And Jim Chalmers, as the Treasurer, has had 12 months to prepare for last night's budget. 12 months to think how Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, how Treasurer Jim Chalmers, how indeed Labor senators would respond to the cost of living crisis that is crippling our economy, mortgage stress, which is crippling the experiences and the savings of Australians' families. Indeed, how would they respond to the 27,000 business insolvencies that have taken place under almost 3 years of Labor? And when thinking about how he would respond to this disastrous set of economic experiences being felt by people in their homes, small business owners, Labor's response was 70 cents a day sometime next year. That is the depth of care and consideration that this Labor government has put to the issues of falling living standards, falling productivity levels. That is the extent of Jim Chalmers' creative thinking. That is the extent of Anthony Albanese's economic experience. 70 cents a day to be delivered sometime next year. Senator Hume's contribution a moment ago was absolutely right. This is an election bribe. It does nothing to tackle tax reform in this country, does nothing to tackle the productivity challenge we face in this country, and of course it does nothing to tackle the collapse in living standards that Australians have experienced and will continue to experience for years ahead of them. It was not a budget that delivers even the closest resemblance to anything that can be described as sound or responsible economic management. And it certainly was not a plan that would give Australian families and Australian businesses that their standard of living is on the way up instead of being on the way down. Labor's fourth budget is a budget, it is a plan that they hope will get them across the line on the 3rd of May, the 10th of May or the 17th of May. It is most definitely not a plan about how this country can keep its head above water for the next 3 years, for the next 10 years. So it's a shameful exercise by Labor on the eve of the election to try and hoodwink Australian voters into thinking that a vote for Labor is a vote for the future. A vote for Labor is a vote for Jim Chalmers' future, there's no doubt about that. A vote for Labor might actually be a vote for Anthony Albanese's short-term future, no doubt about that, but it is absolutely not a vote that anyone should be handing to Labor if they care about the future direction of this country. In just 3 short years, well, 3 long years, if you've been a mortgage holder suffering mortgage stress, 3 long years if you've been a small business that's been forced into insolvencies. Labor has ruined the country and has ruined the economy. You don't have to believe me. You just have to look at the data. The OECD says that Australian living standards have slipped. Regulators say that small business insolvencies have peaked at 27,000 and more is expected. The RBA provided to me data just last week that says that mortgage stress in this country is up. People should not risk their vote at this election on Labor.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Now, I feel like I'd be so embarrassed if I was those opposite, getting up and asking us questions about what we've done when they've opposed almost every single one of the things that we've done on this side. A couple of examples. Every single cost of living relief measure that we've brought into this place, whether it be cheaper medicines or tax cuts, they've opposed, but they've got the cheek to come in here and ask us what we're doing for cost of living relief. They've opposed every single one of those measures. Being asked about jobs. The Labor Party is a party of the worker. We've created 1 million new jobs in our term of government, the most of any single first-term governments. We absolutely back Australian workers. We've done that. We've got wages moving again. We've done that while we've kept unemployment low, and we're also getting inflation under control. You'd think that that might be of interest to those opposite, actually, to help us with all those things, to help the Australian economy, to help Australian workers. But every time they've sat on that side of the chamber and voted against every single thing that we've done to support Australian households. And they come in here with the cheek to ask us about what it is we're doing when they know because they sat on that side and voted against it every single time. Completely embarrassing for you, actually. Completely embarrassing. In the meantime, the Albanese Labor government is putting money back in the pockets of Australians, making that run into the supermarket or the petrol station. We know that every dollar matters and it should be back in your pocket. The cost of living is front of mind for every Australian right now. It's number 1, 2 and 3 issue. We know that. We know that under the Albanese Labor government. We know that no Australian should have to check their bank balance and decide between putting food on the table, sending your kid to school, seeing a doctor or putting petrol in the car. We don't want Australians to have to make that choice. And that's why our number 1 priority is taking the pressure off Australian families through our responsible economic management and the cost of living relief we're providing to Australians. And the budget you saw last night from Treasurer Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher is another great example of what it is that we are doing as a government. The Albanese Labor government will deliver 2 more tax cuts to every Australian taxpayer in 2026 and 2027, taking the total to $50 a week extra in your pocket. Now, those people over there are making fun that, you know, it'll be $5. Well, $5 actually gets you a loaf of bread and 2 litres of milk. That actually matters to families who are doing it tough. You might not think so. I just actually checked on the Coles app. I checked on the Coles app. That's where I know I can get a loaf of bread and a 2 litre milk. So $5 is actually makes a difference when you're trying to put food in your kids' bellies. But you're over there making fun of it. You're over there making fun of it, and it makes a difference for Australian families, those extra dollars. Absolutely. And we know that Australians are still under pressure, and that pressure is being felt at the checkout, with the energy provider or at the doctor. Electricity prices went down 25% last year, but they're still putting pressure on households. We know that. 2 rounds of energy rebates have helped take some of the sting out of energy costs. $300 of energy bill relief for every Australian household is absolutely making a difference. And the next instalment of that is coming on the 1st of April for Australian households. We're also making sure that you can see a GP for free, with the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. We believe that the only card that you need to see a doctor is your Medicare card. Unlike those opposite, they think you should be pulling out your credit card. That is not our values. That is absolutely not our values. We're also making medicines cheaper. When we came to government, the cost of a prescription was $42. We are going to cut that to $25 because we don't want you to have to choose between putting food on the table or taking care of your health. One thing is clear, under Dutton, he'll cut and you'll pay.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. The cost of a loaf of bread, I've just done some quick research, and that indicates, if you go onto a website called the Numbeo website, A loaf of fresh white bread, 500 grams, is cheaper in Iceland than Australia, in the US than Australia, Switzerland, Norway, Costa Rica, Denmark, Luxembourg, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, South Korea. I could go on. In dozens of countries, it is cheaper to buy a loaf of bread than it is in Australia. So don't come here and talk to us about the cost of a loaf of bread. The previous speaker spoke about this as being another great example of what we are doing as a government. That's how they describe this budget. Another great example of what we're doing as a government. And I say to the people of Australia, do three things if you want to assess this budget. Just three things. Before you make a decision at the next election, please do these three things. First, have a look. The one page in the budget you should have a look at is in budget paper number 1, Budget Strategy and Outlook, table 3.2. And what will you see there? Underlying cash deficit, 27.6 billion, 24-25. 42.1 billion, 25-26. Deficit, 35.7 billion, 26-27. Deficit, 37.2 billion, 27-28. 36.8 billion deficit in 28-29. A sea of red ink. A sea of red ink is what you will find in that another great example of what this government's achieved. A sea of red ink. And that's only looking at the underlying cash balance. It doesn't include off-balance sheet items, which under some accounting sorcery aren't included in that table, but would add $104 billion to that deficit, taking you, over the forward estimates, to a total of $283.4 billion of deficits in this budget. Table 3.2. It's the first thing you should do, is look at that table. Second thing you should do is read what economists are actually saying about this budget. And I want to quote from an article written by Mr. Richard Holden, who's an economics professor at the University of New South Wales. And this is what he says about the budget. These are his words, not the words of a politician on either side of this chamber. These are the words of an economist who's studied the budget. This is how he describes it. Chalmers is wrong. The worst is not behind us, it is yet to come. Those are his words. In relation to the so-called tax cuts, this is what the Professor Holden says. The government is stealing a $10 note from you and throwing back a $2 coin. Throwing back a $2 coin. That's how Professor Holden describes the tax cuts in these budgets, the 70 cents a day tax cuts. Why? Because of bracket creep. So whilst a worker on $100, and I quote from the article in the Fin Review, a worker on $100,000 a year will get a $268 tax cut in 26-27 fiscal year and $536 each year after that, so $5,000 over a decade. But the same worker will be hit by $25,000 in increased taxes from bracket creep. Increased taxes of $25,000, you get $5,000 back. This is a government, the Labor Albanese government, stealing a $10 note from you and throwing back a $2 coin. So second thing you should do is read that article by Professor Holden, economist, Professor of Economics at University of New South Wales. And the last thing you can do is just ask yourself, after 3 years of the Labor Albanese government, are you better off? Are you better off after 3 years of the Albanese Labor government? And if you're not better off, and we know, as Senator Hume referred to, that net real disposable income has fallen by 8% over the term of this government, if you are not better off over the last 3 years, then why, in goodness sake, would you give this Labor government another 3 years? Why would you expect a different result? The millions of Australians who are doing it tough out there, ask yourself this question: are you better off or worse off after 3 years of this Labor government?
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President.
I'd also like to take note of the ridiculous assertion by Senator Hume earlier today that Australians are poorer because of Labor's failed policies. This could not be further from the truth. Since 2022, when we came into office, this government has been working every single day to bring responsible economic management to this country and ensure Australians are better off. Under Labor, inflation is down, incomes are strengthening, unemployment is very low, interest rates are coming down, and now growth is rebounding solidly as well. We've got the budget in a much better shape with the biggest ever fiscal improvement in a parliamentary term. $207 billion better than what we inherited. In our first 2 years, we've delivered the first back-to-back surpluses in nearly 2 decades. And this year, we've almost halved the deficit. We've lowered the Liberal debt that was left by $177 billion, saving $60 billion in interest costs over the next decade. And this budget is keeping the reform wheels turning as well. We're boosting wages, boosting competition and boosting growth by banning non-competes for most workers, making sure that they can move to better, higher-paying jobs. We recognise people are still under pressure, and that's why our highest priority remains easing cost of living for Australians. I want to talk a little bit more about non-competes. Far from contributing to poorer outcomes for Australians, this is an important reform close to the hearts of many Australian workers. The Albanese government is taking action to stop unfair non-compete clauses that are holding back Australian workers from switching to better, higher-paying jobs. We will ban non-compete clauses for most workers that have no justification and drag down wages. The budget is backing workers, boosting wages and building a stronger economy. Reforming non-compete clauses is about encouraging aspiration, unlocking opportunity, lifting wages and making Australia's economy more dynamic and competitive. Right now, more than 3 million Australian workers are covered by these clauses, including early childhood educators, construction workers, disability support workers and hairdressers, some of whom are being taken to court by their employer for simply trying to change jobs and get a better life for themselves and their families. Research suggests that the reforms could lift wages of affected workers by up to 4%, or about $2,500 per year for a worker on median wages. The Productivity Commission modelling suggests that these changes could improve productivity and add $5 billion or 0.2% to GDP annually, as well as reduce inflation. And I want to move briefly to the impact of the budget on Victorians. Very soon, Victorians, along with the rest of the country, will be heading to the polls. And as a Victorian senator, I want to look at how Victorians will fare under this budget. Victoria will be big beneficiaries. Every taxpayer will receive tax cuts of up to $268 in the 26-27 year and $537 in 27-28. Despite what those opposites say, those are big amounts of money for some people. And combined with the first round of tax cuts, average Victorian taxpayers will be $2,530 better off. On energy, some comments were made about that. Treasury estimates that this will directly reduce headline inflation by around 0.5 percentage point in 2025. This is the additional energy rebates, and reduce household bills by 7.5% on average nationally, compared to without the extension of the rebate. The Australian Bureau of Statistics has shown that energy bill rebates that the government has been rolling out with the states have directly reduced electricity prices. In 2024, they fell by 25.2%, but would have fallen by just 1.6% without energy rebates. And in Victoria, what this means is that all 2.5 million households will get this $150 in help with their bills, along with the 223,000 eligible small businesses. This government's energy bill relief payments to Victoria in 25-26 are estimated to total $441.4 million. The divide could not be more glaring. Labor is building Australia's future. The coalition is blocking it.
Senator Fawcett, whipping guidance has indicated that you ought to speak for 3 minutes and possibly One Nation for 2. If One Nation don't arrive, then I'll extend your time. You have the call.
Thank you. I'd better speak a bit quicker then, Deputy President. In 2022, the Australian people decided to give the Albanese Labor government a chance. They trusted the promise from Mr Albanese that life would be cheaper under his government. Well, how did that work out? Well, we know food has gone up 13%, housing by 14%, rent by 18%, electricity, accepting those sort of one-off things that Labor has put in that they're calling cost of living support, which won't last for long. It's gone up 32%, and gas 34%. In my home state of South Australia, we sometimes pay up to 45 cents per kilowatt hour versus places in the world that are down around 13 cents per kilowatt hour. Experts around the world say that it will only get worse because of the policy direction of the Albanese government. When it comes to housing, the Albanese government promised 30,000 affordable homes. What have they delivered? 0 new homes built. As estimates highlighted, those few homes that have been delivered are actually repurposed existing housing stock. So another promise not delivered. In contrast, the ACCC highlighted in December of 2021, at the end of the Coalition's government term, that there was an 8-year low in electricity prices under the Coalition government and their policies. And the Coalition's policy going forward is in line with the OECD and the International Energy Agency and the expert economists and engineers of the world who say that we can reduce the cost of power, increase the reliability of the power and reduce emissions through the use of including nuclear generation as part of our mix. The Australian people also trusted the Albanese government on defence. They trusted Mr Albanese when he said in March of 2022 that he vowed to provide defence the resources it need to protect Australia. Well, how did that work out? The Australian Strategic Policy Institute, in their independent analysis, has highlighted that despite the promises of funding in the future, in the actual 3 years of delivery of the Albanese government since they have come to office in March in 2022, funding in real terms has actually gone backwards by about $1.5 billion. And we see them robbing Peter to pay Paul across a whole range of projects, some $83 billion worth of cuts across air, sea, land and space, which has decreased Australia's military capability. And so in 4 or 5 weeks' time, the Australian people will once again get to go to the polls and decide on who they wish to govern this country. And so, as one of my colleagues said, Senator Scarr just previously, one of the key questions people should be asking is, are you better off than you were 3 years ago? And the answer for the majority of Australians is no. And that's because the government has been distracted for almost half of their term by things like the Divisive Voice campaign that cost $500 million that could have been far better spent. They've been fixated on an ideological approach to energy that is flying in the face of global experts on energy policy, and most disturbingly, they have been delinquent in their responsibility to properly resource what both sides of politics acknowledge is the first priority of government, which is the defence of the nation. So when you look at this budget, again, independent experts are saying that it is failing to respond to the real security threats that Australia is facing. The signature support they're saying they'll give to Australian people is a cup of coffee a week in 18 months' time. That's not helping families dealing with grocery bills today, rent bills today, housing stress, rent pressures today. And nor is it investing in Australian industry, despite the promises of a future made in Australia. What defence industry tells me on a frequent basis is that they see the funding going offshore to international primes in the main for capabilities that won't be delivered for another 5 to 10 years. And Australian jobs are disappearing or being put at risk, and the future is not being made in Australia. So when Australians go to the polls in a few weeks' time, are you better off than you were 3 weeks ago? Do you want a government that's distracted and delinquent and fixated by their ideology? Or do you want a government that has a good track record and plans that align with international best practice in engineering and economics. Australia needs a Dutton government to get back on track.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. And I rise to take note of the answer to the question my colleague Senator Hanson-Young asked of the Minister representing the Environment Minister. Now, I came into this parliament as an environmental lawyer, and one of my main drivers in seeking election was to try to strengthen our environmental laws to better protect nature and give voice to communities who also want to protect nature. Well, turns out that's a whole lot harder than you might think. And imagine my surprise to discover that in fact both big parties don't want to strengthen our environmental laws because they're both in the pockets of the mining companies, the logging companies, the forestry operators, big industrial complexes. Imagine my horror to discover that actually it is harder than you think to have laws that protect the wondrous biodiversity and nature that our very survival depends on. Now, the Prime Minister made a promise that in this term of government, his government would strengthen our environmental laws. It would have an independent watchdog and it'd fix some other long-standing flaws in the Act. Now, apart from one tiny change, which expanded out the water trigger to include shale gas and tight gas at the behest of the Greens and with our votes to deliver that, we haven't seen any strengthening at all. And in fact, when we were on the verge of inking an arrangement with the Environment Minister, the Prime Minister himself came in and cancelled that arrangement because he'd just gotten off the phone from the WA Premier in the lead up to their state election, who said that the big miners and the big loggers didn't want this bill, and so the Prime Minister had to dump it. And so he did. And nature, once again, went to the back of the queue because politics trumped it. How base, how absolutely demoralising for anyone who expects better from Parliament. So not only did we not get the strengthening of environmental laws that had been promised to the public as part of this party's election platform, but now we see in the final week of Parliament, on the very final day of this Parliament, no, we're not prioritising making the GP free. No, we're not prioritising making TAFE free. No, they're not prioritising climate action or even getting dental into Medicare, all things that the Greens want to see. No, in fact, this government is prioritising doing a deal with the opposition to weaken our environmental laws, to send an ancient species, of which there are no more than 120 left on the planet, to extinction, to save a rotten industry and at risk 22 people's jobs. 22 people's jobs are worth more to the folk in this chamber than an entire species. Now, those people deserve help. It's not their fault that they work in a toxic industry. They could be receiving different kinds of help from the government. But no, the Prime Minister has decided that he's going to wreck our already weak environmental laws to facilitate a toxic industry to continue to operate and send the Morganscape to extinction. That's the political calculus that he thinks is a good call. And it's not just for the salmon industry, because this change to our laws actually means that any change in circumstance, any new information that comes to the Environment Minister's desk, it can't be considered. It cannot change the mind of the minister. This bill is fundamentally anti-science because it says if you find out actually you are going to send a species to extinction, or wow, actually that patch of habitat is the only bit that's left now after perhaps a bushfire destroyed the rest, well, tough luck. The minister won't be able to reconsider that decision. The minister will not be able to actually act to protect nature in that instance. So this bill doesn't just affect the Tasmanian salmon and the future of the Morgan skate. This is a blank cheque for any industry that wants to try and sneak out of our environmental laws. And what the message that it sends is to any powerful industry is, if you're not happy with our environmental laws, if they're not weak enough already for you, you can just get on the blower to the Prime Minister, ask for a special loophole, and hey presto, the Parliament will deliver that for you. It sends the message that the big corporates are in charge of this building and that they are more important than the community or nature. Well, the Greens will not stand for that. It's likely there'll be a minority government, and we will push the next government to actually protect nature and to finally cancel the stranglehold that big corporates have over this so-called democracy.
Put the question. Those to the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Senator Waters, I think you have a non-conforming petition. Yep. I'll give you the call.
Sorry, I think my mic wasn't on. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition with the prior agreement of the whips, which is signed by 16,500 people to save the koalas of Woogaroo Forest in my home state of Queensland.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Rennick.
I also seek leave to table a non-conforming petition relating to the banning of imported honey, and that's been signed by 307,098 people.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I call the clerk. They just did the petition. We have more petitions, I'm informed. I call the clerk.
Petitions have been lodged as listed on the dynamic red. The terms of the petitions will be incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Urquhart.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Gallagher for yesterday, the 25th of March 2025, on account of ministerial business.
Thank you. Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Babette for the 25th and the 26th of March for personal reasons.
Thank you. And I neglected to move Senator Urquhart. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. And the motion in relation to the motion moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Van.
Leave to move a motion relating to a leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Van.
I move a leave of absence for myself for 25th of March yesterday for parliamentary duties.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Van be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
No postponement notifications have been lodged today, and no committee extensions have been lodged.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. I'll start with general business number 807, standing in the name of Senators Faruqi and Waters. Senator Faruqi. I beg your pardon, Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 807, proposing the introduction of a bill and standing in the name of my fabulous colleague Senator Faruqi and myself, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
Thank you, President. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to provide that major emitters of greenhouse gases are liable for climate change damage that occurs in Australia and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I present the bill and I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to provide that major emitters of greenhouse gases are liable for climate change damage that occurs in Australia and for related purposes.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Waters.
Thank you. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Waters. So we'll now move to general business notice of motion number 811, standing in the name of Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Thanks again, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 811, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
Thank you. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations and workplace gender equality to grant reproductive healthcare leave and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I present the bill and move that the bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations and workplace gender equality and for related purposes.
Senator Waters.
Thank you. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Waters.
Thank you, President. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Waters. I'll now move to 812, standing in the name of Senator Cox. Senator Cox.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion 812 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Cox.
I move that the following bill be introduced, that we all come together for Country Bill, a bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act of 1999 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Cox be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Cox.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Cox be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Senator Cox.
I move that the bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Cox. We'll now move to 817, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi.
Proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Faruqi.
I move that the following bill be introduced. Crimes Amendment, Repeal Mandatory Minimum Sentences Bill 2025, a bill for an act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
So, Senator Faruqi.
I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Faruqi. We'll now move to matters of public importance and urgency. Hang on a minute, Senator Smith. I have to do my thing. Senator Dean Smith has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you. The proposal is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, President. In the first sentence of this matter of public importance, it says, Labor's budget is budget for an election, not one for our country's future prosperity. Let me repeat that. The first sentence of the matter of public importance today is, Labor's budget is a budget for an election, not one for our country's future prosperity. And I'll very shortly demonstrate that point with material drawn directly from Labor's fourth budget presented last night. When he was seeking the endorsement of the Australian community to be Prime Minister, Labor Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that, I'll say this very clearly, families will be better off under a Labor government. So said Anthony Albanese. He also said, under our watch, what we have is a plan to reduce costs for working families. Well, 3 years later, we know that that has just not been the case. Australian families have been ravaged by cost of living pressures, they've been ravaged by mortgage stress, and we know as a result of today 27,000 small business insolvencies. But when Australians go to vote, I hope that they will think not about the next few weeks, but the next few years. Because in last night's budget paper was a very clear indication that the future of this country is now perilous. The economic crisis, the financial insecurity that has ravaged families and small business is now a national financial and economic crisis. Let me tell you why. Because the budget papers demonstrate, the budget papers show that gross debt for our country will surpass $1 trillion for the first time ever next financial year. The budget papers also show that the 10-year timetable that had existed to bring our budget back to balance has now been surpassed, and now bringing our budget back into balance is on the never-never. More than that, pre-election decisions made by this government, indeed made by Senator Gallagher, the Minister for Finance, who's in the chamber this afternoon, pre-election decisions have worsened the budget bottom line by $34.9 billion. The government's decisions made before the elections even started have worsened the budget bottom line by $34.9 billion. And then discretionary decisions of the government, these are decisions made by the government in their normal course of governing the country. Discretionary decisions have worsened the budget bottom line by $112 billion. Information contained in Labor's own budget delivered last night. So you're asking yourself, well, how are we paying for this? How are we paying for this? Well, let me tell you how you are paying for this. Revenue to government has increased in this country on the back of increased takings from personal income taxes and from very, very high commodity prices for things like iron ore, coal and gas. That is how these things have been paid for. Not because the government has demonstrated any blood, sweat or tears and making sure the books are balanced, making sure that your hard-earned taxpayer dollar is being put to the best possible use in the government. No, not at all. $34.9 billion of extra pre-election decisions, $112 billion of discretionary decisions taken by the government, all paid for on the back of increased personal income taxes and high commodity prices for iron ore, coal and gas. Government spending, as demonstrated in this budget, is up 8.7% to $731 billion. And federal spending is forecast to hit 27% of GDP next financial year. It has not been that high for over 40 years. So what does this mean? What does this mean? In an uncertain and volatile world, if things were to go bad for our country, iron ore prices were to collapse, prices for coal and gas were to collapse, guess who would be less stranded? You, the Australian family and the Australian small business. Because in that budget last night is no insurance policy for when things go wrong in this country. There is no life jacket for the Australian economy in last night's budget. If you're voting for the future, you must vote Labor last.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and thank you, Senator Smith, for the opportunity to talk about Labor's fourth budget and the opportunity to talk about how Labor is building Australia's future. Because under Labor, jobs are up, with over 1 million new jobs created on our watch. Under Labor, wages are up, and we have backed pay rises which have ensured that the national minimum wage has risen by almost $7,500 per year. And under Labor, inflation is down. Inflation is now a third of what it was at its peak. And we have got inflation down without sacrificing Australians' jobs and without sacrificing their wages. And under Labor, on our watch, interest rates are heading down. They are heading in the right direction. And all of this has happened while we provide direct cost of living relief, the cost of living relief that Australians need and that Australians deserve. Tax cuts, which you opposite oppose, more Medicare bulk billing, cheaper medicine and energy bill relief. And all of this has happened on the watch with the hard work of our Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, a Treasurer who has delivered the biggest improvement to the budget bottom line in a single parliamentary term ever. A Treasurer who has delivered not one but two budget surpluses in 3 years when those opposite could not deliver one budget surplus in almost 10 years in office. We know you got the mugs printed, but you did not deliver the budget surplus. Now, we need to talk about the alternative Treasurer. We need to talk about Angus. I know that those on the other side don't want to hear it. Most of you don't want to hear it. But I know that some of you do want to hear about Mr Taylor. Senator Bragg, I know that some of you do want to hear about Mr Taylor.
Point of order. Can I please ask you to stay seated? Thank you.
Point of order, Acting Deputy President. I believe that the standing orders require all senators to use the correct titles of members of the other House.
Indeed, I did indicate to Senator Walsh in a non-verbal way that she was out of order, but go ahead, Senator Walsh.
We need to talk about Mr Taylor. We really need to talk about Mr Taylor. And I do know that some of those opposite will want to hear this too. I know that some of those opposite want to talk about Mr Taylor too. Given the leaking and the leaking of the appeals to stop the leaking from Mr Dutton's party room, it's pretty clear that many of those opposite want to talk about Mr Taylor. The compare and contrast on the alternative Treasurer, Mr Taylor, could not be more stark. Australians should not allow Mr Taylor anywhere near Australia's budget. Australians should not allow Mr Taylor anywhere near Australia's economy. Mr Taylor cannot even tell Australians how much the Coalition's nuclear never-never nonsense will cost Australians. He says it will cost 44% less. 44% less of some amount that he can't identify, despite having procured his own dodgy costings of this nuclear never-never policy. Well, I am 100% sure that Mr Taylor is about 40% sure of what is actually going on in this country right now. Last night, in the same interview just moments apart, he confirmed that he would not back Labor's income tax cuts. He would not back Labor's income tax cuts. But he would cut 41,000 jobs from the public service. What a sell from the alternative Treasurer for the Australian people. 41,000 job cuts, but no tax cuts. Cuts to the services that those public servants provide, but no tax cuts. $340 billion in budget cuts that he won't tell you about till after the election, but no tax cuts for the Australian people. This is the Liberals' great pitch to Australians right now. Job cuts, service cuts, budget cuts, but no tax cuts. Well done, Angus. Well done, Mr Taylor. Well done,
Order.
Mr Taylor.
Order. Thank you. You've sat down. Thank you. Can you please refer to others in the other place with their correct titles? Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I was going to move on, but well done, Mr Taylor. Well done, Mr Taylor. Now, the facts in our budget are clear. The Australian economy is turning a corner.
We know that jobs are up under Labor. We know that wages are up under Labor. We know that inflation is down under Labor. We know that interest rates are headed in the right direction under Labor. And we know that under Labor, every Australian is being offered a tax cut which you oppose.
Thank you. Senator Bragg. I'll be listening.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, this is a budget which does nothing for small business. The Council of Small Business itself says it was forgotten by the government in the budget. It does nothing for growth. There is no agenda for growth. And this confirms that we are living through a period where the government has no ambition for Australia's future and wants to push any challenging issue under the carpet. Nothing for small business, nothing for growth, but the most disappointing aspect perhaps is the recitation of old rhetoric from now 4 budgets where the government promises now 4 times that it will deliver housing policies which have clearly failed. 4 times the government have announced in the same 4 budgets a housing agenda which is yet to build a single house. A single house. And it would be hard to choose when you go through the dreadful budget speech of Mr Chalmers, which is the worst quote. But I have to say, it's probably this one here. Our $33 billion plan will help build 1.2 million new homes before the decade is out, end quote. Now, this is a target, 1.2 million new houses, which has been shown by any and every economist and housing specialist, and even the Treasury itself, that the government has no chance of ever meeting. And to show how out of touch this government is, we hear every time we meet here in Canberra how great things are, how this government, the Labor government, has done such a great job. People should be so happy and fortunate, and people should come to Canberra and give their thanks to Mr Chalmers and Mr Albanese for doing such a great job. Well, one of the reasons that younger Australians are so squeezed and so annoyed about housing is because housing construction has collapsed under this government. This government has presided over a collapse in housing construction and a massive influx of immigration. 1 million people have come into the country in the last couple of years, and housing construction has collapsed. 1 million new people and only 160,000 new houses a year. 1 million new people and 160,000 houses a year. You don't need an economics degree or a PhD or a leaving school certificate to work out the mathematics. 1 million more people all need somewhere to live. Can't live nowhere. They need a house. And this government has collapsed the building of new houses. Tradespeople, builders, developers, they all know. They all know. And if you're not sure, I can tell you, because I asked the Parliamentary Library. Under the last government, on average, 195,000 houses were built every year. The peak of 210,000 houses was in 2018. Under this government, we're down to 170,000 houses. 1 million more people, and we're heading south on housing construction. And yet we hear in the budget speech, we're going to build 1.2 million new houses. There is no trajectory that anyone can show us where that will ever be realised. So this is a bizarre budget full of untruths. And perhaps the silver medalist here is his quote about the Housing Australia Future Fund. The first 2 rounds, Mr Chalmers says, of the $10 billion HAF are helping to build 18,000 houses. Well, guess what? After 18 months of operation, how many houses has the HAF built? Is it 18,000? 14,000? Is it 12,000? Is it 5,000? Is it 100? It's a duck. It's on a duck. And I believe that when you read the budget speech, that the most striking thing is that the Labor Party think that the Australian people are stupid and that they can roll out this rubbish every year they have a budget and commit to things and promise to things that they know will never materialise. Meanwhile, in the real world, people can't afford to buy a first house or a first flat because housing construction has collapsed and migration is through the roof. This is a callous and cold budget, and the government should be ashamed, and now the Australian people get to have their say.
Thank you. Before I call you, Senator Hodgins, mate, I apologise for skipping you earlier. So after you will be followed by Senator Roberts. Thank you.
The single greatest threat to Australia's national security is climate change. Scientists know this. Defence know this. Why then did the Treasurer fail to mention climate or environment once in his budget speech last night? Because for them, it's an inconvenient truth standing between them and the corporate cosy-up to their corporate cosy-up agenda. And now, with a middle finger to every person and community group doing their best to protect our precious forests, waterways and wildlife, Labor and the Coalition are teaming up to ram through legislation that waters down our already weak nature laws. Their goal? Protecting the toxic salmon industry at any cost. The Maugean skate on the brink of extinction in Macquarie Harbour. Nothing to see here. Environment laws that might get in the way of corporate profits for a bunch of multinational corporations? Quick, get the laws through under the cover of the budget. That the government appears to be willing to put the future of an entire species at risk at the behest of one industry is truly outrageous. Those on both sides of the chamber are completely captured by big business. And while this decision was made with the stinky, rotten salmon industry in mind, it will have far-reaching consequences beyond that. It'll encourage big polluters to seek other industry-specific carve-outs, a free-for-all. It will make it harder for communities to challenge dirty fossil fuel projects or deforestation projects. It will further erode the role of science in policy making at a time when we should be strengthening it. I mean, Labor's own conservation advice describes the pollution created by salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour as being catastrophic. This isn't just one policy, it's a dangerous trend of science and evidence being wound back. Labor once promised to uphold the role of environmental science through stronger environmental laws, but now, 3 years later, they've backtracked, erasing nature from the agenda. This government's latest attack on nature means that environmental protections are weaker now than when Labor took government 3 years ago. They are weaker now. Environment laws are meant to protect the environment, not greenlight destruction. Just once, Labor, show some courage for our kids who have the right to inherit a world in the same order as we've been able to enjoy it. Put the future of our precious, beautiful planet first, ahead of a quick corporate buck. This is an insult to every Australian who trusted Labor to deliver real change in nature. It's a betrayal to our environment, traditional owners and future generations. It's disgraceful, and everyone in this chamber with a conscience knows it. So with the election imminent, it is clear that neither major party will deliver on environmental protection. Only the Greens will keep fighting for our climate justice and a secure future for all.
Senator Roberts.
Here we go again, bracket creep. Australians rightly complain that politicians from both major parties have no vision for our country's future prosperity. It's all just short-term budgets that never look beyond the next election. That's why tonight One Nation is moving an amendment to the 2025 budget that would benefit our children's children and everyone in Australia today. If successful, our amendment would remove the secret tax, the stealth tax known as bracket creep. Bracket creep is where the government quietly takes more tax from Australians because of inflation. Government uses inflation to take more tax out of every Australian. This simple amendment to end bracket creep would save Australians tens of billions of dollars each year. It's another One Nation plan to put more money back in your pocket. So let me explain. As inflation continues, wages increase to try and keep up. A salary might go from $100,000 a year to $120,000. Yet because of inflation, you can still only buy the same things because prices have risen. Yet despite being able to only buy the same things, your tax bill goes up because on paper the salary has gone up and been pushed into a higher tax bracket with a higher rate of tax. Inflation pushes up the salary you need to survive every year, yet the tax thresholds stay in exactly the same place. As salaries increase, they enter a higher tax rate bracket. This is bracket creep. One Nation would end it. We would index the income tax thresholds to inflation, so you do not enter a higher tax rate bracket, making sure Australians don't pay a higher tax rate because of inflation. Tax reform is mentioned a lot in Parliament. Here's a genuine opportunity to do it. Australians are being squeezed from every angle. The current tax system is bleeding Australians dry while letting foreign multinational corporations rip off the country. One Nation is tonight proposing a policy that will tip the balance back towards helping Australians, because we believe in putting more money back in Australians' pockets. At the election, vote One Nation number 1.
Senator Sheldon.
Show that what we're doing regarding prosperity, for example, on workplace rights. We're banning non-compete clauses to help another 3 million Australians. But the Liberals and Nationals, of course, have opposed or voted against so many initiatives about workers' rights and better pay. Multi-employer bargaining reform, including establishing the supported bargaining stream for low-paid, feminised industries. Empowering the Fair Work Commission to arbitrate intractable bargaining disputes. Banning unilateral termination of enterprise agreements. Getting rid of sunsetting of zombie clauses, zombie agreements. Simplifying the Better Off Overall test. Improving the process of enterprise agreement approval by the Fair Work Commission. Simplifying the process to initiate bargaining. Simplified the process to conduct protected action ballots. Made job security and gender equality objects of the Fair Work Act. Limited the use of repeat fixed-term contracts. Prohibited sexual harassment in connection with work. Established a pay equity expert panel and care and community sector expert panel within the Fair Work Commission. Prohibited fair pay secrecy clauses. Made it easier to request flexible work arrangements. Increased the cap on small claim proceedings. Prohibited job ads with illegal pay rates. Improved workers' compensation access for firefighters. Strengthened protections for migrant workers. Stronger access to unpaid parental leave. Added superannuation contributions to the National Employment Standards. Improved coal long service leave access for casual workers. Improved paid parental leave, including increasing from 18 weeks to 26 weeks. Legislated paying superannuation on paid parental leave. Introduced 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. Advocated for low-paid workers in the Fair Work Commission's minimum wage case. Fully funded aged care and early childhood wage increases in the federal budget. Same job, same pay for labour hire workers. Changes to casual definition and conversions. Criminalisation of wage theft. Extending the power of the Fair Work Commission to employee-like forms of work. Giving workers a right to challenge unfair contractual terms. Allow the Fair Work Commission to set minimum standards to ensure the road transport industry is safe, sustainable and viable. Provide stronger protections against discrimination, adverse action and harassment. In the 5 quarters before our first budget in 2022, real wages fell in annual terms. That's what the Coalition delivered to this country and to working Australians. Now, under an Albanese Labor government, they've now grown for the last 5 consecutive quarters. Under this government, there's more to do, but there's more being done than they have ever done across the aisle, because they're determined to make sure they oppose every initiative about making sure that working people have fair rights and fair arrangements. Because what's quite clear, these regulations and these opportunities are opportunities for good business when they're competing with bad business, business that turns around and their objective is to exploit and take advantage of. The idea of getting rid of these laws, opposing these laws, means that all Australians, those in those businesses that are striving to do better, to include their workforce, pay decent wages, are competing with the scoundrels that these people want to empower by taking these laws away. And of course, it's in their DNA when people are doing it tough for the Liberals and Nationals to rip away their rights. Mr Barnaby Joyce said increases in the minimum wage were window dressing in March 2024, when hundreds of dollars are paid more in minimum wage. And of course, Mr Peter Dutton said that he was deeply concerned about our workplace relations laws because they're going to result in higher wages. In October 22, he said that. Mr Angus Taylor said he opposes multi-employer bargaining because, heaven forbid, It pushes up wages in just September 22. And of course, you have to go to their DNA. Scott Morrison, then Prime Minister in May 2022, said that Albanese's call for a $1 hourly increase to the minimum wage was reckless and dangerous, and he was a loose unit. And of course, Matthias Cormann, then Finance Minister, said that low wages growth was a deliberate design feature of our economic architecture in March 2019. Well, that's exactly what Mr Dutton wants to deliver for all Australians. They want you to work longer for less. They want you to earn more, for you not to earn more, and for you to keep more of what you earn. That's what we want. We want to see you decently
Thank you, Senator
returned.
Sheldon. Senator Brockman.
Well, thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. It's always entertaining following Senator Sheldon. At least he made an attempt to defend this government's record. I'll give him that. I'll give you that, Senator Sheldon. You made an attempt. Of course, what you read out was the laundry list that the union movement gave you before you got into government, but we'll put that to one side and we'll talk about the budget from last night, a budget that has disappeared without a trace. And I've been around this building in one capacity and another for quite a long time, and I have never seen a budget go down like a lead balloon, quite like the Labor budget from yesterday evening. There's the slogan, the tax cut slogan. I mean, clearly the Treasurer wanted a front page headline with the word tax cuts. He didn't care how small it was. He didn't care if it was 70 cents a day, while on the other hand, inflation under this Labor government eats that up literally in minutes. I mean, inflation under this government has made every Australian family worse off, not by 70 cents a day, but by tens of thousands of dollars over the course of this government, whether it's in electricity bills, where the Labor Party's renewable-only policy has pushed up electricity bill prices by thousands, whether it's on your mortgage, where inflation has caused interest rate increases under this Labor government that's put tens of thousands of dollars onto everyday Australians' mortgages, whether it's the 20,000 small businesses that have gone into administration under this Labor government, those small businesses facing the pressure of high interest rates, high supply costs, inability to pass those costs on to their consumers, and at the same time facing increasing involvement of the union movement imposing itself on workplaces where there was no desire to have the union involved. And you've got to remember, as this Labor government is out there shilling for the union movement, it represents less than 1 in 10 of private sector workers. Less than 1 in 10. Unions do not represent workers. They represent a tiny cadre of workers in this country, and this Labor government is merely here to support those unions. So as this government goes down like a lead balloon, we'll look at what wasn't in the budget, what was completely absent from the budget. Well, any mention of the importance of the North West Shelf decision. In fact, while the budget was being delivered, Tanya Plibersek kicks down the road again, kicks the can down the road on a decision of an extension of the North West Shelf project. The North West Shelf project, a project that everyone knows will be extended, everyone knows it. Western Australia will be in a near-term gas supply risk if that project is not extended. A near-term gas supply risk. It's blocking $30 billion worth of investment. And once again, this is not a new... And yet the cheerleaders from the Greens who are egging Tanya Plibersek and the Labor Party on and kicking this can down the road, they're just hoping that they're going to be in a position where they can force a minority Labor government into blocking it completely. And the damage that would do to the West Australian economy should not be lost on any West Australian. If you are a FIFO worker, if you are involved in the oil and gas industry, if you are involved in any part of the manufacturing sector in WA, which relies 70% of West Australia's industrial energy comes from gas, if you are one of the many tens of thousands of households in Perth that rely on gas, if you are one of the many tens of thousands of workers that rely on, yes, supplying gas to key allies overseas like Japan, I mean, for goodness sake, Australians, this is what you're going to vote for. The Greens will be wagging the Labor Party's dog. I mean, it's already a dog of a government, but if we have a minority government after the next election, then the Greens are going to be wagging that Labor Party dog of a government. And it will be terrible for Western Australia. It will be an extraordinary imposition, not just on major businesses, but on every individual West Australian.
The time for the discussion has expired, and we move now to the proposal from Senator McKim, which has also been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. This is the urgency motion. Is consideration of the proposal supported? The proposal is supported. I call Senator McKim to move his motion.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator McKim, and I call Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. Today is the National Day of Action for Palestine. Last year, during this time in Ramadan, I couldn't stop thinking about Palestine. Every moment, fasting, breaking my fast, sleeping, waking, working, Palestine was on my mind. I kept wondering, how could things possibly get any worse? The genocide was live-streamed for the world to see. It wasn't hidden. I don't think I will ever be able to forget the horrific images of children being bombed, being sniped, being starved to death. And what was our government's response? Best case, we saw the mildest of criticism, always framed in Israel's right to defend itself. Some government MPs even traveled to Israel to meet with war criminals and watch the destruction firsthand. I hope this election marks the end of their time in Parliament. So here we are, another Ramadan. The brief respite Palestinians had was destroyed when Israel broke the ceasefire, although we know that there never really was a ceasefire. Then came the criminal act of cutting off life-saving aid, tightening the noose around the neck of some of the most vulnerable people on earth, followed by the resumed slaughter of hundreds of men, women, and children. In just a few days, refugee camps and hospitals are being bombed once again. The settler colonial state continues its attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank, seizing more land to expand its apartheid settlements. Just this week, Hamdan Bilal, the Palestinian co-director of Oscar-winning film No Other Land, was abducted and assaulted by settlers. So this Ramadan, I am wiser. I know that there is no red line for Labour when it comes to Palestine. There are no limits to their inhumanity and their cowardice. No limits to their shamelessness, hypocrisy, and double standards when it comes to protecting the apartheid state of Israel. They ruthlessly pursue anyone who dares to criticize Israel or challenge their narrative. They drove Senator Payman out of their party. They stripped artist Khalid Sabsabi and curator Michael D'Agostino from the Venice Biennale. Academic Randa Abdul Fattah faces relentless targeting. The level of impunity they provide Israel and its partner, the US, was there for all to see when neither our Prime Minister or Foreign Minister could bring themselves to even denounce Trump's plan to literally, ethnically cleanse Gaza and take it over. We know you have double standards. When Russia commits war crimes, you uphold international law and standards. But when Israel does the same, there is complete and utter silence. I do not know what else I can say to convince you to act. At least 50,000 dead, likely closer to 200,000, mostly women and children. If that's not enough, I don't know what will be. So I will say this. These are the final words of 21-year-old Al Jazeera journalist Hossam Shabath. Of course, Israel and their bootlicker friends in the conservative media claim that Shabath was a fighter, something the Committee for the protection of journalism called unsubstantiated. And it is a well-known tactic of Israel to cover their tracks of murdering journalists to try and cut off the coverage of the genocide. Shabbat's final message was this: if you're reading this, it means I have been killed, most likely targeted by the Israeli occupation forces. When this all began, I was only 21 years old, a college student with dreams like anyone else. For the past 18 months, I have dedicated every moment of my life to my people. I documented the horrors in northern Gaza minute by minute, determined to show the world the truth they tried to bury. I slept on pavements, in schools, in tents, anywhere I could. Each day was a battle for survival. I endured hunger for months, yet I never left my people's side. I ask you now, do not stop speaking about Gaza. Do not let the world look away. Keep fighting, keep telling our stories until Palestine is free. So the Greens and I will keep fighting. We will keep speaking out about Palestine. We will never be silenced.
Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Undoubtedly, the conflict in the Middle East has been a tragedy for all the people involved. Senator Farrugia, I listened to you in silence. I hope you can extend me the same courtesy. Undoubtedly, it's been a tragedy for all those involved. The Palestinian people of Gaza, the Israeli people, the people of the region. But what I find troubling about this motion, many others like it, is it attributes moral agency only ever to one party in this conflict, and that is Israel. There are multiple parties to this conflict. The conflict was started by a terrorist organisation, Hamas, unleashing one of the most brutal and barbaric terrorist acts of the modern era upon the civilian population in Israel and taking many of them hostages. So where is the motion calling on Hamas to release the hostages that would help bring this conflict to an end? Where is the motion calling on Hamas to relinquish its role as the political and military authority in Gaza that would help bring this conflict to an end, something that the Palestinian Authority leadership, the Fatah leadership, did just last week? Where is the motion condemning a number of the regional actors who are involved in sustaining this conflict, whether it's the Houthis in Yemen, whether it's Iran and its support to the armed terrorist proxy groups that are found in abundance in the region? Why we have got to where we are today is because Hamas refused multiple offers and approaches to extend phase 1 of the ceasefire. Phase 1 of the ceasefire, which expired on the 1st of March, was meant to provide for the release of hostages and the cessation of hostilities. Hamas was offered by the US mediator, Steve Witkoff, and by Qatari and Egyptian authorities and intermediaries the option to extend that ceasefire so that the fighting would continue to cease, so that the people of Gaza can continue to return to their homes, and so that Israel could get its hostages back. Hamas still holds some 60 hostages, of which we have hopes that perhaps 25 are alive. But Hamas refused these attempts. It didn't want to continue with the ceasefire. It wanted to resume hostilities and resume conflict. And as long as Hamas remains in control of Gaza, and as long as Hamas does not accept that it can no longer play a future role in Gaza, as long as Hamas does not accept that the continued detention of hostages is an ongoing war crime, then I don't see much alternative to the nation of Israel other than to seek to recover its hostages. That is undoubtedly a terrible tragedy for the Palestinian people and the Gazan population and their region, but any sovereign state would expect its government to do its utmost to recover its hostages. They've tried it through negotiations. Hostages have been released through negotiations. Hamas is refusing to release any more hostages. So until such time as Hamas can be brought to its senses, and motions like this frankly do not help, motions that make no mention of the role of Hamas's moral agency,
Order.
Hamas's instigation of the conflict.
Senator Sharma, please resume your seat. Senator Farrugia, interjections are always disorderly, but this is a really difficult topic and you were heard in silence, and I would ask that you extend that courtesy, please, to other senators. Senator Sharma.
Motions like this, which make no mention of the role of Hamas, which do not recognise that Hamas has moral agency, which do not recognise that Hamas can restore the ceasefire at any day, at any time, by agreeing to proposals put by Egyptian and Qatari mediators, by agreeing to the US Special Envoy's proposals to resume the ceasefire, continue the release of hostages. These motions do not help bring that about. They might signal to an audience that's important to you where you sit on this conflict, but they do not help resolve the conflict. Ultimately, this conflict will be resolved when Hamas releases all the hostages and recognises it can and should not play any future role in the governance of Gaza. The Palestinian people, the Gazan population, have been protesting about Hamas's actions in resuming this conflict, in breaking this ceasefire in recent days. The other element that governs the more legitimate Palestinian political body, the Palestinian Authority, Fatah, has called on Hamas to relinquish any future role in the governance of Gaza, because they recognise that the fate of the Gazan Palestinian population is being prejudiced by Hamas's continued intransigence here. So, by all means, let's discuss this conflict in this parliament, in this chamber. But let's also recognise that there are multiple parties that have moral agency in this conflict, and Hamas has been the most intransigent actor of all of them. Hamas is the one that broke the original ceasefire on the 7th of October 2023. Hamas is the one that broke this continuation of this ceasefire that had been in existence these past 2 months.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today we engage on a debate on a motion that, in the view of the government, should not be supported. It's not a considered motion. It's not a motion that advances the cause of peace or builds unity in our community here in Australia. The conflict in the Middle East is a long and complex one, and it is characterised by divergent perspectives and disputed history. It's existed for a very long time, but the current war in Gaza was begun by a heinous terrorist attack on 7 October 2023 by Hamas on the people of Israel, and that attack resulted in the worst loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. The anguish of that day has been extended by the taking of more than 250 hostages, and we have heard and learned of the horror of their treatment as time has gone on. The war that has followed has been a humanitarian disaster, and the unbearable scenes of conflict and the innocent loss of life, the devastating effect on the Palestinian people, has shocked the people of Australia and it's shocked people around the world. On behalf of the people of Australia, the government has consistently sought to advance the goal of a just and lasting peace that ensures the ongoing security of the State of Israel and its people, and establishes a stable and peaceful Palestinian state which realises the sovereignty of the Palestinian people. The government has consistently called for an immediate and unconditional return of the hostages taken by Hamas and for a ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities to permit the negotiation of a peace agreement that will produce that two-state solution and a stable and peaceful region. The government has sought to play an engaged and responsible role in this debate and in promoting peace, recognising that we are not a major player in the Middle East, but have a respected voice and a history of support for international institutions and multilateral action in international affairs. That is why we are supporters of the ceasefire and also seek the release of the hostages by Hamas as part of that agreement. Inflammation and division within our community does nothing to advance the cause of peace. The ignorance of the importance of multilateralism in resolving international disputes, and particularly armed conflict, does nothing to advance the cause of peace, and nor do other forms of extremism. In the end, in this Parliament we represent peoples and communities around Australia. And since 7 October 2023, in varieties of different ways, we've also seen behaviour in Australia that is unrecognisable to many Australians. We've seen a rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic incidents. We've seen a rise of racist and Islamophobic incidents. We've seen a community that is more divided around this issue and we've seen actions and behaviours that we would not have traditionally seen, nor would we want to see replicated. In ensuring our future as a community and ensuring we succeed as a country, it is important that we remain a place where people of a variety of races, backgrounds, religions and views feel comfortable and feel safe. We need to respect each other and we need to push for that unity. It is in that spirit and vein that the government continues to seek to advance the cause of peace in the Middle East, but while also providing leadership in relation to ensuring that those conflicts are not replicated in Australia and that Australia remains a united community where people of all backgrounds can feel safe and respected.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. We have witnessed more than 18 months of active genocide in Palestine, in Gaza and in the West Bank. Over 18 months of murdering children, targeting hospitals, medical staff and journalists, of destroying entire neighbourhoods and wiping out entire families. Over 18 months of the most horrendous crimes broadcast live to the world, of cutting humanitarian aid, of apartheid, of ethnic cleansing, of brutal and unrelenting bombing and expansion into Lebanon, Syria and Yemen. Israel has never had any genuine regard for any peace process with Palestinians over the past 78 years of its existence. This colonial project has always been hell-bent on its mission of total annihilation of the Palestinian people and their aspirations for justice, equality and establishment of Palestinian nation. The only way to stop Israel from executing its genocidal mission is for massive international pressure, particularly from Western nations who are supplying their army with vital military equipment. Just last week, the UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights released a report called More Than a Human Can Bear, detailing horrific crimes of sexual violence carried out by Israel against Palestinians. Yet this report has been conveniently and largely ignored by the Australian government and the mainstream media outlets. We have seen the deaths of two journalists, Hussam Shabat and Mohammed Mansour, while mainstream media refuse to report on the cold-blooded murder of their colleagues. The Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination has determined that Israel is practising racial segregation and apartheid in the occupied Palestinian territory. Bob Hawke, during apartheid South Africa, successfully pressured the global financial sector to divert from South Africa, which directly contributed to the collapse of the apartheid regime. Why is Australia treating Israel's apartheid differently? Since Israel invaded Gaza in 2023, we have seen a tidal wave of solidarity, of staunch resistance, a movement of millions of people taking to the streets, making their voices heard, asking their representatives to call the accumulating atrocities for what they are, a genocide. And yet this government hasn't even got the guts to call it so. The major parties this morning in opposing my genocide bill showed that they are not willing to act on genocide and accountability of war crimes or crimes against humanity. This country supplies weapons to Israel without which they wouldn't be able to commit these crimes. This isn't just complicity, it is enabling war crimes and genocide. The government claims it has legal advice affirming its actions are in line with international law, yet it refuses to release this. It is exactly what one would expect of a colonial institution that never even signed a treaty with its First Peoples. This colony was built on genocide and is now enabling another one. On the National Day of Action for Palestine, I call on this government to repair the hurt you have caused by finally acting and imposing on arms embargo and sanctions on the State of Israel.
Can you just resume your seat for a second? Senator Thorpe, inviting you to proceed and conclude your remarks, but can you please put the piece of clothing back on? You can't have. You can't have slogans in the Senate. Thank you.
We need to stop the genocide.
Senator Thorpe.
Good.
Please proceed.
Ceasefires are not enough. Palestine needs liberation. In the words of Hassam Shabat from his final pre-written message, do not stop speaking about Gaza. Do not let the world look away. Keep fighting, keep telling our stories until Palestine is free. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Please resume your seat. Senator Steele John.
Thank you.
You have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It brings me incredible sadness to speak to our Parliament today, to yet again call on the Australian Government to take action to hold the State of Israel to account for their ongoing genocide in Gaza. Since the apparent breakdown of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, the State of Israel has launched a series of devastating attacks on civilians, on hospitals, and on journalists. There are countless examples of the State of Israel breaching international humanitarian law. In the last few weeks, we have seen the passage of aid into Gaza being blocked once again, and the death of hundreds of adults and children. Hospitals, including the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital and the Nasser Hospital, have faced bombardment. Statements from healthcare workers on the ground at the Nasser Hospital are devastating. The level of trauma, of injury, the scenes of sheer inhumanity can never be justified. Human Rights Watch have shared that their witnesses at 3 hospitals in Gaza have described that the State of Israel's military forces have denied electricity, food, water, medicines, that they have mistreated health workers, that they have deliberately destroyed medical facilities. I would like to use some of the time here today to share with the Senate the experience of Dr. Mohammed Mustafa. Dr. Mustafa is from Perth, and he is currently in Gaza working in the Baptist Hospital as a volunteer with the Palestinian, Australian, New Zealand Medical Association. In statements in the last few days, he has described the situation as catastrophic. He has shared, quote, that it seems like we have been cut off from the world. And as Dr. Mustafa described the situation, the lack of medicine, the lack of ventilators, the impact of bombardment on children. He called on the Australian government to do something. Meanwhile, the Australian government has failed to take significant action. Human Rights Watch have called out the lack of political and of diplomatic pressure. It is clear that the Australian government is not doing all it can to prevent further atrocities. Amnesty International Australia has, quote, called on the Australian government to exert pressure on the Israeli government to immediately end its renewed bombardment of the Gaza Strip by putting an end to military coordination and to work to restore the flow of humanitarian aid, guarantee unrestricted access to food and to medicine, and to rebuild Gaza's decimated health and sanitation infrastructure. What is clear is that Australia is not a helpless bystander. We have the power and we should be using it. The Greens are a party of peace, and my colleagues and I continue to call for an immediate, permanent and unconditional ceasefire, an end to the genocide and to the occupation, and yes, for the release of all hostages and political prisoners. Along with human rights experts, I urge the Senate to take action today. We must work to rectify the injustice that we see in ways that enable both Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace, security and equality in line with international law.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Just yesterday, 7 Jewish groups from across Australia signed a statement condemning the Israeli government's decision to break the hostage and ceasefire agreement negotiated in January 2025 and resume the horrific bombardment of Palestinians in Gaza. Those groups were the Jewish Women for Peace Action Ready Group, the Australian Jewish Democratic Society, Australian Jewish members of the leadership team of Sydney Friends of Standing Together, Jews for Palestine WA, Jews Against the Occupation 48, the Jewish Council of Australia and EMET. And I won't have time to read the full statement on, but I think it's instructive that we see the courage, the moral compass that these groups have shown in delivering that statement to the Australian government and the Australian people. The statement says, in part, we Jewish Australians oppose the Israeli government's decision to break the hostage and ceasefire agreement negotiated in January 2025 and resume the horrific bombardment of Palestinians in Gaza. It further says, on the 18th of March, the Israeli military launched a wave of airstrikes in Gaza, massacring over 750 and rising Palestinians, including countless children. Survivors of Israel assault face excruciating conditions, including having to endure amputations without anaesthesia. Palestinians in Gaza are suffering from famine, the destruction of healthcare systems, relentless aerial attacks, and are now being subjected to a new wave of violence. And they conclude, we reject any naive suggestion that the Netanyahu government has renewed fighting in order to bring back the Israeli hostages. The resumption of the bombardment of Gaza only endangers the lives of the hostages further, while ensuring death and destruction of Palestinians in Gaza. We call on the Australian government to immediately censure the Netanyahu government's resumption of war in the strongest terms and move to impose sanctions on the State of Israel. Can I say on behalf of my party, and I know millions of Australians, I want to thank them all for the courage they've taken in putting that clear statement on the record. And when we ask what the complicity of the Australian government is, we should reflect upon what this parliament did in the last 12 months. In the last 12 months, we have taken no steps to stop the trade of weapons with Israel. In fact, gone further. We have removed all constraints about exports of weapons and military equipment between Australia and the United States. And do you know what the Trump administration did earlier this year? They removed any consideration of international humanitarian law for the transport of weapons and methods of killing from the United States to the rest of the world. So we are now in this situation where we send weapons to the United States with no constraints and no controls and no licences. And they can now send weapons made in Australia anywhere in the world to any conflict, including Israel, without any consideration of humanitarian law. We are deeply complicit in the F-35 and we are now complicit in our entire supply chain. We call on the government to act.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, what's happening in Gaza right now and has happened in Gaza for 18 months now is not a conflict, as some in here have described it today. It's not a war, as the apologists for what is going on over there claim that it is. It's not a conflict, it's not a war. I'll tell you what it is. It's a slaughter. It's a barbaric murder spree. It is an ethnic cleansing. It's a genocide. It is a war crime. And it's resulted in tens of thousands of people being blown to bits, being dismembered, being buried alive under rubble, countless of them children, innocent babies and children. And Australia is complicit. Labor has made us so. And we're not just supplying weapons components and military hardware. We're not just supporting US and presumably Israel in their military operations through facilities like Pine Gap. I mean, we could not even bring ourselves to criticise US President Donald Trump, that dangerous demagogue and fascist, when he openly admitted to having a goal of ethnically cleansing Gaza so he could redevelop it into some kind of bizarre, obscene resort for wealthy colonisers. It is utterly disgraceful how complicit Labor has allowed us to become in this country. We need to take strong action to hold the war criminals to account and to end this barbarous slaughter in Gaza.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of their opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Division required. Sorry, I call for the noes. Ayes have it. Okay, division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Appoint tellers. Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator Cadell for the noes. Okay, the result of the division is ayes 14, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative order, and I will now call on the clerk.
Government business order of the day, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Reconsiderations Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate and on the amendment moved by Senator Duniam.
Okay, and Senator Brockman. You have the call.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President.
Would you like some space?
Invite senators
That's
to
all right. Mr. Acting Deputy President, you could ask people to leave the chamber a little more quietly.
I invite senators to leave the chamber in an appropriate way.
Thank you. Thank you for your protection, Mr. Acting Deputy President. Well, we do return to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Bill 2025, and I think it brought to mind when the Greens party in this place earlier was carrying out yet another stunt, bringing into the chamber completely against any standing orders or any good sense, for that matter, a dead fish. It did put me in mind, and I've already quoted one movie today, but I'll quote another one, put me in mind of The Godfather. And I did wonder whether Senator Hanson-Young wasn't commenting on Tanya Plibersek's career when she brought that dead fish into the chamber. And we all remember that classic scene from The Godfather where Luca Brasi's jacket was returned to the Corleone family, wrapped around a dead fish. And Michael Corleone looks at the dead fish and doesn't understand. He hasn't grown up with the mafia traditions. And his brother explains to him that the dead fish, of course, represents swimming with the fishes. It means Luca Brasi is dead. And I do wonder whether that was some reflection on the career of Minister Plibersek and the decision that this government has taken. But if there's any blame to be sheeted home, it's to be sheeted home directly to the minister, because she has now kicked the can on the North West Shelf project down the road past the election date, trying to cover for this government's lack of decision-making ability. Now, for political reasons, the Labor Party has decided to override the EPBC Act here. And again, I'll pay tribute to Tasmanian senators, Senator Chandler is in the chamber who have stood up for the salmon industry in their home state, and rightly so. But it does beg the question of why a $30 billion project in the home state of Senator Cash and myself in Western Australia is being kicked down past the election. Why? Why would they do this, Senator Cash? I ask the question. And it's because it causes too much problems within the Labor Party itself for them to make a decision. Is it that they don't think the 6 years of consideration given to it at the state level is worthy, even though that was completely under the control of their own Labor colleagues in Western Australia, the Cook Labor government? 6 years of consideration and approval. And yet, even though the first due date was the 28th of February, and then another date was set, that was changed again, and now it's been kicked down past the election. It should make everyone whose job in Western Australia relies directly or indirectly on the oil and gas industry, the mining industry, small businesses that rely on gas as an energy source, because we do have commitments to our trading partners overseas, and we must meet those commitments to our trading partners. I was lucky enough to be in Japan last year and meeting with very senior figures, and the supply of gas, particularly from Western Australia to Japan, is absolutely essential, not just for their economic security, but for their national security. And for anyone not to think that the relationship with Japan, particularly in the challenging geopolitical circumstances which the world faces, for anyone to not think that that relationship is of utmost importance to Australia, quite frankly, is fooling themselves and letting down the whole of this country, and particularly my home state of Western Australia. But it's not just that we do need to do the right thing by our export partners, our partners who helped invest in those projects, billions of dollars in those projects in the first place. We also need to do the right thing by my home state. We need to do the right thing by my home state of Western Australia. And the fact is that there is a risk to the near-term gas supply, i.e. in the next 4 or 5 years, if this project is not given a go-ahead. Now, this is not a new project, and that, I think, is the thing that is so baffling to all West Australians. This is not a new project. This is a continuation of a project that was begun in the 1970s. In the 1970s. Sir Charles Court, I was a lad of 7 or 8 when the North West Shelf first kicked off under Sir Charles Court. And it is ridiculous to think that just by the Greens wanting to describe this as somehow a new project, it isn't in fact. It's a decades-old project. This extension they are seeking, I mean, it is ridiculous that it was with the West Australian state Labor government for 6 years, but the fact that the federal Labor government cannot make a decision keeps delaying and delaying, kicking the can down the road, whether it's for political reasons or whether they know they're going to have to make a deal, or they might have to make a deal with the Greens after the next election to retain government. I mean, it's horrifying. It should be horrifying to every Western Australian. And you can be sure of only one thing, and that is if you believe in the economic future of Western Australia, if you believe in the ability of households to continue to get their energy supplies, if you believe in manufacturing in Western Australia, if you believe in the jobs of all those FIFO workers linked to the mining industry and the oil and gas industry in Western Australia, there is only one way to protect them. There is only one way to protect them, and that is don't vote for Labor, don't vote for the Greens, put Liberal 1. That is the only way of protecting those jobs, our economy, our future, our relationship with key partners like Japan, $30 billion worth of investment in Western Australia. The only way you can protect that is to vote Liberal 1, put Labor and the Greens last in the upcoming election.
Senator Payment.
Not conservationists, not communities. Because the truth is, the current EPBC Act isn't working for everyone. In fact, it's working for no one. It fails to provide real protection for our environment, and it offers little certainty for industry. Instead of addressing that failure, this government has decided to double down with a bill that makes it painfully clear whose side they're on. And it sure isn't the environment's. The so-called reconsiderations bill will shut down the reconsideration process currently underway into salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. It effectively pulls the plug on efforts to protect the critically endangered Maugean skate. More broadly, it risks silencing communities across the country by restricting their abilities to seek reviews when environmental threats emerge. Let's be clear, this is not a small procedural tweak. This is a calculated rollback of public oversight, one that could leave entire ecosystems unprotected if species of species that were once considered secure become threatened over time. It removes the Environment Minister's power to intervene when the facts change, because apparently, for this government, evidence-based decision-making is too inconvenient. These changes didn't arise from some sweeping public mandate or scientific consensus. They were driven by an ongoing conflict between business interests of salmon farming giants in Macquarie Harbour and the survival of a species found only in those waters. On the very same day this bill was announced, March 20th, Huon Aquaculture, a Tasmanian salmon farming company, had its RSPCA animal welfare certification revoked. You may be asking why. Because employees were caught on camera sealing live salmon in crates alongside dead ones. These are the supposedly good guys in this story. This bill is a direct intervention in an active reconsideration process about the risk salmon farming poses to the Maugean skate. And let's not pretend this is just the Environment Minister's doing. The Prime Minister himself, who seems to have quietly assumed the role of de facto Environment Minister after sidelining Minister Plibersek, has once again overridden sound judgment with political opportunism. And it's not just me saying this. Let me remind the Chamber of what Senator Grogan said just last month when the Coalition tried to pull the same stunt. She called the reconsideration mechanism, and I quote, an important safeguard in our environmental decision-making. She then continued saying, limiting reconsideration requests beyond 3 years and limiting who can make them is highly problematic. You're turning it into an entirely political situation as opposed to a scientific, factual one, end quote. That was just 1 month ago. 1 month. Would Senator Grogan repeat those words now? Would any Labor senator repeat those words? I highly doubt it. This isn't an isolated case, but watching a disturbing pattern emerge. Labor continues to endorse coalition policy, not out of conviction, but out of fear. Fear of losing political advantage. We saw it with the passage of the mandatory sentencing laws, legislation that flew in the face of Labor's own platform. We saw it again with the migration bills. So callous, so dehumanising, that even the Coalition's shadow immigration minister remarked they were basically running immigration system from opposition. At what point will the Labor government's paper-thin principles give way to real moral clarity? Or is that only possible if they're dragged to it kicking and screaming by the political necessity of minority government, which now looks increasingly likely to be the result of the upcoming May election. This chamber could be doing real work. We could be passing the free TAFE bill. We could be legislating the long overdue 20% cut to HECS help debts. We could be fixing the EPBC Act in a way that protects the environment for the generations to come. But instead, here we are, debating a bill that actively undermines those goals. And the timing? It's no coincidence. With the budget freshly phlebotomised and the public attention elsewhere, this bill has been quietly ushered in, slipped through while no one is watching. This bill is not just a threat to the Maugean skate, it is a threat to biodiversity, habitats, and our already fragile ecosystems across Australia. It is the wrong decision, and it will go down as yet another black mark on the Albanese government's environmental record, a record marked by hesitation, capitulation, and political cowardice.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. To rise to speak on the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Reconsiderations Bill 2025. In the first instance, can I just say thank you to the Shadow Minister for the Environment, Senator Duniam, and the Tasmanian Liberal team, because if it was not for the efforts of them prosecuting the case for the Tasmanian salmon workers down there in their home state, quite frankly, these people would have lost their jobs. They have quite literally, through their strong advocacy, standing up for people in Tasmania whose jobs are at risk. If this legislation did not go through, they have forced the Albanese government to come to the table. So what this will do tonight is finally put an end to the chaos that has been visited upon the Tasmanian salmon industry by the Albanese government and Minister Plibersek. But when you look at the title of the bill and you actually explore the bill, there is just so much more to it. What this bill itself represents, it is emblematic of the chaos within the Albanese government, and this has been going on for some time now. This is not the first time this chaos has arisen, but for some time now over the environmental portfolio. In fact, some may say they haven't seen the relevant Minister, Tanya Plibersek, for some time, and you'd be right. You'd be right. Because quite literally, she has been emasculated. She is not allowed to make decisions in relation to this portfolio because we all know the decisions that she would make would quite literally bell the cat in relation to what a future minority Labor, Greens, Teal government would look like. And so she is literally being silenced until after the election. And no greater example of this silencing of a minister who, but for being silenced, would make a decision, but a decision that is adverse to the people of Western Australia, is in relation to the extension of the North West Shelf Gas Hub. Anyone in Western Australia can tell you that this project is of vital importance to our great state. And quite frankly, it is an absolute disgrace. It is an act of cynical political manipulation that the decision on whether or not to extend the life of this project, it's not just the life of the project, it's what this project does, which is basically ensure that Western Australians have a supply of gas. In other words, we're able to turn our lights on, whether or not it's for people living at home or it's for businesses going to work every single day. It is quite frankly an absolute disgrace that Mr Albanese has told Ms Plibersek that even though she should have made the decision last year and given certainty to the industry, but more than that, showed their colours, their true colours to Western Australians, they have delayed the decision. Now, if that was not bad enough, last night. Sneaky is all you can call this. Last night, on budget day, what did they quietly do? No fanfare, no announcement, hoping that the people of Western Australia, who have long relied on the North West Shelf gas project, as I said, that's where we get out the majority of our energy from in WA, from gas. What did Mr Albanese do again? Well, he pushed that decision out, quietly, until the 31st of May. What an absolute disgrace. At least have the guts to stand up, do a press conference and tell all Western Australians, and in particular Premier Roger Cook, who himself stood up to Mr Albanese and said he would like to see this approved because the Western Australian government spent 6 years going through their approval processes and they've come to the decision that this project needs to get an extension. But no, Mr Albanese doesn't want Western Australians prior to the federal election to know that he has well and truly walked away from WA. But more than that, his policy decisions will have a detrimental impact on our great state. And any Western Australian knows we always need to fight to preserve our prosperity, and we are going to have a hell of a fight on our hands to preserve our prosperity in the shadows of a second-term Albanese government governing in minority with the Australian Greens and the Teals. What's so disappointing, though, about the Western Australian federal Labor members is where are they? Where are the senators? Where's Madeleine King, the member for Brand? Where's Patrick Gorman? He's the Prime Minister's Assistant Minister. Where are they every day standing up and doing press conferences, standing up for the people of Western Australia, for the people that they are allegedly meant to represent, and saying, get your skates on. Do something that's in the best interests of the Western Australian people. Make a decision, if nothing else, on the approval of the North West Shelf gas hub extension. Because you see, Western Australians expect the people they elect into this place to stand up for Western Australia, and that is something that the WA federal team have done time and time again. We were successful in negotiating, the WA federal Liberal team, a better share of GST, Western Australia's fair share of GST. And again, we will continue to stand up for our great state, and in particular in the face of a detrimental decision to be made after the next election by Mr Albanese and Ms Plibersek. Let's talk about, though, what the North West Shelf actually is. This is, without a doubt, anyone who understands Western Australia knows it is an economic powerhouse for our state. This is not new. They're not asking if they can turn the first sod on a project. This is a project that has been in operation now, ensuring that Western Australians have a reliable supply of gas for 40 years. But on top of that, it has now delivered over $40 billion in taxes and royalties since 1984. Imagine if we were to take that $40 billion away from our economy. Imagine what we would not have. But thanks to Woodside, thanks to the North West Shelf project, as I said, it's been going for 40 years, that project has delivered to the Australian economy $40 billion in taxes and royalties. But more than that, and this is where, Mr Albanese, your true colours are coming through here. You've walked away from WA. What's worse is you don't have the guts to make a decision and tell us where you sit on this project. This is a project that has provided mum and dad in Western Australia, small businesses in Western Australia, manufacturers in Western Australia, a reliable source of domestic gas. That's what this project represents to us. It's not a big project up north somewhere. Mr Albanese, you are playing with, as a Prime Minister of our country, our reliable source of domestic gas. You are playing with Western Australia's energy, and quite frankly, that is unacceptable. We've made it very clear that if we are given the privilege of being elected to government, we will ensure that we make a decision on this project within 30 days of being elected. Roger Cook, 6 years, the Premier of Western Australia. It took him to work through whether or not this project should be given an extension. And guess what? He did it. There is no logical reason, given that the Premier of Western Australia, a Labor Premier ironically, given the stance of Mr Albanese working against our great state of Western Australia, I can't see any reason at all that a decision cannot be made. We're going to put the Labor senators to a test tonight. When this legislation is voted on, we are going to be moving an amendment. Senator Duniam and the WA Federal Liberal team, we will proudly be voting for these amendments because we believe in the state of Western Australia. We will stand up for the state of Western Australia, and we want to ensure that the people of Western Australia continue to have a reliable source of domestic gas. Because I say to all the Western Australians, you know what you're going to get under us, under a Liberal government? You'll get certainty. You'll get certainty in terms of the economic powerhouse that is our great Northwest Shelf. You will get certainty in terms of billions of dollars of future royalties flowing through to Western Australia and the Australian economy. You will get certainty for mum and dads at home, for small businesses, for manufacturing businesses, for anybody who uses energy, anybody who uses gas. You will get, under a Peter Dutton government, you will get certainty as to what we stand for. What it also means, though, is this. If Mr Albanese doesn't approve this project, people are going to lose their jobs. People in Western Australia will lose their jobs. Mr Albanese doesn't seem to care. So you've got a whole lot of people who currently work on the Northwest Shelf project who are doing what we as Western Australians need them to do each and every day. They've been doing it for years and years and years. High-paying jobs as well, working on the Northwest Shelf. What does Mr Albanese do? Again, he walks away from those jobs in WA. I mean, there is no logical reason that a decision on this project could not have been made last year. There is no logical reason that a decision on this project could not have been made in the first few months of this year. But I tell you, there is logic in putting one and one together and getting two as to why, on budget day of all days, when people are distracted by other things, Mr Albanese and Ms Plibersek quietly, without any announcement to the people of Western Australia, push the date for consideration of this project back even further until after the next federal election. I don't know what more Western Australians need to come to the understanding that Mr Albanese and his Labor government have well and truly walked away from WA. And as I said, the Labor senators in this place, they'll be given a chance later on this evening to actually stand with the WA Federal Liberal senators, to stand up for Western Australia and to show their support for gas in our state. Senator Duniam is going to be moving an amendment, and it's encapsulated in his second reading amendment. It will also be moved in committee of a whole that states the changes to the reconsiderations regime in the bill should be substantially strengthened to ensure that all assessments of all projects across all industries do not remain subject to the open-ended review processes that currently exist. In other words, let's make sure that the minister, going forward, cannot in any way revoke a decision that has been made, and in particular in relation to the North West Shelf. But I'll also be moving a second reading motion, amendment, and I'll foreshadow that now, to note that the Albanese Labor government has put thousands of Western Australian jobs at risk by delaying the decision on the proposed extension of the Woodside North West Shelf gas project. Key stakeholders, including the Premier of Western Australia, have put on record that Mr Albanese's actions will have a chilling effect on potential investment decisions. And this is yet another example of how the Albanese Labor government has walked away from WA and doesn't have the back of Western Australians.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. The government today seeks to reform our environment laws by amending the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, but not for the stronger protection of our natural world, but to make it even more difficult for projects that impact our environment to be properly assessed. Australia is in the grips of a biodiversity and climate crisis. This is clearly evidenced by researchers, experts, academics across the country. And yet today, this Parliament has before it legislation that will further undermine our hope of protecting our environment. The major parties in this Senate are satisfied with rushing through this legislation this evening. They are not following the usual process of the Senate. They are not following the process usually taken after a Senate inquiry, leaving no way for genuine opportunity to assess the impacts of these changes. How can we trust this government when we consider the history of failed environmental protections in Australia? In the last 2 centuries, Australia has lost more mammal species than any other continent. Our biodiversity rate, the rate at which that biodiversity is lost, is considered the second worst in the world. Let me frame that for you again. Australia's environmental protection laws are so weak that we are now a world leader in biodiversity loss. From 2000 to 2017, 7.7 million hectares of native habitats were cleared. 93% of this was cleared without any assessment under our environment laws. Beyond this, billions of animals that have been lost to us forever through wildfires. 19 irreplaceable marine and land ecosystems around Australia that have collapsed. The government cannot say that the cost of this biodiversity loss is unknown. Experts predict that it will quicken the collective collapse of our climate. Our food, our water resources, our economy, our human spaces and our beloved natural world teeter on the very brink. The protective steps this government is framing today are far from it. The actual protective steps that we need to take today to conscientiously conserve our environment for future generations tomorrow, this should be the priority of the Senate this evening. The Labor government made a commitment in 2022 to the Australian community to actually reform our environment laws. Not only did they abandon this commitment, the Labor government is now rushing to intervene in a legal process and legislate the exact opposite, against the fulsome assessment of projects under our environmental laws. This is an absurd use of our Parliament to ram through significantly important policy to gut our environmental laws in less than 48 hours without proper scrutiny or assessment. Australians expect better of their representatives than this. Australians who voted for this government with the assurance that they would strengthen our environmental laws have every right to feel angry and disturbed by what is happening here today. Strong environmental laws are essential to safeguarding our precious lands, our native wildlife, and ensuring the resilience of our food and water resources and of our very communities. We rely on Australia's biodiversity to keep our ecosystems going. It is absolutely astounding that the basic protection of natural ecosystems are being overtly undermined and exploited for the benefit of industries and corporations. What is the point of the EPA? What is the point of the Minister for the Environment if genuine challenges and appeals to environmental protections are being shut down by this Labor government? The impact of the Labor government failing to take climate action and environmental commitment seriously is known to our community. Right now in WA, at the end of March, we are experiencing yet another heat wave. At 7 p.m. on Monday night, Perth was still sweltering through temperatures of 38 degrees. And yet we have the Labor government again siding with the coalition, whose leader has explicitly stated that he would speed through the approvals of Woodside's Burrup Hub. Regardless, just think about it. This is a man who has said he will speed up the approvals of Woodside's Burrup Hub in the full knowledge of the havoc that it will wreak on our climate and the vulnerable ecosystems like Scott's Reef. It is sadly very simple. If we do not understand and prioritise the rebuilding of a healthy, natural world, if we do not make sure that precious places like Scott Reef are preserved, then we will face the consequences in every shape and form in our society. We hear from community members who are doing all they can to decarbonise, to recycle, to manage their waste and try to be sustainable in their lives. On the opposing side, we have new gas developments, Greenlit, New South Wales, for example. Now, New South Wales
Senator
is home to a community.
6 o'clock, you will be in continuation. We're going to move to valedictories now. Thank you. And I call Senator Billick. Could you take your seat? I call Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, President. As I stand before you today, I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. So while I live on Whadjuk Noongar country, the privilege of serving in this place has connected me to Yaru, Gidja, Yamaji, Bardijawi, Nananjara and many other wonderful communities. It is a connection that has taught me a profound truth, that progress happens when we stop seeing others as strangers and start recognising our common interests and humanity. Paul Keating gave his historic Redfern speech, and in it he said, "We practiced discrimination and exclusion. It was our ignorance and prejudice and our failure to imagine these things being done to us." I've got a great uncle named Alfred Howard. He led the search party that found Burke and Wills. My mother originates from Victoria. He witnessed firsthand the consequences of our failure to learn from First Nations people. So as Burke lay dying at Cooper's Creek, it is well documented today that his racial arrogance prevented him from learning and asking for help from First Australians. And today, it is in our interests, all of our interests, if we want to live an abundant, sustainable life, that we draw on the knowledge of First Nations people, knowledge accrued over 6 millennia. And for me, the gap between Australia's legacy of colonialism and the needs of First Nations people still remains too great, and that this is important to all of our well-being, for our well-being as a nation. The issues confronting First Nations community cannot be addressed by treating communities as the problem. We can only step forward by listening to the oldest living country, the oldest living culture on earth. A culture that has adapted and renewed itself over the last 200 years since colonisation. A failure of imagination, the inability to see our interests align with others, lies at the heart of so many challenges we face, both as individuals and as a society and as a nation. I have to say it was a pleasure to see how we respond to these needs in the Labor budget delivered last night, from cost of living, relief, climate change, support for families and more. In 2014, when my first term in this place ended, I stood on the other side, 6 months pregnant with Jasper. Hello, Jasper. He's now 10, giving my valedictory. I became pregnant with you, Jasper, between the 2013 election and the 2014 Senate rerun, after the AEC lost all those ballot papers. It was a very challenging time for me personally on many fronts, but also there was a loss shared by so many of my Labor colleagues, where we knew that some of the reasons behind our defeat were of our own making. But we've worked very hard to rebuild and earn the trust of Australians, and we seek to hold that trust secure. Jasper, when I returned to Parliament, you were nearly 2. I have in fact Malcolm Turnbull to thank for my return, because he called a double dissolution election. I remember talking to you, Jasper, about going to work in Canberra again, and you pointed to the sky and said, "Plane." I'm pretty sure you thought that coming to Canberra meant that I was literally up in the air in an aeroplane all the time. It did feel that way sometimes. Jasper, I'm enormously proud of you and of our family. I want to thank Dennis and Stephen and my wonderful wife Beck for making it possible for me to serve in the Senate for these last 9 years. Back in 2001, as a state legislative councillor, I was involved in changing the laws around access to IVF in Western Australia. I was part of campaigns before that time that asked West Australians not to imagine those, the wish of de facto couples, single women, including lesbians, as strangers in our desires to have a family. Without that change, I would never have had the privilege, Jasper, of being your mother, because you simply wouldn't exist. So I know that you know that the work of parliamentarians is important. The decisions we make in this place matter both in Australia and overseas. But to me, Jasper, you're more important than all of that. I know you're upset about missing your school puppet show tomorrow, but thank you for being at this puppet show with me today. We both experience that feeling of missing out sometimes, and this place, like your puppet show, holds a unique magic, a stage on which to recognise and respond to the many issues affecting Australia and the world, with a new iteration of sometimes old debates every year. And in these past 9 years since my return, I really feel they've been incredible, from defending hard-fought Labor reforms in opposition to embracing the opportunities of government. From marriage equality to COVID, from manufacturing to employment, social security, immigration, blocking regressive industrial relations changes, and engaging in ever-evolving debates about rights and freedoms. It has been such a great privilege to play a role in these debates and more. The journey to marriage equality was long and deeply personal, as it is for others of us in the chamber. But I was so proud to walk along in that path alongside so many Australians who demanded fairness and dignity. And I hope that my time in this place has shown young, queer, LGBTIQ+ Australians that there is a place for them in politics and in shaping our country's future. On that note, Senator Wong, thank you for placing me on the committee that established the guardrails for implementing marriage equality, and it was such a great pleasure to work with you, Senator Dean Smith. We need strong institutions that listen to citizens, and the Senate's capacity to do that is indeed a powerful one. And of course, in this context, Senate committee work is key. When compared to other upper houses, our role in reform through our committees exceeds that of other parliaments around the world. And of course, as I look at the clerk, we could not accomplish this without the hard work and commitment of all parliaments, officers and staff. I thank you and all of the staff here, the clerks, committee staff, Black Rod, for your steady moderation of this institution. I also thank security, Comcar drivers, cleaners, catering staff, the library, building services, the Parliamentary Budget Office, attendants. You all make this place function, despite the tendency of politicians to create chaos by sitting late and engaging in heated debates, as we may well do tonight. We are in a very dynamic place, and having visited other parliaments, I've seen that the access of civil society, unions, advocates, business, health consumer groups and more to this building
and therefore to power, is such a great asset to our nation. This openness is special. Please protect it. It helps us recognise the issues that are important to the nation. In my time in the Senate, I've seen how we need to face the critical need to break down barriers that make us see the needs of others as strangers unaligned to our own interests. When we see someone who doesn't look like us, sound like us, act like us, or love like us, our first instinct is often rooted in fear or judgment. There's a popular quote on TikTok at the moment from US Governor Pritzker. He said, "We survived as a species by being suspicious of things we are unfamiliar with." But he goes on to say, this instinct, this animal brain, it limits our potential. When we fail to evolve past these primal urges, our thinking lacks imagination and creativity. Our problem solving becomes narrow and ineffective. And most importantly, we miss the opportunity to learn from and connect with the rich diversity of human experience around us. I've witnessed this throughout my parliamentary career, from the struggles for marriage equality to the recognition of First Nations voices, for the fight for transgender rights, protection of vulnerable Australians from predatory systems like robo-debt. In each case, progress only happened when we stopped seeing strangers and started seeing people. I've been reading an essay by Palestinian writer Isabella Hamad. It's titled "Recognising the Stranger." She writes of recognition versus denial. Recognition means acknowledging our shared humanity and the legitimacy of others' experiences, even when they're different from our own. But she also goes on to say, with recognition must come action. She commented on the extremity of language from the Israeli government, dehumanising those being bombed. 50,000 lives or more. But as a nation, we have citizens with interests on both sides of this conflict. And just as the Berlin Wall fell, apartheid in South Africa ended, and all throughout history, great civilizations rise and fall, nothing is in stone. We always have the power and an obligation to look to the future and to shape it with the stranger in mind. The transformative power of recognition I saw firsthand when our party caucus welcomed First Nations voices like Senator Dodson, Senator McCarthy, Mariam Scrimgeour, Linda Burney, Jana Stewart. Our discussions changed fundamentally. Today it feels like we're no longer deliberating on the lives of strangers. We can discuss what is important to us all. And that means a great deal to me. And the same principle applies across every domain in life and decision-making. The success of Australia's response to HIV has always meant not treating those affected with stigma or discrimination. Our progress on marriage equality came when Australians recognised that our relationships and families have the same qualities as any other: love, kindness and support. And our strongest public institutions are those that listen to and serve all citizens, not just a privileged few. And in saying this, I think particularly of Fair Work, Medicare, the PBS, the Net Zero Agency, the Department of Industry even, seeking to drive economic investment and opportunity for communities around the nation. And my best experiences with colleagues in this place have never focused on our differences. We've always sought to replace fear with curiosity. and in committee work when taking evidence, to ask collaboratively, in a collaborative way with your colleagues, what do we need to learn from this person or this evidence? It's a practical wisdom. And as a Senate, we should always keep an eye on the need to reform our institutions when they're out of touch, out of date, or leaving people behind, so that all voices can be heard. We want public services to be adequately resourced to respond to citizens' needs, where we recognise that no parent should be deprived of a relationship with their child due to poverty, and no child should be deprived of basic health care like immunisation here in Australia or overseas. A world where we understand that there can be no strangers among us if we are the truly multicultural nation we claim to be. And this is a value in today's day and age, in a complicated world, that we must continue to share. No stranger to us in Palestine or Israel, just as we will move to see no strangers in our support for the end of apartheid. And speaking of strangers, transgender Australians have been talked about in this place by some as if they are strangers to citizenship in their own nation. These debates reinforce harmful stereotypes about how men and women should behave and exist in the world. And this ultimately limits all of us. The policing of who's allowed to have a masculine or feminine attribute. It's a ridiculous debate that distracts from the real issues. To address these issues, we need to listen to transgender people and let them speak for themselves. Extreme debates about same-sex parents or marriage equality are no longer the norm. Australians are listening to transgender Australians, just like they did on the calls for marriage equality. And for us in this place, Australians overall would much prefer politicians to be supporting issues that actually affect their daily lives. They understand that stopping discrimination does not cost money. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. And that these attacks on transgender people undermine the human rights of all. As I leave the Senate, I reflect on what this journey has taught me about the connection between recognition and action. And recognition isn't just an abstract concept, it demands action. And some of the highlights in this place that we've seen from child migrants, institutional child abuse, the apology to stolen generations and veteran suicide. These are all issues we recognise that we have to respond deeply to. And in this context, I'm proud to have stood firmly on the side of transgender rights, sex workers, people living with HIV, vulnerable children, traditional owners, and many other people throughout my career. Recognising that social and economic exclusion means you need to take action, and that taking action doesn't benefit the few, it benefits us all. Deep relationships with brave constituents and advocates has been deeply fulfilling, enriching my understanding and effectiveness as a senator. And from all of these people, I have learned a great deal. Justice cannot be sought and found without people speaking for themselves. From issues spanning from the sterling collapse, robo-debt, the misuse of centre pay, dowry abuse, immigration rights, aged care, manufacturing, consumer rights, unions, sex workers, LGBTI health, children's policy, HIV. All of these groups and advocates have been instrumental in my drive for the pursuit of justice and positive change. When we truly see others in their full humanity, We must not be passive. We must not be passive in the face of injustice or indifference. And it's wonderful to see how my colleagues in this place understand that recognising issues in our society must compel us to step forward and make a difference. I've tried very hard to embody this principle in my career in this place, and I ask my colleagues who remain in this place to stay brave in your pursuit of justice. Stay curious. Your recognition of what matters to Australia must be paired with the courage to act upon it, even when it's difficult. I want to thank Steve McCartney, State Secretary of the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union. It's been a collective effort to build political support for important workplace and income and industry issues. But your leadership is also about recognition and action. Your leadership on a just transition in Collie is showing the rest of the nation what needs to be done. You've turned insecurity and navigated that with recognition and action on issues that others remain in denial on. To the union movement and the ACTU, I'm proud to have been a servant of your movement, our movement, standing up for workers' rights, particularly in my role as chair of the Senate Employment Committee in the past. And Tony, you're doing a sterling job now. I thank the Senate for the opportunity to help the lives, rights and needs of Australian workers so that they be recognised and reformed in this place. To my Labor colleagues, our collective commitment to the common good is a wonderful asset to the nation. Each of us has a great privilege of helping to realise the values of the Labor Party. To my West Australian colleagues, thank you for standing up for our state and for being great campaigners. It is a privilege to have been entrusted for so many years with the values and opinions of so many thousands of WA Labor members. I want to thank all of those members now for handing out at polling booths, door knocking and sharing your values and opinions. And I particularly want to thank those who handed out back in 2014 on that rainy day when I stood as the only person on the polling booth in Gidgegannup. I want to thank the electors of Western Australia, regardless of how you voted. I hope you feel I have served you well. And I particularly and proudly want to thank the broad network of party members who are Rainbow Labor. You've given me tremendous personal support. You have been at the core of what Labor governments have been able to do to support LGBTIQ+ Australians. And I will always remember the National Conference of 2011 where we changed the platform to support marriage equality as a highlight. I'm going to give a shout out to Bill Botel to thank him for all he's taught me and for his own contribution to the causes we share. And I want to express my deep gratitude to all of those who've made my work possible. I'm very proud to have been part of an Albanese Labor government, and in the many years of working with the Prime Minister, he has consistently provided stability, made progress, and dealt with complexity while keeping sight of the public interest that guides our party. We need leadership with this kind of navigation skills, and our Prime Minister has this in spades. I've got many colleagues I'd like to thank for the opportunity to contribute to reforms. Bill Shorten on centre pay, Tanya Plibersek on midwifery, Mark Dreyfus, hate speech, discrimination and more, Senator O'Neill and my colleagues from WA, Zanita Mascarenhas, a commitment to protecting people from financial abuse, Mark Butler for including me in your work on HIV, Jed Carney, LGBTIQ+ health, and Julian Hill. We've known each other for some 25 years. I want to acknowledge the many things we've worked together on, but more than that, more personally for your friendship and drinking tea late at night, sitting in bed like two old nanas. I have a great deal of gratitude to all my colleagues for all this and more. And there are too many other collaborations and outcomes with colleagues to mention at this time and right across the Parliament. But I thank you all. I have friends and comrades who I thanked in 2013 who've remained supporters and allies on this journey, and I thank you again without naming you. Many others I'll never have a chance to thank. But I do want to say thank you to Tim Cahalan. Tim asked me to call him a god or something in this speech. But as a person with a disability, I want to thank you for your visibility and voice in our party and for standing up against robo-debt. Your perspective and advocacy have strengthened the collective work of our movement. Our party is always more effective with diverse voices at the table, so again we can recognise and respond to what's important. I depart knowing that this place is brimming with talent and dedicated Labor ministers who share my values. It makes it easier to leave. I don't need to watch the new feel the need to be on the stage in the next iteration of debates. It does make it much easier to leave. It will soon include Ellie Whittaker, the first female Secretary of West Australian Labor in our more than 100-year history, who's ready to carry the torch. Ellie is, in fact, has worked with me in the past in my office, and I want to thank all my staff for all they have done, for the time spent helping constituents, for listening to people on the phone, for strategising with me, giving me sound advice and keeping me organised. You've delivered a great deal to constituents on issues and things that have affected them that I will never even know of. Nikki McKimmie, thank you. Alison Elgar, thank you. Jamie Page, thank you. And Tanya McCartney, we've worked together a very long time. I thank you. I want to thank all of those who've worked with me since I was first elected to the State Parliament in 2001. Your loyalty, dedication, shared commitment to justice, your agency on issues of importance to us is just as important as mine. Ashley, Andy, Alana, John and Kate, just to mention a few from the past. Oh, and Nikki Slevin up there too. I've worked with some of you for such a long time, and long after our work together has ended, our friendships are strong. Finally, to my family, my wife Beck, thank you for marrying me on the 4th of June in 2003. Thank you to my mother Sandra, my father Greg, Nicholas and Fleur. Thank you for making it possible for me to serve and for being there when politics was tough. Whether in this place or anywhere else in our nation, the work we do when we recognise our shared humanity lifts us all up. It elevates us above our animal instincts, above our fears and prejudice, into a place where we can see further and find solutions. And so to all of those I've worked with and made friends with in this place, please don't be a stranger. I still want to look to new horizons with you. Looking to the future, I will draw on my values to help me recognise my next endeavour, whatever that is to be. But I know in the meantime, I'm looking forward to school pickups, not missing Jasper's school events, being home for dinner with Beck and Jasper more often. I thank you all for the privilege of serving in this Senate. Thank you.
I am going to ask those who are not participating in comments back to Senator Pratt. So I'm calling Senator Wong. So please depart the chamber or sit in your seats.
Thank you, President. I think Senator Pratt is still farewelling people, but if she doesn't mind, I might just make some brief remarks. Louise is one of those people who leaves this place with as much commitment to principle as she arrived with, and as much optimism as she arrived with, which is not always the case. Not always the case. And Louise, your service has been marked by dedication to key causes, to campaigns. Louise Pratt has always been an activist politician in the true sense of that term, pushing for boundaries, for change, and through her service she sought to amplify the concerns of, address the needs of, but most importantly, bear witness to the perspective and the experience of those who are marginalised, and we saw that again tonight. No tribute to Louise would be complete without emphasising her contribution to marriage equality in this country in 2017. It probably says something about our age, that for us that is still something we remember really clearly, and we talked to younger members of the LGBTIQ community, and not everybody knows all of the history, and it was a hard history. It was a hard history. It was politically hard, it was hard internally, and it was really hard personally for us because it was about our families. And Louise knows more than anyone else the years of work, actually I think it was over a decade, community activism, political organising inside the party and with community, and she was integral to that. For some people that from the outside looked and thought, well, the journey sort of began in the mid-2010s and lasted for a couple of years before we came to the inevitable and obvious conclusion that equality wasn't something to be frightened of. But I think those of us, Louise and others, know differently. And I want to say here very clearly, Louise Pratt was at the vanguard of that advocacy for equality. And she has been all her life. Here, but also before she arrived here as a student in the Western Australian Parliament and in her community activism, and she pushed boundaries to get marriage equality on the agenda. I had forgotten this, but with Trish Costin, Gavin Marshall and Carol Brown, Senator Brown, you introduced the bill in 2012. A few of us voted for it, didn't get up, that's okay. We had to come back again. And Louise and others set up the cross-party working group to advance the cause, and of course there was the campaign inside the Labor Party to change our position, which was critical to achieving the final outcome. The pivotal select committee that Louise spoke of, chaired by Senator Fawcett, and that I think Senator Smith was on, that considered the issue over the summer of 2016-17, that committee laid the groundwork for the legislative success. I think you described it as guardrails. I think that's a very accurate way of talking about it. And over this journey, Louise and I played different roles at times, and that was important. But we were united when it came to the desired outcome, and if there's a great photo of us watching the announcements of the postal survey, we're together in that. There's a great photo in here of us celebrating the bill being passed, and we were also together then. There are many thousands of Australians since that time, and will be into the future, who can make the decision to marry the person they love as a result of the work of so many, and Louise was one of the torchbearers for a long time. At times that was lonely, and she kept the flame alight for many years. I think we saw tonight, again, an example of her undisputed commitment to equality and to human rights. And she never relents in her advocacy, including with me, at times, on many issues, far and wide. And she's been active in Parliamentary Friends. She's been a leader in support of Gavi, the Worldwide Vaccine Alliance. She's been the person, one of the two people who have been sort of the driving force behind World AIDS Breakfast Day. You know, that has, she's never changed her view about what matters. She also doesn't shy away from a tough sort of discussion about economic inequality. And I think probably people may not see all the time the extent to which Louise is actually a policy head. She really is. She's somebody who really looks at the detail of policy and comes to her views, having thought through the policy issue very clearly. She's a vocal advocate for industry policy, obviously a member of the AMWU, and a long-standing supporter of workers' rights, and her shadow portfolios reflected that over her career. I was trying to think about how to talk about this, and I thought really the most honest way of saying this is that you're not a cookie-cutter politician. You know, whether it's the quirky Halloween outfits, which to me, I think, I have looked at some of the photos Louise has sent me. I thought, oh my goodness, I don't think I could ever wear that ever. But you have so much fun. But also the way you think outside of the square, in the way you approach this job, and so much else. I talked at the beginning about your optimism, and that's an inseparable part of who you are, and it is a real tribute to you that after years of being here, you still have that. Right? We see people who leave this place or who come to this place who do not have that trait, and you really do. And we are the better for both your optimism and your compassion. Senator Louise Pratt leaves this Senate articulating the same compassion that has been the hallmark of her career. And she leaves it with the same optimism, which is the hallmark of who she is. And I know Louise has a desire to contribute elsewhere. I know she will bring the same energy and dedication to this next phase of her life that she has brought to so many areas of passion during her time as a senator. And to her family, particularly to Beck, I'm sure it will be good to have her back more. But I want to say to you, Jasper, I hope you know it now, but maybe I hope that in years to come, you will come to understand even more how much your mum has contributed to a better world and community for you, and you should be very proud, as we are. Yeah.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I just rise to make a small contribution to this valedictory for Louise. Louise was here when I first arrived in the Senate, and I can remember back in, I think, October 2014 when Jasper was born, and I was in Western Australia on a committee hearing, and I thought, Louise has had her baby, I might see if I can visit her. Terrible thing to do. He was 2 days old. But of course I rang Louise because I had to see this beautiful baby, and she said yes. And I've always taken an interest in Jasper and watched, how he's grown and all the activities. We sit down when Louise was a deputy whip. We used to sit here a lot and telling a few secrets now, but watch little videos of Jasper, what he was doing at home at the time. And last year, Louise talked to me about this new puppy that they had and how the puppy had chewed his teddy. So I got to work with my knitting needles and knitted Jasper a new teddy. I hope you still got it, Jasper. Anyway, we've worked really closely on committees and supported each other, but also as whips here for some time. I haven't added up the months and years, but always enjoyed that and spent many hours here together in the chamber. Lou is an AMW comrade. She's a very kind, gentle and compassionate person and a very hard worker. I've watched how she works really hard. Lou is the only person in the Senate that I know who has their own electrical and communications substation under their desk. And for anyone who, it is uniquely Lou. If anyone sat in her desk during a division, they'll know what I mean, and I'm sure it's still hooked up there somewhere. But it is uniquely her, and I don't think anyone else could get away with that in the Senate chamber, but Lou certainly has. Lou, I want to wish you all the very best in whatever your next chapter takes you, and I know that you'll continue to make a really valuable contribution wherever that leads you, so congratulations and best wishes.
Senator McAllister.
Thank you, President. I also wish to make a brief contribution to the valedictory. I met Louise, I think, in 1996, but it is so long ago now that it is quite hard to establish the precise date, but it means that I have seen Louise's contribution to progressive politics over a very long time. It began long before she came to this place and has continued throughout your time here as a Senator, Louise, and I imagine will continue for quite some time after as well. You began your career in community activism and you've never truly stopped, and that's brought you to a wide range of issues, some of which you talked about in your speech just now, but not all of them. And I observe your interest in climate change, an area where we have both been active, in economic justice and, of course, in human rights. Being an advocate requires bravery, and Louise has that in spades. She has been a strong voice for views that at the time were neither popular nor common, but have since been vindicated by history. She was the youngest woman ever elected to the West Australian Legislative Council in 2001, and at that time she was appointed to a ministerial committee on gay and lesbian law reform, and the report from that committee informed the landmark reforms that the WA government made the following year. And they included a complete ban on discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, the granting of the right for same-sex couples to adopt children, a lowering of the age of consent from 21 to 16, the right for same-sex couples to inherit from a deceased partner, and the repeal of legislation which had made it an offence to promote homosexuality in schools. These were important reforms, and they're reforms, and the reformist drive that you brought to that process, you have continued in your other work here. You've been an important formal contributor to this chamber as a shadow minister, a deputy whip and a committee chair. And just important has been the informal contributions that Louise has made as a tireless advocate for workers' rights, for women's rights, for climate and the environment. Louise exemplifies the connection between these issues that is found within Labor, and understanding that solidarity between workers extends to solidarity with other people who endure injustice, and your interest in building the bonds between those groups of people and making progress is something that I think has been a very important feature of the way that you've worked and the contribution you've made to the Labor movement and to the community. I know, because they talk to me about it, that there is a generation of young queer Labor activists for whom Louise has been an immensely important example. If you can't see it, you can't be it. You have been vocal and courageous in taking on discrimination and injustice wherever you have seen it. You've organised across the party for decades, bringing together unionists, activists, NGOs and other parties too. You've provided encouragement and mentorship to decades of staff and party organisers inside and outside of the building, including within Rainbow Labor. And I know that there are many people who have been participants at different times in Rainbow Labour who would acknowledge the role that you played in supporting many, many different people who sought to be active within that movement. Senator Wong talked a little bit about the campaign for marriage equality, and I cannot do it as well as Penny does. But this was a campaign that was conducted in the community, within the Labor Party and the Labor movement, and ultimately in this party. And it is a wonderful thing in the years since that important legislative reform that so many people we know have been able to marry the people that they loved. And I know that those who will follow this debate will understand that this outcome is the product of years of advocacy. There were people within Labor who built the Coalition for Change within the Labor Party, within the trade union movement, with the community. There were people who campaigned within Labor, conference after conference, and as Senator Wong has acknowledged, you were at the centre of that, and it wasn't always easy. You were there putting the case respectfully but firmly. And of course, once we had changed our position, it created space for further political movement. And that non-binding plebiscite asked a lot of the campaigners, particularly those who were willing to speak about their own experiences and speak about their own families to create that connection with others in the community, to make the case for dignity, equality and recognition. And it is to your great credit, Louise, that you were so important in that, and one that I know many others recognise and for which you should be very, very proud. Finally, I want to say what an entirely decent, compassionate comrade and friend you've been to me, and I know to others in the building. This can be a place where if something difficult is happening at home, it can be a little lonely, and I have absolutely drawn on your support at different times. I thank you for your kindness and compassion and empathy on a couple of occasions when I really needed someone to listen, and I was so grateful for that. And finally, I simply want to say that to Dennis, Stephen, Beck and Jasper, you are getting Louise back. Thank you for sharing her with us for all of this time, and Louise, we wish you the very best in all that is to come.
I'm just going to go next. As a West Australian comrade, Louise, you probably won't remember this, but I first met you when you worked for Carmen Lawrence a very long time ago, and I was very impressed. This amazing young woman who was outspoken and really active. It was some community event. I seem to think it was the MUA picket line, but I don't think it quite marries up. But nevertheless, I was very impressed with this young woman who just appeared from nowhere. You are, in Western Australia, a well-known and well-loved member of the Labor Party. You have many followers, and even though cherished is not really a word you associate with politics, you are cherished by the WA members of the Labor Party. We, of course, are members of the left faction, and we have really fought hard in WA to make sure that there are progressive policies in the Labor Party. You have been a very strong advocate for the Metal Workers Union, but not just the metals, for other unions as well. And for people down on their luck, like you've really pushed the sterling financial crash when probably no one else did, but you took that on and continued to be a champion of that. Louise has always told us when Steve's in town, we have to turn up, and we always do. And I know that you'll be missed in this place. I wish you all the best. I'm really keen to see what you go on to do next. I know you will continue to be a strong advocate for WA and a strong advocate for the left of the party and for the industrial movement. So best wishes, Louise. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, President. And I too rise to make a short contribution about my friend, Senator Louise Pratt. Lou, your passion for equality and inclusion has been really clear in your contribution tonight, just as it's been clear in your work for the Australian people so far. And it's been really clear in the contributions of the leader and others who've spoken here today. But I just wanted to comment on my experience of your commitment to inclusion here in this place, which has been so incredibly valuable to me. I know in my time in the Senate, Lou has been one of the most inclusive and supportive people around. For all of us on this side of the chamber, and I hope across the chamber as well, she's brought a bit of joy every day to this place for many of us. She's brought a flash of colour, some vibrancy, a lot of humour and warmth, which we heard in your contribution tonight as well. And you've brought all of that to a place that, let's face it, can be a little bit cold and hard without everything that you bring. And we've all been much better for that. Lou has been here a bit longer than me. I arrived here in 2019. And from the day that I arrived, Lou was 100% welcoming and 100% supportive. It's a pretty tough place to land in. I had a lot of questions when I arrived here, as we all do, and there was never any question that was too big or too small for you, Lou, and I really appreciate that. I will actually always remember that. Lou is the type of political advocate and the type of person who is always ready to reach a hand out and a hand up to bring everyone along together, and we heard that in your remarks tonight. It's really important that women support other women, and Lou has always done that, both in her advocacy and in her real-world practice too. I know that Lou really knows and practices and demonstrates that when women support other women, we all do better together. We do better as women in our party. We do better as women in our parliament as a whole. We do better as women in our country. And Lou's also been the type of political leader here and in Western Australia who has chosen to use her platform, I think, not just to advance herself, but to empower others and to give voice to others. And I know that LGBTQIA Australians know they have a true friend and champion in Louise from all of the work that she described today, from reproductive health to the hard-fought campaign for marriage equality, through to the incredibly important advocacy for trans Australians that should not be required in this place and should not be required in this country today, but is required today. And I particularly acknowledge the work, Lou, that you've done in supporting young trans people who really need love and support today. And you have that love and support and you just deliver it in absolute bucket loads and boundless ways. Lou is also just as passionate about the Labor movement and the union movement, also acknowledge the AMWU here today and Steve McCartney here today, and acknowledge Lou's long advocacy for manufacturing workers and for women workers, including vulnerable women workers like sex workers who you spoke about tonight. And I know that everyone that you fought for really thanks you for your advocacy. To Beck and Jasper and also Lou's mum, Sandra, as well as Dennis and Stephen. I hope you're all as proud of Louise as all of us are here. A life lived in service of others is a life well lived. A life in service of our great Labor movement is a life well lived. And Louise has made a tremendous contribution. I'm really proud, Lou, to have worked alongside you, proud to call you a comrade and a sister in our movement, proud to call you a friend. I and all of us will really just miss you. We'll miss all of the chats in the chamber, we'll miss the laughs, and we really look forward to watching your next big strides that I know you'll take to empower Australians and continue your really fantastic work on behalf of all Australians. So thank you, Lou.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President. I rise to make a very short contribution. I'm conscious that there are others who wish to speak. I've only known Louise for a very short time, but in that time I've really appreciated her sense of curiosity, her sense of humour, her deep engagement and collaboration in committee work. And I also want to note that my colleague, Senator Barbara Pocock, thinks you're a wonderful chair of Finance and Public Administration. We both want to thank you for the warm and welcoming way too in which you worked with us when we first came to the Parliament as new senators. Jasper, I want to thank you for your love of capybaras, because without that and your mum's persistence, I would never have seen a capybara in the wild. You're a fantastic travelling companion. Your reputation preceded you because I'd heard about your work long before I came into the Parliament, so I feel very privileged to have met you and to gotten to know you. And on behalf of all of my Greens colleagues, I want to wish you all the best for what comes next.
Senator Darnan.
Thank you. Thank you, Louise, for your extraordinary service, blood, sweat and tears, and leadership that you've provided to the myriad of progressive causes that matter to so many in our country. Before I came here, your reputation preceded you to me as well, as someone with great courage and conviction to strive for what is right and get outcomes. You might not remember this, but we did first meet a bit less than a decade ago, I think, when we were both involved in the National Committee of Emily's List. Oh, yeah. And Jess spoke about women supporting women, and you absolutely lived your values through Emily's List, and we crossed paths there for a short time. You had baby Jasper in tow at a particular meeting in Melbourne that I was at, and I remember being so impressed back then about how you managed to juggle everything, be such an amazing activist for women, undertake the important role in politics you played, as well as being a community activist and finding the time for Emily's List with juggling your little new one. Travelling from Perth to be at Melbourne in your own time, at your own expense, for national meetings, when everything else that you had on your plate. You are just the kind of role model that has inspired so many, as others have said. So never did I imagine that I would become your bench buddy so many years later. And whilst we haven't been parliamentary colleagues for very long at all, I want to thank you for your kindness and generosity as we've sat here over the many hours in the months that I've been here, and for your generosity in helping me to navigate the weird, confusing and sometimes scary things as we sit on these red seats. And I can confirm that the little space station down here still exists, but there's many useful things that have helped me over the last few months. You've demystified many things at a time and many times and provided a quiet word or some steadying encouragement. As a new senator, sometimes you get a bit overwhelmed. You have really gone out of your way to help me settle in, and I think you were the first one to use the little phone under the desk to call my office and help me get some notes when I was in a particular flap at one point in time. So your contribution has been extraordinary. I wish you all the best, and thank you to your family and friends for sharing Louise with all of us, and hope that you get to spend so much beautiful time with your family and friends. Thanks.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. And I know that we're waiting to hear a contribution from another departing senator, but these moments come, and if you don't make a contribution right now, they go. And I didn't want to miss the opportunity to acknowledge you while your family are here, Lou, to Lou's family, particularly Jasper. It's nice to have been on this journey with Louise long enough to remember her with that beautiful bump and her delight and joy in moving around the place and sharing the pregnancy with all of us as a working mum. And then the many, many times that I've been travelling with her, you know, to places far and wide, often in the northern parts of Western Australia, and to experience her joy in reconnecting with her family. Jasper, she's such a fun person. I know that, and I see her having such fun with you, and I know that you'll be absolutely delighted to have her back with you at home. But for all the time that she's been away, and I have had the privilege perhaps of more than any of the other contributors here to work very, very closely with Senator Pratt on so many important pieces of work that we've done, both in opposition and now more recently in government. Personally, I want to thank you for your time sharing with me your insights as an Assistant Minister when I took on the role as Shadow Assistant for Mental Health and for Innovation. That was profoundly personally helpful, and I think the stories that we're hearing from everybody is that somehow Louise Pratt has a homing beacon for finding people at a moment where there's a learning opportunity for us to pick up on her wisdom and her insight. But it's just this kindness thing. And when everybody forgets everything that you do, what you produce, what you create, if the last thing that they remember about you is how kind you were, you're in that club. You're in that club. And that is part of why you have been so successful, I believe, as a senator. Because what's driven Louise is not personal interest, not professional path making to a particular personal end, but a deep and abiding belief that people who have been done wrong, and I would put in the Christian tradition, the language that brings me to this place, the option for the poor in theology is manifestly obvious in you. So what we see, I think, through the work in the Corporations and Financial Services Committee is Louise's determination. And I see Senator Scarr here, who has been your partner in profound endeavour on behalf of people who were unbelievably exploited by financial instruments that were established determinedly to exploit people in the Sterling matter. And people talk about, you know, a dog with a bone, or she was like a terrier. But that is about the explosive energy of keeping going, and you certainly have that. But Louise has a very secret weapon, and it is this very, very deep and authentic sense of her responsibility as a servant of the nation in this place to stand up for people who have no one else to stand for them. So thank you for your remarkable contribution. She's a serious person, but she's also incredibly fun. And I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful time in the years that follow your contribution to the Australian nation through your role here in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Pratt. I think you're free to go if you choose. And I'm going to ask for Senator Reynolds to join us. Senator Reynolds.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Well, thank you, President. First and valedictory speeches are the bookend to our parliamentary careers, and I'm deeply appreciative of the opportunity to do this valedictory speech tonight, to have the opportunity to reflect on the things that I'm so proud to have delivered in this place, and also to thank the many people, many of whom are here tonight, who have helped me along the journey. I'm also very grateful to be leaving the Senate at a time of my own choosing. An opportunity I'm very well aware not all members and senators have. But let me be very clear about one thing. While I am leaving at a time of my choosing, the timing of my choosing has been expedited, and expedited by events that are well known to all in this place. Those events have inflicted deep wounds on so many. However, my wounds do not define who I am. They have not distracted me for a second from what I was elected to do here as a senator and member. But they have made me stronger and they have made me wiser. But more on that later. None of us succeed in this place on our own. We are at our best in this place when we collaborate to deliver meaningful and important reforms for our nation. And it is a real shame that more Australians don't get to see this dirty little secret of ours about how much we do actually work together across the aisle in this place. But I've got so many people to thank, which I will do at the end. But I do just have a few acknowledgements up front. Foremost to my family, my partner Robert, my father Laith, my brother Andrew and his partner Angela, and his daughters Octavia and Anastasia. To my mother Jan, who is so desperately sad that she could not be here tonight, but she is watching from home in Perth. And to you, Mum, I say thank you and I love you. But I am somewhat comforted that my brother Cameron, his wife Charlotte, and his two daughters, Olivia and Sophie, will be with her this evening. As senators, we choose this life, but our families are conscripts. And I think it's safe to say that it's never really been that easy sometimes to be related to me. I've got to say, what those opposite did to me was so brutal and so deliberate. But they also did it to my family and my partner. And for that, I am so deeply sorry that my career choice has done so much damage to those that I love the most. I'm also more grateful than I could ever express that so many friends, staff and colleagues are here tonight. And I know many more are watching online. I've received the photos of the screen on with the glasses of wine in front later. And I know, and many of you here tonight know, that it's not always been easy being my friend either. And for that, I'm so deeply grateful that year after year, you have kept showing up to support me and be my friend. My staff are simply spectacular, but I'll have much more to say about you a bit later on. My journey into the Senate was not a particularly smooth one. In 2012, after long and successful careers in both the Army and in the Liberal Party, I was deeply honoured to be pre-selected by the WA Liberal Party as a Senate candidate. Service defines who I am and what I do, and it always will. In my early 20s, I found my philosophical and ideological roots in the Liberal Party, as well as lifelong friends, many of whom are in the chamber here and also in the gallery this evening. I am a Menzies Liberal. I draw on both philosophical traditions of our great party. I'm as equally comfortable with supporting same-sex marriage as I am with boat turnbacks and rearming our nation in preparation for war. I've never been a member of a party faction. I understand them, but I find them distracting and often destructive. I left the Army as Adjutant General, the Senior Governance Advisor, with responsibility for reforming Army's compliance and assurance processes to assure capability and the safety of our people. So after 35 years of military and political service, I felt very well prepared to serve my state and my country in the Senate. But it almost was not to be. After the great excitement of being elected in 2013, the election was voided by the High Court as the AEC had lost the princely sum of 1,375 ballot papers. And Senator Cash remembers that well. But as third on our Senate ticket, I almost lost in the 2014 Senate election rerun. And then I was referred to in the media as one of the unluckiest people in Australian politics. And I've got to say, after the experience of the past 4 years, one could be forgiven for thinking that maybe they were right. But nothing could be further from the truth. Being elected to serve in the Senate is such a rare privilege. A privilege that comes with great responsibilities, but also great opportunities to do wonderful things for our nation. And I've never lost sight of that. Not once, not ever. Since Federation, I'm the 569th of only 648 Australians who have served in this place. I'm the 87th of 125 women who have served in the Senate. And I'm the 90th West Australian and the 5th Liberal woman from Western Australia. And at the last election in 2019, I had the great privilege of leading the WA's party's Senate ticket. And in my first speech, at that bookend. I focused on the themes of democracy, of leadership, of change, and of gender. They are all causes that I have consistently and passionately pursued in this place, both as a senator and as a minister. And in that first speech, I also reflected on the values that underpinned my approach to life and to work. The dominant value being respect, which I learnt from my parents very early in life. Self-respect, respect for others, respectful compassion and support for those who genuinely need it. But also respectful but tough actions against those who ruthlessly exploit the compassion and the vulnerability of others and those who seek to do us harm. And on reflection, the most important lesson I take away from this place is the need to constantly recalibrate your own moral compass. We must be vigilant in here in ensuring it remains always pointing true north. I have Army to thank for instilling this practice in me. And by constantly doing so, it has made it possible for me to navigate through some of the most challenging circumstances, and it has made complex moral decisions far easier. It also made the challenging issue of leadership challenges, of which I went through 3, a relative breeze. My motto was, you always support the leader unless there is serious conduct. And if you support the leader, you walk with them to the spill. Now, I'm proud I walked twice with the leader. But today, on reflection, I must confess I have some degree of buyer's remorse for the second. Since my early 20s, I've worked in this building in very many different capacities. So when I came in, I really thought that I had a good handle on what to expect as a senator. However, the past 11 years have far exceeded my initial expectation in so many really wonderful and often challenging ways. I've had the privilege to serve in 2 constitutional roles, in the legislature and in executive government, and I'll address each in turn. But there was never any doubt in my mind that if I was going to put my hand up for federal parliament, it would be for the Senate. I have such a deep respect for the Senate and its role in maintaining the strength and stability of our democracy. But it's in the committees that I've found my greatest joy and purpose in the Senate. I counted it up, or actually one of my staff members counted it up, and I've been a member of 30 different committees, many of them on multiple occasions. I've chaired and deputy chaired 7 and participated in hundreds of inquiries. I'm proud of all of the inquiries and the reports that I've put my name to. But sometimes you're a little prouder of some than others. And I think in this place we always have that moment where we realise the power that we possess to champion causes and change so many lives for the better. There are no topics off limit for senators, but we do have to choose which ones we pursue and for how long we pursue them. Now, that realisation came to me when I learnt that thousands of young Australians with serious and permanent disabilities were forced to live in aged care. There was simply nowhere else for them to live. And I'm so proud that the resulting inquiry, the report itself, was implemented. It's taken time, but thousands upon thousands of those people are now living with support and dignity in the community. And in fact, my very last committee report was tabled today. It was the second Community Affairs Committee inquiry into tick bite diseases. Now, I had promised Senator Rachel Siewert at her own valedictory that I would continue the fight for justice for the thousands of Australian victims of tick bites who are so disgracefully and shamefully treated by the medical profession. And I now ask my fellow senator to take on the challenge and to keep the fight going for those people. Sometimes as well, issues come across your desk. Ones that you actually know very little about, but when you look at it, you just know there is something not right. There is something a little bit stinky. Now, one such issue was the sudden axing of the Western Force Club from Super Rugby by the Australian Rugby Union. This devastated fans, players, their families and their club. Now, I couldn't even identify a rugby ball. Sorry to some of my friends up there, but I still can't after all of these years. But they were completely devastated, could not understand why it happened. So as the sport was partially federally funded, I sponsored a Senate inquiry. Now, we did get answers for fans and the team, but unfortunately the Australian Rugby Union was never held accountable for their many quite questionable actions that sat behind that reason. But committees in this place can also lead us to very unexpected places. And over time, I, like I'm sure all of my colleagues here, come to realise that sometimes to solve or address some of the issues that we deal with go well beyond our own national borders. For me, one such issue is tackling modern slavery. This is a crime that exists not just overseas, but one that is hidden in plain sight right across Australia. And as a Liberal, there is no more important freedom for us to fight for than the freedom from slavery and servitude. And as a direct result of my work in this place on tackling trafficking and slavery, I now lead global reforms on child trafficking and forced labour, particularly orphanage trafficking. Now, this journey began in 2016 with 2 parliamentary study programs. The first was a CPA UK-sponsored parliamentary education program for Commonwealth MPs on how to tackle modern slavery in legislation. Now, the second was on a Save the Children parliamentary study tour to Cambodia. And this is where I learnt that Australian donors and donors from many other countries and volunteers had inadvertently created a trade in children to satisfy their need and desire to help poor children. It's hideous. But the inquiry report that we initiated when we returned, called Hidden in Plain Sight, recommended the introduction of modern slavery legislation in Australia. But significantly, the report also recognised orphanage trafficking as a form of modern slavery, and we were the first country to do so. And one of the proudest moments in my ministerial career was when, as Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, I carried the legislation through the Parliament. And since that time, I've worked on developing global partnerships to implement global reforms to stop orphanage trafficking and to reunite over 5 million children who've been trafficked from their families, to reunite them back with their families. These efforts are coordinated through the Orphanage Trafficking Working Group that I chair at a DC-based interparliamentary task force on human trafficking. I'm in this for the long haul. Unfortunately, in this speech, I can't completely avoid dealing, at least in part, with what I now refer to as the plan. I have never disputed, not once, Brittany Higgins' claim about what happened in my office in the early hours of one Saturday morning. Brittany Higgins and David Shiraz developed a political #MeToo plan based on a simple but very powerful lie. A lie that has now resulted in the longest and largest political scandal in our nation's history, and one is well into its 5th year. Brittany always knew the truth. Justice Lee dealt with this in his judgment, where he sets out the false representations and false warranties given in her settlement deed. And Justice Lee said this: "What is notable about Ms Higgins' account of a cover-up or victimisation allegation is not only in its inconsistency with the contemporaneous records and its falsities, particularly as to Ms Higgins dealing with Ms Brown, but also its imprecisions and reliance upon speculation and conjecture." He also said this: "Putting what occurred at this meeting on the 1st of April and the events of the preceding days together a clear picture emerges, but it is entirely at odds with the notion of an attempt being made to cover up an allegation by discouraging it to be reported to the police. Now, the moment Labor's leadership made the conscious decision to politically weaponise Ms Higgins' allegations, my life and that of so many others were changed forever. And every human being, no matter how strong you are, has a breaking point. Labor deliberately and oh so very surgically and relentlessly found mine, whatever it took. That type of persistent and aggressive personal attack would never be tolerated in any other workplace in this country. Labor so badly wanted the allegations that a female cabinet minister and a prime minister had covered up the rape of a young woman. They so badly wanted it to be true, they didn't actually care if it was true or not, I believe. But consequently, as a result of their actions, Labor failed to exercise any proper judgment or independence before becoming so publicly involved in perpetuating a story that Justice Lee described as insufficiently scrutinised and factually misconceived conjecture. I never wanted to sue Brittany or David, but ultimately I was left with no choice, and I've been asked why I did it. Once the Attorney-General barred me from defending these highly defendable workplace allegations, he left me with no other alternative but to fight for the truth and for justice under defamation law. The Commonwealth's conduct in the swift settlement with Brittany sent a clear and a very unequivocal message to the nation that these demonstrable lies were in fact true. This enabled me to continue to be grossly defamed. And as a senator in this place, I had to fight for my and my staff and my family's reputation. And people ask why. But if in the Senate, if in this chamber, if we don't fight for the truth and justice, where on earth in Australia do we fight for it? I had no choice. Of course I had to fight. Now, once Justice Toddle has delivered his judgment, then I will have a lot more to say about this. However, I'll conclude on this matter by saying this. In the next Parliament, it is my great hope that all parties can come together to agree on how we set the standard in this place and calibrate it so it is the same standard that we legislate for every other workplace in this country. To do that, to set the standard, we also, not we, it won't be we anymore, but those in this chamber will have to agree where robust and privileged debate finishes and where inappropriate workplace behaviours and bullying starts. The abuse of parliamentary privilege is no longer acceptable. Scott Morrison appointed me to several portfolios over his tenure as Prime Minister, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunities that he gave me. Emergency management, defence industry, defence, the NDIS and government services. Scott and I spent much time together in 2019 and 2020 visiting a range of natural disasters across this country. And what I saw in him was a leader who had great empathy and demanded decisive action for those in urgent need. And what he saw in me then as Emergency Management Minister, he also saw in me as Defence Minister. We may have had our differences on occasion, but when I collapsed in this place, Scott rushed over to the ante-room and he was so incredibly kind. He sat with me for over an hour while I was sobbing hysterically and completely incoherently. But he sat there, he looked after me, And throughout my recovery, he stayed in contact with me and my doctor. And when others were baying for my head, he kept me in cabinet, which gave me a new purpose, it gave me a new challenge, and it gave me hope. And what happened to me also happened to him and to his family. He was also a target of the plan, of the lie. So, Scott, I thank you for your service to the nation and for your stewardship of this nation through the COVID-19 pandemic. Your leadership and the decisions you took saved tens of thousands of Australian lives and millions of jobs and thousands of companies. So I thank you for that. It was an extraordinary time in these portfolios, but time doesn't permit me to address them all tonight. But Scott and I had a shared understanding of what our nation needed for its defence, and together we delivered it. A defence strategic update and an accompanying force structure plan, the budget to fund it, new agreements with the United States. I signed a new agreement with NATO, and with some of the people in the chamber tonight, we set this country on the pathway towards nuclear submarines. I came into the defence portfolio well prepared after a long career in the Army as a senior officer, having worked at higher headquarters and having completed a Masters in Strategic Studies at the War College. But it was very clear to both Scott and me that we were facing a higher risk and rapidly changing strategic landscape, the worst since World War II. And not long after becoming Minister, I gave a keynote speech at the Hudson Institute in Washington, DC. And I started with the observation that the rules-based order we've lived in since the end of World War II is no more, and it was not coming back. Sadly, that has proved to be true. But alarmingly, the threat has only increased since then. Now, that is due in large part to not just China, but to the new axis of convenience: China, Russia, North Korea and Iran. The brutal reality we very rarely discuss in this place is that we have a four-nation axis of dictatorship and authoritarianism that have a shared enemy, and that is democracy, and that is us. This axis is rapidly expanding its political and military spheres of influence. All of these regimes have nuclear capabilities. They exert brutal control over their citizens. They have no regard for human life, and they have a shared hatred of democratic values. Now, this axis has already progressed from non-kinetic to kinetic war in two theatres of war, with Russia in Ukraine, and Iran in Israel and the Red Sea, with the support of his proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthi. I'd like to acknowledge the Ukrainian ambassador who joins us here this evening. He has been an astonishing advocate for his nation, and I think I'm in complete awe of the work that you do. For the family and the friends that you have lost yourself, and for seeing your country under such relentless attack. But can I also acknowledge that the bravery of the Ukrainian people, and as I've said many times in this place, their war is our war. Absolutely, their war is our war, and we need to be doing far more to help Ukraine defeat Russia. And I know there's a lot of discussions going on globally at the moment, but as I've said in here, in a much longer speech, is that appeasement of Russia will not work. The United States appeased Russia 10 years ago and gave them Crimea. They won't take anything more until they did. But it's not just Russia. China has a vice-like grip on the South China Sea and is well advanced in its preparations to cross the Taiwan Strait. North Korea continues to advance its nuclear and long-range strike capabilities. They're providing ballistic missiles to Russia, and they are gazing oh so longingly over the DMZ. Now, what this axis has over us at the moment is that they understand the benefits of shared industrial and military alliances and materiel alliances to achieve what they cannot on their own. And they're not just doing it, the four of them anymore, they're doing it with many BRICS members who are not even hedging their bets anymore, they've just jumped ship. Now, as a West Australian senator, I've been aware for many years that China has also been quietly and persistently manipulating critical minerals and rare earth commodity markets globally. They've done this to stockpile offtake and monopolise processing. This, combined with the CCP's prolific use of slave, forced and bonded labour, provides China with an overwhelming economic advantage in the new energy technology sectors. This is something that those opposite know only too well. But it is inconceivable that anybody in this nation would choose a solar panel or a wind turbine or an electric vehicle over human life. And we have to find ways in this place to deal with both, to stand up for human life while we transition to net zero. In 1942, Robert Menzies observed in one of his many forgotten people speeches that Australians take a great many things for granted, which I think was just as true then in 1942 as it is now. And one of the most important things we take for granted is the health of our democracy. We have forgotten as a nation what it takes to preserve and strengthen our democracy. How do we strengthen the institutions that prop up our democracy? But I don't see yet a catalyst for change. And that is one of the next things, again, unfinished business for me, but that is one of the things that we need to review. In both my military and my civilian careers, I've had not just command positions, but I've led 3 successive reform projects that deliver change, and change that has stuck. So I know that change is never easy, but it is always possible. Now, during COVID-19, we demonstrated in this place, and the government demonstrated, we can do things quickly. We can get things done quickly. We can create vaccines. We can get the public servants to get money out the door the next day. We can do things. But if identifying problems was an Olympic sport, Australia would lead the gold medal tally. We have endless royal commissions, we have inquiries, we have reviews. We inquire into hundreds of issues every year in this place. But their recommendations are rarely, if ever, fully implemented, if at all. And being Deputy Chair of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, every single report for decades says the same things over and over and over. We make policy, we implement legislation, but little of it actually gets implemented effectively. Now, there's a lot of discussion and debate, particularly in the United States. Now, I'm a transformative conservative. I'm not a radical one. So I don't believe that the radical destruction of the status quo will automatically result in the delivery of better outcomes. It will certainly tear down underperforming institutions, but we need more than that. We need a plan for how we rebuild, for what we cut or what we remove. How are we actually going to make what we replace it with far more efficient and effective with the taxpayers' money? Now, just to finish off a couple of ministerial observations. One of the greatest joys of my time in this place was being Minister for the NDIS. Now, the NDIS is a fundamentally liberal insurance scheme. It is not a welfare scheme. It is designed to help Australians with the most serious and permanent disabilities to provide them with dignity and the ability to realise their own life choices and aspirations. But that is not the scheme it is today. My greatest regret, then as Minister for NDIS, is that 4 years ago I was unable to convince Bill Shorten and Labor to work with me and the government to reform the serious structural problems that has made it unsustainable. There were no shortcuts then, and there are even fewer 4 years later. The fundamental problem is that as an insurance scheme, the Commonwealth Government is powerless to control either lever of an insurance scheme, the number of participants and the cost per participant. And until we can get control of that and the intergovernmental agreements are completely reformed, the scheme, unfortunately, is on a trajectory to failure. And that would be one of the greatest probably the biggest public policy failure of our generation. So after the election, all parties need to find a way to come together to take the tough decisions to ensure that this scheme survives, but for those for whom it was designed. One event I'd like to share with you and everybody in the chamber is probably one of the most special and extraordinary events I've encountered. We all have these things that just delight, surprise, and fill you with joy. In 2021, when the Taliban had returned to Kabul, Australia joined like-minded countries and formed a temporary evacuation air bridge out of the Hamid Karzai airport. I'd contacted my friend, a former Afghan politician, Shukira Barakazai, to see if she was okay and she needed help leaving. She told me she was fine, but I afterwards found out that she wasn't. But she wanted me to help a young journalist, Khalid Amiri, and his family who had been hunted by the Taliban, and they needed help to get out. I made contact with Khalid on Twitter at the time, and the most extraordinary series of events followed over the next several days. Hundreds of WhatsApp between us as he and his family were navigating the streets of Kabul in burqas to hide their identities. But thanks to Maurice and her team, we got them visas. They managed to get to the sewers of Abbey Gate with thousands and thousands of other desperate Afghans. And then there was silence. And silence. But then, wonderfully, in question time, I received a message from Khalid, and he sent me a photo right from the wall at Abbey Gate. And I could see the back of two Marines sitting on the wall. I asked him to hand his phone to me to see whether the Marine would talk to him and whether I could convince that Marine that they were Australians, they had visas, and we wanted them to come to Australia. And wonderfully, this Marine, whose name I can't mention, who has been thanked, came on the phone. He knew lots of Aussies from the Marine Corps, so he recognised the accent. And he took Khalid over the wall with his family and dropped them off at the Australian collection point. The rest is now history. Khalid and his family, 16 in total, are now settled in Melbourne, and they are great Australians. They're studying, they're working, their daughters go to school, have ambitions, and have a life in front of them. Khalid has just finished his Masters at Melbourne University and is now winning awards as a voice for his people, particularly for young women. But it does remind me that in this place, we can't save everybody, but we can save some. And I think that's why we do what we do in this place. So as I prepared this speech and worked out who I had to thank, there were many. But I also realised that as I was thinking about who I had to thank, I realised that my overwhelming feeling was one of immense gratitude to so many people. Firstly, to the people of Western Australia who elected me to represent them, 4 times in fact. I hope I have done you proud. To the Liberal Party, my philosophical home for nearly 40 years. I've made so many friends over that time, and so many of them are here tonight. There are far too many of you to thank individually, but you know who you all are and what you mean to me. I also thank my West Australian colleagues, many of whom are here tonight, and our leader. We, as West Australians, we are one mighty team. We are united in our passion and our commitment for Western Australia, so ably led by Michaelia Cash, who is such a wonderful West Australian. She's a strong leader, and I thank you for your leadership of our team. We've still got a mighty job ahead of us now to win enough seats so that, Peter, you become Prime Minister. And we are in that 100%. I'd also like to acknowledge Sir Linton Crosby and Lady Crosby. Linton gave me my first big job in the Liberal Party, and through Linton, he saw something in me and he gave me so many opportunities, and I received such a wonderful mentorship over many years. And it means a lot to me that you're both here tonight, so thank you for everything that you have done and for your friendship. To my army mates, who are many here this evening, it is a very, very special bond we have, and it means a great deal to me that you are here tonight. And I'm sure there will be a few wines sort of to celebrate after that, but I am very grateful, thank you. To my very special friends, Heather and Danielle, you couldn't be here tonight, but you have been wonderful, loyal friends and champions. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you do for so many women in the Liberal Party, including me. You are incredibly generous with your time and your money. I'm truly blessed to have had so many amazing friends in and out of this place. Again, many of you are here, and I thank you for that. Unfortunately, Maurice couldn't be here tonight, and I want to give a special thanks to Maurice. And to Maurice and to Anne. You know, they say sometimes this building is a very lonely place, and it can be desperately lonely. But when the chips are down, and when you can't defend yourself or look after yourself, having people here who drop everything. They rally around you, they lift you, they support you, and they make sure you're okay. And for that, I cannot, and Jane and many others in here, but I cannot say thank you enough. You are the reason I'm still standing here today. I'm blessed with the most amazing staff, both in my electorate and ministerial offices. I owe an enormous debt of gratitude to you all. One I know I will never be able to repay, but I hope in some way that you take great pride in the work that you have done and the experiences that you have gained. But I am sorry that for a number of you, your choice of workplace, working for me, was not always a safe one. You too have been subject to behaviours that would be unacceptable in any other workplace. A tsunami of hatred directed at me via every possible communications medium. And for that, I thank you. Again, there are no suitable words. To Michelle Lewis, who's been my EA and office manager for 11, what I'm sure she feels are very long years. And it's wonderful to see James Smith, who organised my life so beautifully as Minister for Defence. I thank you for the care you took in ensuring that I was always where I needed to be and always perfectly turned out. But with Michelle, saying your job has not always been easy is an understatement. And I'm more grateful than I can say for your leadership, your friendship and your carriage of our mighty team. And I'm sorry for the burdens that you've also had to carry. To my current team, Ashley, Josh, Kyle, Charles and Matt, thank you for your amazing contributions you continue to make. They are incredibly valued and you are all highly respected for your professionalism, just as a number of former staff here who have gone on to much bigger and better things in many different careers. So to all of my ministerial staff, I say thank you. My extraordinarily talented and committed teams, ministerial teams, were so ably led by Fiona Brown, by Scott Dewar, Alex Kelton and Darren Disney, and of course Dean Carlton, Alex's mighty deputy. Leading ministerial offices is never easy, particularly in cabinet portfolios where you have ministers with big portfolio ambitions. I'm grateful for all of your hard work and I hope, as I said, you're all rightly proud of your contributions. We don't often in this place thank enough the thousands of staff that keep the engine room, our building, the engine room of democracy going. There are thousands of staff who keep this place operating, from the wonderful attendants in this chamber, the black rod, the clerk, the cleaners, the gardeners, the drivers, the printers, the caterers, the researchers, the guides, and so many more. We don't say it often enough, but thank you. Now, I may also be the first senator ever to thank their lawyers and their doctors. So this might be a first. So firstly to Ashley Sakalos and his team at Clayton Utes. Over the past 4 years, you have supported me through a defamation case, a criminal trial, a judicial inquiry into the criminal trial, a civil workplace claim, multiple defamation claims and 2 NAC referrals. Your compassion, your professionalism and your sheer endurance has kept me going through these never-ending proceedings. So thank you. Inadequate as it is again, but thank you. Now to Martin Bennett and his amazing team, Rachel, Talisha, Andrew and Cindy. You have supported me now through several separate defamation actions, including the defamation case we're awaiting the verdict for. But I'm so grateful that they have been so thorough in piecing together the detail of the plan. There are thousands and thousands of documents now that just demonstrate exactly how this plan was developed and executed. And I'm very grateful that you have brought to light the truth, which has given me great peace, and I know many others, in terms of finally having their voices heard. So having you in my corner has been life-changing in so many ways. Now to my doctors. To both Dr Antonio Didio and my cardiologist, Professor Abaratna. I'm sorry, I always mispronounce it. This patient thanks you for your medical care and the patience you have shown me along this medical journey, often with it playing out in the national media and in the courts. So I thank you. As I said at the very beginning, my family means everything to me in ways that words cannot capture. But I know you know how much I love you and how much I care for you all. But I'm also incredibly grateful for the hundreds, if not thousands, of random acts of kindness that I and my team have received from total strangers who send these most wonderful messages. It has made all of the difference, and it just reminds us that there is great good out there and there are good people in the community. But my final and most heartfelt thanks is to Robert. I'm so very grateful for the love and unconditional support, particularly over the past 4 years. It has been unimaginably tough for you. You have had to fight your own battles as well as mine, but you have never taken a step away from my side. And for that I love and thank you. We all leave this place with unfinished business. I certainly do. My colleagues will not be surprised to learn that I have already written to various ministers, shadow minister and colleagues with some detailed briefing notes on the reforms that are still to be delivered. And rest assured, I will be following you up. Orphanage trafficking, anti-slavery, inter-country adoptions, defence spending, AUKUS implementation and Liberal Party gender reform. I am more determined than ever to finally realise genuine gender reform in the Liberal Party. It is absolutely well and truly beyond time, but I will have more to say about that. In conclusion, I leave this place with great sadness, but also with immense gratitude and great pride. Sorry. I know who I am, and I remain true to my values. I know who I am as a woman and as a leader, and I have confidence in my abilities. I'm a much better and wiser person for the sum of my experiences in this place. And I thank the people of Western Australia and the Liberal Party of Western Australia for the greatest honour of my life. I look forward, I really do, despite the tears, I look forward to the next chapter of my service, wherever that will take me. Thank you. Yeah. I almost made it.
Senator Cash, I presume you're making a contribution. Senator Cash, you have the call.
Thank you very much. And whilst all the hugs and the congratulations to Linda are still going on, it is an honour, I have to say, to rise and pay tribute to my friend, a very long-time friend, and my colleague from Western Australia, and indeed senatorial colleague in Senator Linda Reynolds. Linda and I have, of course, worked together in this place since 2014 when Linda first arrived. But like so many of us, Linda and I go back a lot further than that. Linda, I am often known in this place for ad-libbing my speeches. However, tonight, I'm actually going to read, because you have such an outstanding record of service, both as a senator, but also prior to being in this place, that when people look at your valedictory and the contributions in many years to come, I want to make sure that outstanding service to our country is properly recorded. Linda and I actually met as young Liberals in Western Australia way back in what is now the 1980s. And in fact, your partner, Robert Reid, who is with us tonight, Robert, was with us back then. And in fact, it's almost scary when I look at it now to do the math, because as much as I still feel like I'm a 17, 18-year-old, that was actually 35 years ago. Now, Linda, so over 3 decades ago, we were working together in the Young Liberals. But I have to say, when I first met you back then, and you were slightly older than me, and I used to very much look up to you, even back in the late 80s, when I was just still a teenager, I recognised that you had a strong sense of duty and, without a doubt, a desire to serve our nation. Linda joined the Army Reserve in 1984. Linda was just 19 when she decided to embark upon that journey to serve our country, and finding what she has subsequently described on so many occasions, her first great passion in life. But it's what came of that passion that can only be described as an extremely impressive and stellar career in the military. And I don't think, Linda, too many people know this, for over 30 years. Linda served in various roles, and again, as I said, I'm going to read, because, Linda, they need to be properly recorded, including Officer Cadet, Regional Logistics Officer, Training Development Officer, Military Instructor at the Army Command and Staff College, before rising to be Commanding Officer at the 5th Combat Service Support Battalion, directing the Accountability Model Implementation Project and Director of the Army Strategic Reform Program. People sometimes say to me when they see Linda's name, Senator the Honourable Linda Reynolds, and then there's letters after it, and they say, why are there letters after Linda's name? Well, there's a very good reason for that. In 2011, Australia Day Honours, Linda was awarded the Conspicuous Service Cross. Linda was awarded that for this reason: for outstanding achievement as the Director of Army Strategic Reform Program Coordination. Congratulations, Linda. She was also the Adjunct General of the Army Reserve from 2012 to 2013. But I think this is a little-known fact, that when we talk about, in this place, celebrating women, this is something, Linda, that I don't think too many people actually know. On attaining the rank of Brigadier in 2012, Linda became the first woman in the Australian Army Reserve to be promoted to a star rank. I say that again because I don't think too many people understand, A, what that means, and B, that it is Senator Linda Reynolds. On attaining the rank of Brigadier in 2012, Linda became the first woman in the Australian Army Reserve to be promoted to a star rank. That, Linda, cannot ever be taken away from you. This achievement, as we all know, should not be underestimated, and without a doubt places Linda as a true trailblazer in the Australian Army Reserve. Linda has often commented that her service to the nation was something that she loved more than anything. And Linda, on behalf of each and every one of us, that service of over 30 years, but also being the first woman in the Australian Army Reserve to be promoted to a star rank, as I said, is something that should be acknowledged and is certainly something that should be celebrated. But Linda has often commented, and others have observed, that your ethos of service to the nation was something that no doubt drove you to seek office in this place. As I said, Linda had been involved in the Young Liberals in our home state of Western Australia, joining the Liberal Party in 1987. Again, a little known fact about Linda, she was very active in our party in Western Australia over many years, holding many positions, but not just at a state level, but also at a national level, which has also then served us well in subsequent elections in Western Australia. Linda was the Deputy Director of the Federal Liberal Party from 2006 to 2008 and Manager of the Federal Liberal Party Campaign Committee in 2007. And whilst Linda has served in this place as a senator, she had prior to that worked in this place for many years, including as Chief of Staff to then Justice Minister Chris Ellison. But as Linda also acknowledged, her path to get here as an elected senator was not a completely smooth one. And I have to say, unless you're a Western Australian senator at the time, you probably have no idea what that felt like. So Linda was elected as a senator, as she said, from third place on the Liberal ticket in the 2013 federal election. But I have to say again, unless you're a person who was on that ticket at that time, imagine how you felt when the Western Australian Senate election, no other election in Australia at that time, just the Western Australian Senate election was then declared void by the High Court, which was then acting as the Court of Disputed Returns after Linda said it was quite extraordinary. They actually lost ballot papers. Unfortunately, they found a lot of them afterwards in places they should never have been. But what actually it meant was they had to rerun the WA Senate election, and we had to campaign again as if it was a full campaign. But Linda was again successful in the rerun election, and her Senate term commenced on the 1st of July 2014. But Linda, there are not many in this place who can say that they sit in this place for the first time, having been elected not once, but actually twice. An indication of the decency of Linda Reynolds was very evident in some of the observations, Linda. I went back and I looked at your first speech, and you made them in that speech. In thanking the mentors that you had been lucky to have, who had encouraged you to pursue the many opportunities, you acknowledged that, and I quote, "You had much to pay forward." And by any measure, Linda, you have succeeded in paying forward the kindness shown to you by so many of your mentors. In fact, Linda started mentoring many women in particular before she even arrived in this place. Linda mentored political leaders from new and troubled democracies, including Thailand, Papua New Guinea, Iraq, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Again, a little known fact about you. Linda often, she remarked in her first speech that she had been inspired and forever changed by their stories and their courage in fighting for what we take for granted in Australia. Linda also acknowledged that she had performed extensive committee service over her 11 years in this place. And Linda, without a doubt, and it's been acknowledged by many and will be, you have always done so with diligence and a dedication to the task at hand. Your first ministerial appointment was as the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs in 2018. You then went on to serve as the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Emergency Management and North Queensland Recovery. But it was in 2019 that you were appointed as Australia's Minister for Defence. And it was acknowledged at the time that your many years of military experience were put to good use in that portfolio. Your admiration, respect for and understanding of those who serve in our military was a real strength that you brought to the defence portfolio. After that, you became the Minister for Government Services and then Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. But as well as the hard work that you undertook in those portfolios, I think one of the passions that you have always had, and I know that you will continue well after you leave this place, was in relation to your passionate advocacy against modern slavery and the international child exploitation industry. It has actually been, Linda, second to none. Again, potentially a little-known fact about Linda Reynolds. Linda has spent time overseas investigating and advocating against modern slavery, and indeed as the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, Linda was responsible for taking the Modern Slavery Act through the Parliament. Linda, you have every right to be extremely proud of the work that you have done in this area, but more than that, that you did take a bill through the Parliament that has made a difference. You've also, though, been passionate about the mining and resources industry in Western Australia and, of course, its contribution to the national economy. You've also been a fierce advocate for technology and innovation in Western Australia, and you understand that our state often leads the nation in technological innovation, particularly in the mining industry. I think the WA team, though, at the time were united when we fought together for our state's fair share of the GST. And I think that is something that is well and truly acknowledged in this place, that the WA team, we hunt together as a pack. We put all our differences aside. WA is always our main focus in this place and achieving what is best for Western Australia. And certainly that achievement by the federal Liberal Coalition Senate team, working with our House of Reps colleagues, has ensured that WA now does receive our fair share of GST. It was delivered by the former coalition government and it remains a priority for us today. Linda, you can be extremely proud of your more than 10 years' service to the Senate and without a doubt the outstanding contribution you have made to our nation. As I said, your service to the nation really did commence back in 1984 when you were still but a teenager, when you first joined the Army Reserves and has never stopped. Again, though, as I said, I want people to read this in the future and understand that on obtaining the rank of Brigadier in 2012, you became the first woman in the Australian Army Reserve to be promoted to a star rank. You've outlined in your speech, and I'm not going to canvass it any further here, that working in this place is not always easy, and you outlined the share of challenges that you faced along the way. But your resilience, your strength of character and your stoicism in the face of these challenges is something that I give you credit for. On behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for not just your service to this place, but your service to our country. As I said, you leave this place, but you go on to what I hope are bigger and better opportunities. But to you and Rob, we wish you only the absolute very best, and I know that you will succeed in anything that you do in the future.
Senator Ruston.
Senator Ruston. Thank you very much. I like that. Clap right the way through, Linda. But I'll be really quick because I know that you'd like to get back to drinks with so many of your friends who are here tonight. And standing between you and your friends and a drink at 8 something or other tonight is probably a really silly thing to do. But look, can I just say, Linda, you haven't just been a colleague, you have been a genuine and dear friend, and you will be a genuine dear friend after you leave this place. Linda's actually hugely good fun, which many of you probably know. She cooks an extraordinarily mean curry, and she can do that really quickly from scratch when she leaves here at 8 o'clock, and it can be on the table by 8:45. And she's actually obsessed with jigsaws. Oh. Now, this is something I found out during COVID when we actually didn't have a dining room table because Linda was always doing a jigsaw puzzle. But the characteristic, I think, that defines Linda to me more than any other characteristic is she's a person of immense integrity. And that is something that I think has been unfairly questioned in this place. And the strength that you've shown when your personal life has been smeared across the front page of every paper in this nation over a number of years, I think just shows what an extraordinary person you are, and you are immensely admired by, I know, everybody that sits on this side of the chamber. Your time in this place has been marked by many, many achievements. I mean, even though we probably remember the high-ranking one when you were the Minister for Defence was something that I know was so tremendously special to you. As has been mentioned here, I mean, it's a pretty phenomenal achievement to have actually risen to the ranks of Brigadier, the highest ranking Australian woman in the reserves in Australia's history at the time. But I know that that was a role that you took such enormous pride in when you first got it. But I think it's your tireless work on some of the really tough social issues that you have taken on since you've been here. It's probably as much as an interesting reflection on you as the strength that you demonstrated during your time of service, either in the military or when you got responsibility for our forces when we were in government. You know, you're tough and you're dedicated to service, but she has got a heart that is absolutely enormous. And sadly, sometimes to her own detriment, she sometimes wears it on her sleeve instead of keeping it in her chest, which is the reason why we love her so much. And much has been said in your contribution and in Michaela's contribution around the things that you did. I mean, the anti-slavery orphanage trafficking, you know, it was just extraordinary, and living through it as you were going through it. But something Linda didn't mention was that she is currently the co-rapporteur in relation to orphanage trafficking at the Interparliamentary Union, which is an international body of over 180 nations around the world. And she managed to get a unanimous decision of that group. I mean, that is almost unheard of. In fact, it is unheard of, but she got a unanimous decision of that group to establish the first global action on orphanage trafficking, which now means every one of those governments around the whole world has a framework through which they can legislate to actually stop orphanage trafficking. I mean, it is just quite extraordinary, and yet I don't think there are many people know that the reason that's happened is because of Linda Reynolds. Can I also acknowledge the support that you give to women, which is probably why it has made it somewhat more gruelling and galling, the treatment that you've received in this place at the hands of some women. Because I know there are an enormous amount of women in public life, there are an enormous amount of women in this place that are here because of the support and the encouragement, not just to start, but all the way through their journey of Linda. So I think there is a debt of gratitude that is owed to you by so many. So Linda, my friend, it's been a pleasure to have had time working in this place with you. We had a false start. We thought we were going to get you here in 2013, but we eventually got you here in 2014. It's been great to be in the chamber with you, but it's also been great to be your house buddy for most of the time that you've been here. You are incredibly generous. You have got a wicked sense of humour, but your loyalty to your friends and your colleagues is something that absolutely stands out to me. And the person who actually made the statement that, you know, if in Parliament you want a friend, get a dog, obviously did not know Linda Reynolds. So, to my friend, go. Yeah, Harry Truman didn't know Linda Reynolds. Well, who knew? But go well, my friend, and I hope you now have the opportunity to visit all of those libraries that Rob really wants to take you to. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Very much. I hope you'll give me the a privilege of speaking not from my seat, but I wanted to be able to look you straight in the eye. It has been a very long journey since 1987, when Linda Reynolds and Dean Smith joined the Young Liberal movement in Western Australia. And for the first 2 years, I recall frequenting a cafe on Outram Street after Young Liberal Movement council meetings, and I know that you're delighted, as I am, to have Sandra Much and Russell Gianoli in the audience with us tonight, who were there in 1987 as well. But it wasn't until 1989 when 6 young Liberals descended on the car park at the Midland railway station. They had hired a Tarago van, and there were 3 young men and there were 3 young women. The 3 young men were all under the age of 21, so they weren't able to hire a car across the Nullarbor to Adelaide to attend their first Young Liberal convention. In the car was one Linda Reynolds and myself and 4 others, and we embarked on what was a pretty big adventure at the time, going to our first Young Liberal convention in Adelaide. And so excited were we of our newfound importance in the Liberal Party. We go to our Young Liberal convention, things are very tight, the moderates, of which we were not part of. We were part of the Conservatives. We're challenging the moderates, led at the time by Maurice Payne and Chris Pine, who were seeking the very sort of auspicious position of Federal President of the Young Liberals and Federal Vice President of the Young Liberals. Realising that we didn't have the numbers, we thought we would do something bold and something brash. And we walked out of the convention, learned some very, very powerful lessons as a result of that experience. Just to finish that tale, we got our first taste of senators interfering in party politics. News had got back to Western Australia that we were supporting the Conservative candidates, Karen Racy, I think was her name, at the time, that we weren't supporting Maurice Payne and Christopher Pine. We didn't realise at the time that we were caught in the Howard Peacock leadership battles, and one very prominent senator at the time got on a plane, flew to Adelaide, wined and dined us and took us to bars, and we had a great night. Next morning called us to a meeting and said, well, you had a wonderful night the night before, this is my suggested course of action. We thought, that doesn't really make sense to us. We had a wonderful night and thank you very much. We are embarking upon our original course of action, which didn't go down very well in Western Australia at all. But ever since those days, Linda, you have shown consistency, you have shown tenacity, you have endured through very, very challenging and difficult times, and you have always triumphed. You have always triumphed. And this Senate and our Senate party room will be the poorer for your absence. And at a personal level, can I just thank you for the courage that you have shown me in some of those more difficult battles. You did call out the importance of GST reform in your first speech, and it took some years after that to achieve that outcome. We often reflect on the very joyous photos of the marriage debate here in this chamber. Senator Hume, Senator Reynolds, and I think that was the sequence in which I mentioned the names when we were closing the debate. Very, very hard and difficult times for many of us in our party. But you, with Jane, were strong, were clear, joined me in that Senate chamber when many others didn't. And I thank you for that courage. Because it's just yet another timely reminder that when the chips are sometimes down for your colleagues or your friends, you are always there for them. And when I caught up with Sandra and Russell last night, that was exactly the comment that Sandra and Russell reflected on. That no matter the depth of the adversity or struggle that you might have to be going through yourself, your personal self or your professional self, you've always found time for other people. You were right to identify your achievements. The
5th Liberal woman, the 96th West Australian Senator. You are also one of 10 West Australian Defence Ministers. One of those 10 is Paul Hasluck, who later became the Governor-General. One of those was John Forrest, who had been the Premier. One of those was Sir George Pearce, who served 12 years plus as the Minister for Defence of this country. One was John Curtin and one was Kim Beazley. So you joined those ranks, and of course as the only female West Australian person to have been a Commonwealth Defence Minister, and of course you are one of 60 West Australian parliamentarians to have served in the federal ministry. So these are great achievements by any measure, but I think it is the values, the care, the courage that you have brought to your role that are the standout virtues. And so as a friend, can I wish you all the very best for whatever happens next. In your first speech to the Senate, you mentioned how you were well accustomed to change. And it's a bit difficult sitting here having this conversation, extending these remarks, knowing that Linda Reynolds will always be somewhere. And my great hope, having sort of, with myself and others, pursued some important battles of reform in our own party, hope that you will be a constant presence in the West Australian Liberal Party going forward, demonstrating to young Liberals of the future, young Liberals of the now and of the future, that you can have values, you can have courage, you can make friends, and that these things can endure through a parliamentary career. So thank you very, very much from me to you for your support of me and the causes that we've fought for together. I wish you and Robert and your whole family the very, very best of happiness and good fortune, whatever happens next. And I'm sure we'll be walking that path in other places in years to come as well. Best wishes.
Senator Hume.
Madam Acting Deputy President, I promise you I'll be quick. I promise you. But there's no way I can let her go without acknowledging what an extraordinary friend and colleague Linda has been. Do you know, she first came to my attention back in 2015, I think it might have been, maybe even 14, just after you had been finally elected. And she came to Melbourne and did a speech for the Liberal Party in Melbourne, I think it was for the women's section actually. And I was just tossing up at that stage whether I was going to run for the Senate myself. And there's this woman, this extraordinary woman who's up the front at the stage, and she was a brigadier, she was the first woman to have achieved that level in the military, she'd been a champion of women in the military, she'd been an advisor to a minister, and now she was a senator, she'd worked at the Federal Secretary. And I thought, oh my God, I'm so unqualified for this job. Here is this extraordinary woman. Look at all that she's achieved. Who would have thought that however many years later, I would be dancing with you to ABBA holograms on the other side of the world with Robert? That's something I will never forget, my friend. Do you know, it was quite extraordinary that I'd never thought I'd either become your housemate. And can I tell you, I know that Annie will agree with me, those years that we lived together, and we went through some pretty exceptional times, were also the happiest times I think I've spent in this place. You know, the things that you have achieved have been quite extraordinary. I met Khalid. He bounded up to me, this young Afghan man, bounded up to me at an event in Melbourne and said, "You're a senator. Oh my goodness, do you know Linda Reynolds?" I went, "Yes, I absolutely do." And there's this smile on his face as he told me the story that I'd already heard because I'd lived through it as your housemate. And it was just such a joy to see this young man and the new life that he had started here in Australia, in my hometown, because of you. Because of you. I've also met the young women that you have mentored and nurtured and sponsored through the West Australian division of the Liberal Party. And I can't think of a woman that they more admire in the party than Linda Reynolds. You have shown them such guidance, and for that you should be extraordinarily proud. I hope you will continue on that mission, not just in West Australia, but right around the country. Can I just say, and I did promise I would be brief, that because we lived with you through this moment, you were sucked into a world of pain, and it was a life-changing event. It was not of your making. It was not of your doing, and it could have been any one of us in here, any one of us. But your kindness and your loyalty and your decency was used against you. It was used against you. For political purposes, for electoral purposes, electoral gain, and disgustingly, for financial gain as well. And for that, there's many people that can never be forgiven. Anybody who is listening along at home or watching this on the television may not be able to see just the enormous number of people that have come here tonight because they love and they admire you. And I admire so much that you speak of this place when it is at its best, because you were the victim of it when it was at its worst. Can I just say thank you very much for your friendship. On behalf of your friends and your family and your colleagues, you have made us so very, very proud. You've served your state, you've served your party, you've served your country with distinction, and I know that you will go on to do that. I look forward to being friends with you for a very long time outside of this place. And Robert, I look forward to dancing Waterloo with you again another time soon. But in the meantime, I know you have a milestone birthday coming up. Sorry, am I allowed to say that out loud? Is that really rude? I look forward to seeing the next chapter of how Linda Reynolds serves her country, because it will be spectacular. Thank you.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. And I rise not just for myself, but I want to recognise, on behalf of the Nationals in this place, the friend that is Linda Reynolds. She has been a friend to all of us. I think it was Senator Cash who said Linda lives by the pay it forward ethos, and you do so in spades. I am relatively new to this place, being elected in 2019, and I consider myself one of the lucky ones, because I am a beneficiary of the women like Linda who have come before me. I came into this place and I had a Defence Minister who was a female and who was the first Brigadier Army Reservist, and as a former Army Reservist myself, I knew of you already, and so she was already on a pedestal when I walked in this place. But we had Linda, we had Maurice Payne, Senator Cash, my colleague, Senator Bridget McKenzie, who as a group wrapped their arms around all of the new women who walked into this place and said to us, your experience will not be like ours. Your experience is going to be better, and we will make this place better for women. And you have done that. And all of your colleagues at the Cabinet table at that time did that. And so I am forever grateful to have had the privilege of coming in when I did, when there was that generosity of spirit and there was that real support of women supporting women. And I knew that people like yourself, you had my back. And that's why I will just say it was with absolute horror that I saw what you went through, because I knew that there is no way that the Linda Reynolds I knew could have been guilty of what she was being accused of. But I don't want to dwell on that, because I want to dwell on all your other achievements. You've spoken on the modern slavery legacy that you leave, and it is true, and it will continue to lead to genuine change right across the globe, because I know you're not leaving alone. You are going to continue to work in that space, and that is fantastic. I've already mentioned the work, the support you've given to women, the work on gender reforms that you are truly committed to. It has had a difference. It's had a difference in the Army Reserves. It's had a difference in this place, and you will continue to make a difference in that area. I also want to personally thank you for joining me on the Senate Select Committee into Disaster Resilience, showing me around and sharing your vast wealth of experience and knowledge, your personal experience as a former Emergency Management Minister and as a former Defence Minister at the time, your thorough understanding of the issues we were trying to investigate, your pragmatic approach to what is the problem we are trying to fix and what is a genuine solution that we can present so the report we produce doesn't end up like so many reports that are produced in this place where they get put on a shelf and collect dust. But you've got a proven track record of participating in committees, producing reports that make a difference. And I believe that that report will also make a difference. Linda, when I think of you, I think of calm, reasonable, approachable, pragmatic, and as a woman who truly lives her values. You are a role model to me, and may you continue to be a role model to your colleagues within the Liberal Party, in the Western Australian Liberal Party. I sincerely thank you, but I also want to thank you on behalf of my colleagues in the Nationals. Your door has always been open to us. You've always shared your knowledge, and I wish you and Rob all the best in your future, because the next chapter is going to be fantastic. Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan, I think, jumped first.
Okay, thank you. I will keep comments brief, but I didn't want to let this opportunity pass without acknowledging Linda and her the role that actually she's played in me being here today. Linda, you recall you were the campaign chair when I ran for Burt, and I learnt a tremendous amount from you in that campaign. But prior to that, you recall, Linda, that I didn't win that pre-selection initially, and I remember getting the phone call from you straight after it. You were, I think, one of the first people that I heard from, and you encouraged me to turn up to the next thing and just stick with it. You saw something in me that at the time, I was disappointed, and you were there for me. And the way that you then, I ended up, that pre-selection, I was turned over, and I ended up being selected to run for the seat of Burt. Didn't win at the election, but I learnt so much from you through that campaign, and I've been able to pay that, what I learnt from you, forward to many campaigns that I've been able to be involved in since. And I'm very grateful for that. And everyone tonight has spoken of the courage and the incredible tenacity that you've shown over these past few years, and it's something that we're all grateful for having seen. We wish that wasn't the case, that you had to go through that, but we have admired you tremendously over these last few years. And I'm thinking about now the effort that you're now putting into campaigns even now. I mean, you could be forgiven for having had a very successful career here to want to maybe put your feet up, but you are an absolute champion. The way that you are getting behind all of our candidates across Western Australia in this election campaign is phenomenal, and everyone respects you tremendously for that. The way that you are getting behind all of us is just wonderful. And so, Linda, I wish you the very best in what comes next. As others have remarked, I really do hope that you see yourself and will play a key role within the party going forward. You talk about the reform. I think you will continue, and I hope will continue to play a real pivotal role for our party, particularly in Western Australia. And I also hope that you, and I've got no doubt that you will play a significant role in service to our nation, and I've got no doubt, possibly even internationally, that you will play a role of service to our nation and indeed the world, particularly in the areas of, with the modern slavery. I've got this sneaky suspicion that what you've been able to establish here with the Modern Slavery Act won't be the end of that contribution that you've made in that place, in that space. An important issue that I got to witness firsthand. I don't know if you recall, but I was working at Minderoo at the time that you were developing that. There was some support and assistance by the Minderoo Foundation at that time. And your dedication to that, I've got no doubt, will continue. So, Linda, thank you. Congratulations on a very successful career. And I look forward to seeing what comes next.
Senator Henderson.
Well, I rise to associate myself with all the wonderful remarks about an incredible woman. I'm sorry I'm standing here with my back to you. But I just want to briefly make a few remarks. I know you've got incredible supporters here, family, the wonderful Rob, all waiting to share a drink with you to celebrate what is a truly amazing 11 years of service in this place. As the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, as the Minister for Emergency Management and North Queensland Recovery, as the Minister for Defence Industry, Minister for Defence, and of course the Minister for Government Services and the NDIS. And Senator Cash spoke in detail about your many wonderful achievements, as have others. I won't repeat that other than to say you've also been the most incredible fighter for the people of Queensland. But there was one big achievement as the Minister for Defence. Oh, sorry. Apologies.
We had to pick her up on that. Seriously.
Getting a bit worried. Sorry. Sorry, apologies. Scrub the Hansard. An incredible fighter for the people of Western Australia. It's late. One of your many achievements that hasn't been mentioned tonight, though, Linda, is the incredible work that you did reinstating the Howitzer Defence Project for the people of Geelong after it was callously cancelled by the former Labor government. I remember that day so well, standing in Warm Ponds, making that announcement, committing to bring back defence vehicle manufacturing to Geelong with the Howitzer Defence Project. And that was, of course, just prior to the 2019 election when I was the member for Corangamite. And now at Avalon we have the most amazing Hanwha Armoured Vehicle Centre for Excellence. It is incredible. Not only delivering the Howitzer Defence Project, but also Phase 3 of Land 400. And that's just one of your many legacies where you understood the importance of defence industry, of backing the men and women of the ADF, of making sure that they had the capability they needed to keep them safe whenever they were called to serve our country on the battlefield. It was a disgrace that project was cancelled by the former Labor government, and it is a great credit to you, Linda, drawing on your expertise, your incredible service to our nation, that you reinstated that project. Thank you for the incredible work that you've done for modern slavery, for people with disability, for women. There is a very, very long list, which I won't repeat. But the thing that really stands out to me, Linda, no matter what you do it with such courage. And I have been your great friend over the last 4 or so years as you have taken on the injustice to which you were subjected so disgracefully, including by members of the Labor Party, by the government as a whole, and I am so proud of the way you have fought. Your treatment was utterly disgraceful. It was debilitating. And I am so proud of the fact that you are still fighting for justice. You have so much more to give. To you and to Rob as a great team, I know you will leave this place with many great plans. I absolutely cannot wait to see what you do next, but I know whatever it is, you will continue to serve to 100% of your capability. You will be driven by the stronger sense of justice and care and kindness for others, and I wish you all the very best for the years ahead.
Senator Brockman.
You really didn't think you were getting out of here without hearing from all the West Australian senators, did you? But yeah, I don't want to get between our friends and a drink, but it is very important to me to say a few words. I'm not going to repeat your career, Linda. We've heard that. We understand what a stellar ornament to this place and to the WA Liberal Party you have been. In many ways, my career has followed behind Linda's. Linda and I were rivals in our first pre-selection battle, 2012. We both put our hands up. Linda won fair and square. I don't know if she didn't quite slightly regret winning it when 2013 happened, and I was number 4 on the ticket, and I talked to the then State Director, Ben Morton, and I said, Ben, you know, we're not going to win 4. Do you really need me on there still? You know, it should just be the top 3. But Ben said, oh, I'll think about it. But then, no, you're going to stay on there. So we did go through the campaign where 1 and 2 were solid. 4 was never going to get up. But, I mean, it was fighting to make sure we retained our 3rd spot in the Senate. It was such an important fight to have. It was a unique election campaign. Literally no one can say they've been through a campaign like that, except 4 people basically, and I don't think anyone's probably likely to have to go through it again, and I certainly don't envy them if they do. But you've served the West Australian Liberal Party with such distinction for a long period of time. As I've been able to say in Western Australia on a few occasions when we've been at events together over the last few months, you have gone out at a moment of your choosing, and I know it's perhaps not the way you would have liked your career to end, but I do admire you for that. I admire you for everything you've done for the Liberal Party of Western Australia, for this place, the achievements you've had which have been talked about by my colleagues. And I just want to say to Rob and to your family and to Michelle and all your staff, you know, it is such a wonderful career that you have, and that you have given so much of yourself to this place, to our nation and to the West Australian Liberal Party. So thank you.
Senator Kovacic.
Linda, your achievements have been articulated very well by our colleagues, and I won't add to that but to say that I support and associate myself with those comments. What I wanted to very briefly speak on was your comment about you saying that you know who you are. There are many people here that also know who you are, and I know you to be a person of integrity, I know you to be a person of courage, and I know you to be a person of great decency. And I thank you for everything that you've done for our country, but I also thank you for your kindness and generosity to me as a friend.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, President. Well, firstly, what I'd like to do is just acknowledge, of course, Linda, your commitment to serving not just the people of our wonderful country, Australia, but also toward the betterment of humanity more broadly and the lives that you have saved globally. Many of us have the wonderful opportunity to serve in this place, but few of us get to have the opportunity to say that we've had such an impact on the lives of so many, not just in our country, but around the world. To a first-term senator such as myself, you've certainly demonstrated to me what a conviction politician is. And as someone who leads with truth and integrity in the face of disgraceful political bullying, I've learned very quickly in this job that you have to pick your battles. But for what you've been subjected to by those opposite, many might have just run away from that. But you stood your ground because you knew that it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing not just to defend yourself when those of us know the true character of who you really are, but standing up to defend those who were also impacted through that. And setting a precedent also, because if you don't stand up for what is right, you allow for a standard to be lowered. And those consequences will be felt by all of us in here and for generations to come of those who come to this place. And it is evident in everything that you have done, you have set a standard for all right around the country, and one that we must continue to push to maintain and continue to push higher in this place. That should be part of the legacy that you leave behind here. That's a promise that I can certainly make as well to you. As women, conservative women in particular, we don't have the luxury of the feminist sisterhood to come to our side in times that such as you've had to endure. And therefore, for me personally, I want to recognise your incredible courage and your commitment. You absolutely should be recognised and commended for that. And so to your family, because we all know in this place we can't do it without our family. And Colin just wanted me to mention to Robert, thank you, Robert, for demonstrating what a partner, a husband, looks like, who stands by such a wonderful woman doing a courageous job for Australians, and what family means, because you are just as important, such an important piece of that puzzle. So thank you, Robert. And yeah, I just want to say that part of me wishes I wasn't losing you after my first term, but I'm also very aware that you've got plenty planned for your future, and I know that you have so much more to give as well, and I know that you will continue to give. And thank you for demonstrating to me the kind of woman that I hope to grow up to be.
Senator Askew.
Very briefly. Like others tonight, I just wanted to make a quick contribution, but I think tonight we've seen the quality of the person, of Linda, of what you have brought to this place, of what you've done over the years. Throughout it, you've shown, through your experience, and demonstrated the absolute